Hello everyone and welcome to the Quake Pro League as we head into week number 10. Week 10, it's just going by so quickly, isn't it, mate?
I mean, time flies when you're having fun, and who isn't having fun when we've got some of the best Quake ever on display?
We certainly do indeed, but before we get into this week's matchups and all the chaos which is going to unfold, let's have a little recap to see exactly what's happened last week in terms of all the match which occurred before our very eyes. And starting things off here with the usual Rafa shenanigans against Chain as our first match.
Yeah, indeed. Last week, as usual, every single week feels like they have some of the best matches that we've seen in ages. Rafa versus Chain. I think Rafa did secure the win quite convincingly, 3-0 going up against the Canadian.
Certainly did indeed, and then after this it was Kilson versus Sib, and Sib has been quite impressive from time to time. It's been interesting how he's been able to scrape a map off a couple of these top players. We've seen him do it against Wenger, he done it to Kilson this time, but this is just another story in itself. This first map was a dream start for Sib.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the most impressive things that I think we've seen from Sib, right? Even though his win-loss ratio overall hasn't been that good, he consistently manages to take some maps away from the best players in the world, like that we just saw him taking that one win on Awoken against Kilson.
You saw Wenger here take down Strong Sage 3-0, and with Strong Sage he's had a very good start so far, not toppled obviously the majority of his opponents in a lot of their matches, but you've got to remember that he's had some extremely tough opponents from the get-go without any messing around here, as Wenger was able to solidify this 3-0 against Strong Sage. Strong Sage has been taking either a map away from some of his top opponents or actually been defeating them, as of course his win-loss ratio in terms of his series score isn't the best, but now that he's had to play against all the top contenders, we'll have to see how he does for the second half of the season, as we do have Dramus versus Maxter, and again a great matchup in itself, with Dramus taking this 2-1.
Absolutely, and then immediately afterwards we jumped into Tox versus Sirius, the battle of the aim gods, and Sirius reigned supreme, taking home the win 3-0, and I'd say in a pretty convincing fashion as well.
Yeah, those are two players in terms of aim skill just not going to back down, especially when they're going for these items. It was definitely a spectacle to behold. And Sirius did manage to take that 3-0, but our final match of the evening was Razy versus Avik. It was so close between the two. We know the first match was a little bit one-sided in favour of Razy, but very back and forth in the second and third map, with Razy also taking this 2-1.
Absolutely. Razy looking pretty good, but the same can be said for Avik. I don't think we're seeing Razy in action today, but Avik does have a matchup ahead of him versus Dramus.
Certainly does indeed, and we'll have to see how the story is going to pan out there later on. As you can see, those are results from the last week, and I think some of the bits and pieces we could point out is, of course, Sib taking that map number 1 of Kilson in very convincing fashion, and it's something you would never see in the light of days, so it's been quite impressive to see how he's been performing. Dramus taking Maxter down 2-1 is something which I think a lot of people probably say it's 55-60% in favour of Maxter in terms of matchup and how it could go, but for Dramus taking that, it's looking very good indeed. And of course, that was the spiciest matchup there. You can see the last one between Razy and Avik. Obviously, Razy taking that 2-1, but it's got some incredible matches on show here throughout the course of the day. But the first one is going to be Huron versus Strong Sage. Now, I talked about it before, where with Strong Sage, he's quite low on the leaderboard, but everyone's got to remember that he's still got 3 matches in hand, as he had to buy throughout those first few weeks. And now it's for Strong Sage for time to try and claw all those W's back and to try and get some 3-0s as well, because I still feel like even though he's very far down below on the leaderboard, he's still got a very stiff but strong chance to make it into that top 8 if he plays his cards right.
Oh, absolutely. I think we cannot overstate just how important it is that he hasn't played all of his matches yet, right? Strong Sage has played 6 matches so far. Maxter is the one closest to him with 7. But aside from those two, everyone else has played at the very least 8 matches. So that's a lot of points still left up on the board for Strong Sage. And if we look at his performance, we've seen what he's capable of, right? He's beaten Razy, he's beaten Dramus, and then he's taken maps of Avik, of Kilson, of Zenico. This absolutely is a player who could finish top 8.
This is the issue as well. It's like with Strong Sage, whilst everyone was kind of from the last QuakeCon taking a break, having a bit of time off season, which is understandable. These players have been grinding for months upon months on end throughout the Pro League. But Strong Sage continued to grind, didn't he? He made sure he was in the most healthy state possible in order to continue his warpath, and We saw subtle signs of it the last QuakeCon when he was able to qualify in the end. And I remember speaking to him and he was discussing like all his plans on how he was going to, of course, move, and he was going to like try and do his absolute best to make sure he can be one of the heavy hitters going into the Pro League. And also even before that QuakeCon, we saw him just grinding against Rafa and many other players scrimming consistently in order to just qualify here. But now he's looking to be one of those players where he could be a diamond in the rough, and definitely a lot of the top contenders here have to keep a very close eye on here. But for Kron now, he's also looking for the a few more points just to add to the tally here, because we know he's also on the lower end of the leaderboard as well. It's from what we've seen in terms of the signs, and of course you can see from the results there, the only win he's had is against Saigib, but the problem is he hasn't had many map wins with the losses he had contributed there. So it's probably looking quite unlikely that he'll make it into the top 8. But of course, we know that the first day of QuakeCon will be the group stages, and then it'll be the going into day 2 and day 3. But for him, he'll probably try and get, or at least grab, the best seed possible. He needs to try and make that start now before it gets too late to get a poor seeding.
Now, also interesting to note is that this is actually the first time that these two players have played each other within the context of the Quake Pro League. So we are going to get some new results on the board no matter what, because yes, they might have played each other during some community tournaments or during practice, but when it really comes down to it, when it really matters, this is the first time that these two players have faced each other.
That's right, we've had no info, so we have no clue what's going to happen. But I think there's going to be a little bit of favouritism on Strong Sage's side, I'm sure, considering the results he's able to perform over the last 6 matches he's played. But let's have a look at the picks and bans anyway to give us a bit of an idea of what could be expected here. And as you can see, Blood Covenant and Deep Embrace has been banned outright. In Strong Sage, we've talked about his champion pool in terms of the variety he has, so it's maybe a little bit difficult to predict at times. He has decided to go for the clutch straight away, banning that Nyx, and I think the Strog is a good pick against the clutch as well. Baiting that shield, trying to keep his distance and finding the right time to be aggressive and to go for those items and to go for the initial kill. And we do have on Veil the Anarchy versus the Ranger pick, and then finally we have the Scale versus the Slash. What's your thoughts, Flea?
I mean, Clutch is really the standout pick here, right? Because we know what Strong Sage is capable of with the robot in his hands. He's used him to beat Razy, who is by many considered to be the greatest Clutch player in the world. And just last week or 2 weeks ago, he almost managed to take down Wenger by once again using the Clutch. So Kron, he's up against a true powerhouse here. Not so sure about the Stroke pick. I mean, we know that Kron loves Stroke. We know that he's very capable with that player. But, you know, against the Clutch, maybe something like a Ranger would have worked better to get away from the shields. We'll see how that pans out. Now, map 2, Veil of Nav, we're getting Anarchy versus Ranger. I think we've been seeing quite a lot of Anarchy recently, especially on Veil. Ranger, of course, very versatile pick, good in pretty much any situation. And then lastly, we're getting Molten Falls, where we're seeing a rather familiar matchup. We're getting one heavy versus Slash. Kron is running Scalebearer. We know that Kron was one of the first players to really, you know, capitalize off Scalebearer in what you might call the recent era of the Quake Pro League. And Slash, well, Slash is basically the go-to pick for anyone who knows her way around crowd sliding on Molten Falls, just because the speed is so good.
It's quite surprising that the Slash was still will at least have the availability to be selected. I was a little bit surprised at considering when we get to that third map and it is like Blood Covenant or Molten Falls, anything like that, or Ruins. Normally, most of the slide champions are banned by then, aren't they? So either the Slash or, of course, you know, Anarchy doesn't slide, but, you know, normally it's the Anarchy versus Slash kind of matchup. And the fact that Slash was still available right towards the very end is quite a bit of a surprise, really. But it's interesting as well with Veil, because Anarchy being selected, he has been selected quite a few times on Veil, but we haven't seen, of course, any Eisen or Galena, so I'd like to see exactly how he's going to go. But I do agree with you, though. The Ranger would also be a good pick for against Clutch as well, but he seems to favour the Strog. I'm sure he'll try and make it work in his favour somehow, some way, and you can see the Visor was banned on the very last map as well, and I think the Nyx ban on Awoken is also a very good choice coming up from Strong Sage. But God, for your predictions, Flea, how do you think this is going to go?
I'm gonna say 2-1 in favor of Strong Sage. Kron's performance hasn't quite convinced me yet, not entirely sold on it. And also when I look at the picks, I would favor Clutch on map 1 and also probably Slash on map 3. I think the only thing that Kron could really do there is to go extremely rail heavy, because he is outsped and outmaneuvered to an insane degree. So he's gonna have to hit hard with that rail if he wants to have a chance on map 3, and I don't know if that's gonna pan out. So I would say Strong Sage 2-1, and if there's any map that Kron is going to take, it'll be the second. That's my prediction, at least.
Yeah, it's quite tough. I'll probably say 2-1, maybe even a 3-0. Like, Strong Sage probably realises now that he needs to get every map win possible in order to try and secure a top 8 spot. We've already spoken about it before. We've still got 3 series left in hand. But he's played against most of the top dogs now in this league, hasn't he? So it's just a matter of him just trying to slide his way into the top 8 if he can. And he's definitely got the potential to do that. I know that as well. So I'm going to be a little bit... I'm going to say 3-0 just to see how things go. I do feel like that second map could be... it's going to be a bit dicey against the Anarchy, but we know he's got the Ranger in hand, which is going to be, I think, also a good pick. But, of course, with the Slash, he has to be quite careful with the scale as well, depending on how, of course, Kron's going to play with that scale, of course. But if at any point he gets to lead with that Slash, then we know that it's going to be a real pain in the backside for Kron. As now we're heading to map number 1, the first series of the day between Strong Sage and Kron. And we're going to be kicking things off from Kron's perspective. Let's see what mischief he's going to be up to. Pick up that Mega, and now going for the LG in the tri-bolt.
Kron starting on the LG side of the map, dodging rails from the get-go. Strong Sage immediately trying to dictate the pace of the game. Out comes the shield. Rockets are decent, not sufficient though. It will be the mining drill to clean it up. Now Strong Sage, pretty solid position to control the center area, deny some of those small resources that Kron will be heavily reliant on as he's setting up for the Mega.
Yeah, that mining drill was quite handy because, of course, he didn't have LG in hand at the time, so it was actually quite convenient for him just to solidify the kill a little bit quicker here. Now Strong Sage just biding his time in a moment, just listening out for these audio cues. He's got a great stack to work with, shields up in 5, so everything could go his way. He may try and preemptively use this whilst he's mid-fight. And he's managed to hit that first rail, but look at this, you can see Kron still pushing up quite... not too aggressively, but he's been a little bit cautious, but he's managed to hit another rail. He's trying to go for the other. Trying to clean up with the LG. Maybe to finish him here. As he gets hit himself. Sounds the back line. Once more gets the Mega, but gets hit straight after that shot was landed.
So close. Kron actually had a good opportunity there. That one rail would have done it. Kron is playing a very aggressive game, like challenging Strong Sage here at the center area of the map, while he knew that that shield was up and ready to go. That's a risky play. Usually you kind of want to force it out. Oh, nice rocket. That's a chunky 100 damage to the face. Strong Sage will be able to get positioning on the item. LG comes out once again. Kron lands a good rail. Can't quite finish it off, but that's a solid amount of damage. The only downside is that Strong Sage is able to fall right back onto that heavy. And now Kron is hurting for resources. He's got very little to work with. No armor to his name yet. Whereas Strong Sage is on the hunt.
He certainly is. Luckily, Kron, Strong Sage didn't check all his corners as he was directly underneath him, but it's found him now, hits the first rail. Could just be a matter of time because Kron has already picked up all the leftover scraps around the LG area, so that light won't be up for a while. He's going to try and contend for the heavy instead, but even if he burns it and gets taken down, that should be, of course, not the best of situations, but it could have made it a little bit worse. Hits the first rail, gets the second, and managed to make that his third frag.
This is a critical stage of the game for Kron. There is a 5-second delay between the two major items. Strong Sage is in control, and he's got a very clean route between Mega and Heavy. So Kron has to do something to disrupt it, because otherwise Strong Sage is just going to absolutely bulldoze him with an enormous stack. So here we go. Strong Sage secures Mega. Drops onto Heavy, uncontested, unchallenged. He's actually going to delay it even more, maybe set a bit of a trap. But Kron, no doubt that he is aware of Strong Sage being there, so he's not going to push in. I like what Strong Sage is doing. He realizes that he still had over 100 points of armor to work with, so why wouldn't you show your face for another rail? Because the Heavy is up, you can always fall back on that still. LG on LG, Kron shouldn't have been there. Again, meets his demise.
Certainly does. And Strong Sage, it's been pretty good the way he's been playing and just the areas of the map he's been holding. He's been holding literally the shoddy light armor and also the light on top mid. So it's just basically starving him from any kind of light armors he can pick up across the map here. So it's just making it really difficult to even stack back up as well as collecting all these items, and just textbook stuff again coming up from Strong Sage, making it 6. Not going to go for the 7th as stacks are relatively equal, but he's going to go for a better position for this Mega.
Kron actually had a big opportunity right there. pushing Strong Sage with the machine gun, nearly getting the frag. Shield wasn't up, no major items for him to collect. That could have been a frag for Kron. Fortunately falling just short, and now Strong Sage again cementing his control. Heavy is up, but he still is so comfortable, so confident in this power that he's exerting over the map that he isn't even gonna go for it right away. He's just gonna go for more damage. Kron, 4 seconds early for Mega. He drops another frag. Make it 2.
My goodness, it's just, this is looking rough already. 8-0, and it's only 4.5 minutes in. And it's like I said before, the timings off his shield, the fact that the first 3 minutes of the game he denied Kron with those 2 lights, top mid, and bomb shoddy. And of course, great prep for the Mega and Heavy to boot as well. And the rails are just back to back now, just barely missing at this stage. Gonna go for it again, 11-0. 55% rail accuracy for Kron, even though he's only fired 9 shots. 42% for Strong Sage, but it doesn't feel that way considering what we've witnessed for the last few minutes.
I also love the patience from Strong Sage to force out the spawn exactly where he wanted to. He could have jumped straight onto Mega, but he didn't. He positioned himself just far enough away to get Kron to get a favorable spawn for Strong Sage. And that just shows so much insight for a player who ultimately is comparatively inexperienced and relatively new to the scene if you compare it to those other players who have been around the scene for years, decades even. Kron makes a stand after picking up Heavy. Deals a good amount of damage, but again, it is Strong Sage with resources to fall back on. Strong Sage with a better control of the map.
Finds him a couple of rockets in that tri-bolt choke point. Finds him top mid, a few missed rockets, but the Peeker will help gain him that first frag. 4 minutes left, though. It's looking pretty unlikely considering the starting stack of the clutch. The shield is going to have to contend with as well. It's going to be pretty difficult here, but Strong Sage has put on an incredible showing in this first map.
7 major items for Kron versus 16 for Strong Sage. That's a good rail. Takes one in return, though. Ah, the weapon switch at the worst possible time. That is just the speed of the clutch. So difficult to prepare against. Kron even dealing some self-damage right there. That isn't gonna help him at this stage. And I think Strong Sage is already warming up for his victory lap, for map 1 at least. Just controlling the center area of the map. Landing so many good rails. Now Kron, 60% rail of his own, But it is still Strong Sage, who's done over 1,000 points of damage more with just a railgun than Kron has. And that's surprising, because Clutch is a much easier target to hit, and is just a testament to the control that Strong Sage has had.
Yeah, Strong Sage now just over 1,300 more damage overall compared to his opponent, and it's just been absolutely balmy considering what we've witnessed so far. 15-1.
Oh.
And it's just, yeah, it's just incredible. Kron's just, well, he already knew that he was done for about a minute or two ago, but at this point, he's having a bit of fun and games here. And it's like you said before, just thinking about what to do in this second map, where at least he won't have to deal with the clutch this time around.
Strong Sage looking for the big 2-0. Just get the 20 frags on the board. This is over and done. Nothing Strog and Kron can still do. Speaking of Strog, again, lethal. I questioned the pick before we even started. Now that I'm seeing how that this game has played out, I can't help but feel like my concern was valid. What did Kron get out of Strog's ability? What really helped him in terms of the utility? Yeah, he's got the general mobility boost with the crouch sliding, but what Peeker has barely been useful. He used it to get one frag, a frag that he would have gotten even without that ability. So I feel like something like Ranger, maybe even Doom, would have helped him out so much more. Being able to escape when the shield gets pushed, having that double jump to get to the center of the map, having that burst damage would have gotten him a few kills when it was close. So I just really don't think the Strog was the right pick.
I think you're entirely right as well. The Ranger, I think, as you said, even before the series began, probably would have been a better pick. Like, I was thinking maybe he'll use the Strog just to try and help keep his distance in terms of speed and mobility, but even then, no.
Yeah.
He didn't really use much of the Pika either. He used it once to claim a kill, but he probably could have killed him anyway with that. But the problem is, you've got different types of clutch players, don't you? With Strong Sage, he's just constantly in your face. So you don't exactly need, you know, any kind of, well, of course, don't need a device for busy sight or anything like that, but it's very, very hard to deal with. And it's like I said, with a Ranger, even just using it all for, you know, extra burst damage, or maybe just to get away from a situation where the clutch uses that shield, it's just extremely difficult to contend with. But Strong Sage just a constant creating that chaos and not really giving his opponent much to breathe here, as we kind of witnessed that during the first 5 or 6 minutes of this matchup. We'll be finishing at 17-2, and we'll be heading to our map number 2 very shortly here, but a very strong start here from Strong Sage.
Absolutely. This is, I think, exactly what most people were expecting, right? You even said 3-0 going up. I think it could be 2-1. After seeing Kron's performance on this first map, I'm starting to lean more and more towards a clean sweep as well. But still, I think that map 2 is going to be Kron's best shot at putting himself on the board. I think map 1 is already over and done. Map 3 heavily favors the American as well. But map 2, Veil, Ranger versus Anarchy, he could make some magic happen.
He certainly could. I'd like to see what he's going to do with the Anarchy as well. Of course, it's not an unusual pick. We've seen it quite a few times in the past. Obviously, Eisen and Galena was also available, but decided not to go for it. Feels like the Anarchy is going to be his best option in order to try and contend against Strong Sage. But Strong Sage does have that Ranger, and Ranger's been used quite heavily. We normally see the Strog versus Ranger matchup like all the time, don't we, on Corrupted Keep here, like constantly. Yep. So this time around, we're not going to see that, which makes, I'm not going to lie, a bloody nice change, Flea, as we go into map number 2. And as you can see from the hit percentages as well, very high for Strong Sage, considering the amount of damage he displayed, the amount of shots he fired as well. So Veil, map number 2, we're going to go into very shortly between the Anarchy and the Ranger, and then later we will have multiples between the Scale and the Slash. So entirely different in terms of stacks, but we'll see how Strong Sage is going to contend with that. But as you said before, Flea, you know, Slash is primarily used, of course, on Molten and Ruins as well, and a lot of the time on Blood Covenant as well. Anything with a large map geometry anyway, in terms of contending with their opponent here. So you feel like with this map, how do you think it's going to go for Kron this time round? We know that he hasn't got to deal with a massive billboard being thrown at him every single time round, so it's going to be hopefully a little bit more of a different story this time round.
I mean, we've seen quite a lot of Anarchy being played on Veil recently. I know that not all the pros are on board with that. Some question this new meta, I've heard it referred to even. But he can definitely work. You can play him effectively on this map. On the other hand, Ranger is also a very solid pick. You've got the Orb. Veil of Nav is one of the most vertical maps in the game. So many layers to it, and that Orb is so good to reposition from the bottom floor to the top, take away a heavy, take away a mega, and also you've got that burst damage potential. So it's really going to come down to how Kron is able to play the Anarchy. We know that his air control, his movement on this champion is sublime. Also, we've got that inject, of course, that extra burst of health. It's going to be a difficult one for Kron still, but if he's going to win any of these maps, I think it's going to be this one.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like this should be his best chance in order to hopefully tie up the series. And just starting off with Strong Sage, going straight forward with the LG. Not the best of starts, Flea.
Not the best of starts, and then a bad rail of the start as well. Kron hurting right now. Strong Sage with a much better stack. He's already setting up for the next rotation of major items. Now Kron has been using that inject preemptively, giving himself a bit of overstack. Might use it to make a push on the item. Indeed he will. Oh, that's a perfectly timed rocket. Strong Sage already capping quite a bit of health. Oh, that was not intended. Bit of a fumble on the movement. Strong Sage missing the heavy. Kron was able to do a bit of extra damage right there. This might be a small opportunity for the Ukrainian.
Yeah, every little helps for Kron at this point.
Yep.
Strong Sage now just biding his time. He can always fall back onto the lights if need be, and now will be a fantastic time considering the amount of damage he took from that last rocket, and he's got the Mega. But because he fumbled that heavy, it means he does have time to push up and contest it. So it can help him quite a lot. Comes in with the orb, finishes him off with the rocket, and there we have it. Strong Sage already up 2-0. And yeah, it is a interesting meta, and I do agree with you, Flea, in terms of like, you know, how some of the players think. Some of the players may think it's a good desire to have the anarchies. Some think the total and complete opposite, which is why, you know, I kept bringing up the whole Eisen or Galena, you know, against this kind of situation. But a good direct as well, as he's going to go for the TP to get away from Strong Sage. But Strong Sage is getting very aggressive, but it's also been quite calm in terms of the angles which Huron might actually push from. Hits the first one, going to go for the second, doesn't hit. I kind of feel like just a matter of time here as the Tribots haven't hit Huron as of yet, but still Strong Sage still has a little bit of time to play with, considering the Mega is up in the next 10 seconds. Finishes him off, uses the orb for extra insurance, and then we have it 3-0.
Strong Sage's rockets have really been the game changer here. How often hasn't he hit those chunky directs? 100 damage, 90 damage, and we're only 2 minutes in. And a nice bit of Tribal as well, 76 damage. Blindly free-firing at the door. Taking away all of Kron's armor. And now Strong Sage is in such commanding control. He's starting to cycle together the items too. And he's got the orb. He's got that reduced self-damage from the rockets, so he can rocket jump anywhere he wants to. Where can Kron find the gap in the armor? Where can he slip on through and kind of throw Strong Sage off his game? Now waiting. Might want to go for a sneaky rail or something, but Strong Sage, hyper aware of that possibility. And that's what I was talking about, Lethal. Just how powerful the orb can be on this map just to reposition. Right? He drops down and just like that he's back up, giving Kron no opportunity to do anything to counter him right there.
Yeah, just abusing that verticality. Of course, you can use Ranger's passive to rocket jump back up, but the problem is there's always that situation where if he rocket jumps up, it's going to take a little bit longer and it's not really as safe. He could be caught with that LG. So he's been cautious about the decisions he makes as well. Hits the first. Oh, he's looking to go and push on forward and dropping down on Kron. This should be the full frag here if he can play his cards right once more. Clears up LG. Good stuff there from Strong Sage. And it's just his reads overall have been very, very solid.
Kron managed to do a decent amount of LG damage at the end there though, but doesn't look like he'll be able to convert it into anything. Strong Sage, you mentioned it earlier, right? Strong Sage playing clutch, always in your face. Well, Strong Sage playing Ranger, always in your face too. See, and that's what I'm talking about, Lethal. These rockets. Seriously, it feels like every engagement starts with Strong Sage hitting a big rocket, at least 75 points of damage, often a direct. And that is just constantly putting Kron on the back foot. And if it isn't a rocket, it's a Tribolt again. What do you do when you're Kron? And just every engagement starts like that.
Yeah, my goodness. It just seems like he's starting to feel really out of place and running out of ideas on how to try and contend against Strong Sage's paths he takes to secure these frags. And right now he's on a little engagement with the LG. It's kind of just a matter of time really, as Strong Sage knows he's got plenty of time to pick up that light and of course go straight for the heavy, as he will have the timing for it. But it's not like anything spiraled out of control as of yet. It's 5-0. It does feel like it should be a lot more considering this start which Strong Sage had, and luckily for Kron, he messed up that rocket jump, uses the orb just for confirming to stay up there. But will it be worth it in the long term? It should do, as he's inflicted a lot of return damage. With 5 minutes 20 in, it's going up once again, and I'm liking some of these jumps just to try and catch Kron off guard, but hasn't solidified the kill as of yet. But finds him with that first round, looking for another. The third will do it, but he's deciding to go straight for the Mega instead.
Strong Sage already doubling Kron's damage output. 2,300 damage for Strong Sage versus just 1,100 by Kron. Now, Kron caught in a bad spot. Missed rail gives him an opportunity to land some unreturned LG. Heavy is up. Strong Sage here's the bounce back. Can Chrom take it away? He can, but he does take a rail. So when he does secure an item, he loses so much of its value right off the bat. Keep in mind, Lethal, 3 major items for Chrom. Just 3 this entire game over 6.5 minutes versus 20 for Strong Sage.
You bugger. I was just literally holding tab, getting ready to say what the item difference was, and I was like, oh, he's taking it from me. But yeah, 20-3, that's ridiculous, isn't it? Considering what we've seen so far. And hits the direct, hits the 74, then the rail straight afterwards. 7-0 now, and he's going to be diving straight in. Huron was hoping to go pick up the weapons he previously lost in that last engagement, but he got punished for it.
Indeed he did. Chrom using... Oh no. Chrom used the injection off the spawn just to get that overstack, and then just like that, it evaporated and another 75 damage. This is just obscene. This has to be so discouraging when you're Chrom. I don't feel like I'm exaggerating even, Lethal, when I say that just about every single engagement starts by Strong Sage doing a ton of damage with rockets or tri-bolt. And then Chrom is immediately on the back foot, and that extra mobility that he has just isn't helping him anymore.
Yeah, we've got a lot of players who normally leave things a little bit and let their opponent overthink, but right now Strong Sage is not giving Chrom any time to think at this point. So that's out of the question. Cuts with the LG, and good reaction coming up from Strong Sage, but good LG coming out from Chrom there as he backs away once more. 2 minutes left. It's pretty much said and done at this stage. He's just trying to keep this as competitive as possible as Chrom does get his first frag. A little bit late into the game, but at least it's not going to be big fat naught. But
yeah,
you know, Chrom can now try and win this back if he can. But yeah, we know, of course, the possibilities of this with such little time remaining.
That was a rare lapse in map awareness on Strong Sage's end. Completely looking the wrong direction, had no idea that Chrom was right behind him. And that allowed the Ukrainian to get his first frag of this map on the board. With a minute and a half left on the clock and 8 frags to make up. I think once again, Strong Sage going to be the clear victor of this one. Perhaps Chrom can at least build a bit of momentum, something to carry him over to the final map, but yeah, those costly movement fumbles too, Lethal. At this point it doesn't matter anymore, right? But just watching Chrom mess up a relatively straightforward rocket jump right there, that's gotta be a little disheartening.
It really is. It's tough to contend with, considering he's had barely any frags in the last 2 maps, and he's probably hoping that without the clutch, playing on Veil, he's got a bit more verticality, hopefully make the Anarchy work. But so far it just hasn't at all, and Strong Sage now hitting his 10th frag in the second map. The issue is now is at least the next map is on Molten. Oh, what a beautiful rail kick up from Strong Sage. But we've got Molten Falls as the 3rd map, so we really see something a little bit more different. But the problem is Strong Sage has the speed and mobility behind him to just continue to be a real brute force with the aggression, and of course the continuation of the damage as well. Just got to keep an eye out for that bull rush later on. But it will be Strong Sage winning map number 2, 13-1, and it was a very messy one as well. Got a little bit cream crackered at the beginning of that second map, but nice to see them both. Well, we've seen Strong Sage. We did say that he could have a very strong start. Now is probably the time for him to create these clean sweeps, or to at least win the majority of his series, to then maybe get that top 8 later on down the line on the leaderboard, especially when we get to the final weeks. You can see there as well, 2,314 damage for Chrom and 4,082. So just over 1,700. That's madness.
Yeah, 9 major items for Chrom versus 28 by Strong Sage as well. So it wasn't just the damage, it was full control for much of this map as well. Ultimately, I don't feel like the Anarchy, just like the Strog on map 1, helped Chrom all that much. What did we see him really use that active ability for? He popped it off spawn a few times, but then, you know, he just took a rail. He took a bad rocket, some tri-bolt damage, and just like that, that extra overstack that he got in terms of health dissipated instantly before he could make any use of it. So of course he had the general movement and the mobility, but yeah, he was not able to really use that maneuverability to chain together some major items or to even get some clever bits of positioning in to throw Strong Sage off his game. So again, ultimately I feel like the champion pick ended up falling short for Chron. The lack of armor that you have when you're playing a light champion against a very experienced brawler like Strong Sage, that's always gonna hurt your chances.
Certainly did. You can see that 40% rail there coming out from Strong Sage. Pretty good considering against a light champion such as the Anarchy. And yeah, look at that going into Molten Falls. It's basically 30-3 in terms of total frag count. Hopefully you can make things change a little bit more. Of course, we've got for quite a small amount like Awoken, more verticality from Veil, but now we've got some of the big boys here in terms of the map cycle going into Molten Falls. And he is going for the scale this time around, but of course, you know, the Slash is normally one of your go-to picks. Still quite surprised that Slash was even left open to this final map, because normally in the best of 3 or going into those 3 maps, we normally see a lot of the slide champions get taken, and then normally by the time it gets to Blood Covenant Ruins, Molten Falls is the final map. We normally see a lot of the medium champions coming out to play, but this around the fact that it's going to be the Slash versus a scale, not something we normally see too often on Molten Falls, but of course with what was left over, yeah, we'll have to see what they can do here. But again, this is entirely different to what we see from the first 2 maps in terms of what style of play we're going to witness, but of course giving Strong Sage that early lead, especially with the Slash, is going to be a real cause for concern if, of course, depending on how the start of this matchup goes.
Right. I think the absence of Slash up until this point is really just down to the map choice, right? Usually you'll see Slash played if you've got Blood Covenant, if you've got Ruins, if you've got those larger open maps. But this time around you had Veil, you had Awoken, 2 maps that Slash historically is just very rarely played on. So I think that plays a big part as to why we're only now seeing what's arguably the fastest champion in the game make an appearance. Now, talked about this before we started, I think Chron's game plan is going to revolve around that rail. It has to. He cannot catch up with Slash. Even when he uses that bull rush ability, Slash will still outspeed him handily. So rail is really going to be his bread and butter, to keep that stack low and to just try and bully Strong Sage around because he's a heavy champion.
That's right. It's Chip is going to be the name of the game, isn't it? And it's also keeping his distance as well. But he's got to be careful in case Chron at any time plays extremely slow and just waiting for him to catch him with his trousers down. But I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Heavy has been picked up by Strong Sage. Chron's actually heading towards the hourglasses around the rail. I love that. Do you know what? It's not often you see that, but it did piss up Strong Sage just a little bit, but it was enough for him to at least stop him from denying that rail and be able to add that to his weapon collection to his arsenal here. And as you can see, just sitting in mid at the moment, and I'm sure he's just listening out for that heavy timing, but he's probably got a good idea of it anyway. But see, Strong Sage done a good job just leaving it and just delaying it by a few seconds, but you can see Chron just managed to get there just in the nick of time to hit the Q.
Very deliberate positioning from these players at the start, right? Strong Sage, I think, had the same idea that I did, wanted to deny the railgun on Chron's end, and Chron, no doubt, after the previous map, wants to keep that rocket away from Strong Sage. So Strong Sage doesn't have the rockets yet. Chron does have the full arsenal. Now Strong Sage will change that. He's gonna hear the audio cue to the left, realize that it's safe for him to complete the unholy trinity of weapons. And now he's waiting. Strong Sage knows that Heavy is up, but he's actually just going to delay it a bit. He wants there to be an offset, because he knows that he is the fastest champion, but there being a large delay between the items should favor him when it comes down to it. This is a long delay, though.
It really is, and Strong Sage is just hoping that he can ruin his day and mess up his timings, but you can see, look, straight afterwards, as soon as he heard it, boom, straight to the Mega.
Yeah.
Right now, Strong Sage, again, he realises there's not really much point. He's on the low ground. He hasn't really angled to try and go for this, but look, he's actually bull rushed in, but hits the first rail. It doesn't hit the second. That would have been so important, but it does manage to hit it. Is going to try and get away, but is Chron going to select the correct path? He does not, but Heavy's up in the next few seconds, so Strong Sage, luckily for him, is going to be able to get away. Will hit Strong Sage, Chron actually directly above him. Does get away. Mega's going to be up in the next few seconds, so right now the items are in time, not in sync of course, but in terms of timing, both these players can go for each other's items at any time due to How different the timing is, but it misses the first rail. But at least Quran does hit his. Hits the second one as well. So important is Strongsage looking to try and get away if he can, but he does manage to recover a little bit and also hit out for the heavy timing.
I like what Strongsage is doing, though. He's playing this passively. He's being very controlled, very disciplined. He knows that if he just lets the speed control him and he blindly jumps into a room where Chron ends up lying in wait, he's done for, right? He cannot overcome the stack difference. The bull rush will pin him up against the wall. He will be finished off quickly. So he knows that if he's careless with his positioning, he's in big trouble. And that's why he's playing this so slowly. Trying to make the difference in hitbox size work in his favor. Going for those rail engagements. With Chron now in full control. I think this is the first time today out of all 3 maps that we've actually seen Chron in control even once. And just look at that stack difference. Strongsage has no choice but to wait for an opening.
And I like that from Strongsage as well, just hanging around top shotgun, then backing away, so he's got a clearer angle, or clearer vision to see where his opponent's coming from. Tries to dive in, but uses the trail as well in case Chron just tries to dive in. But going back to what I was saying, just sitting in the top shotty to have better vision of when Chron's going to go for that TP and then push on forward. At least he was able to back away a little bit earlier. Some people may stand around the nail and then try and back away, but by then he's going so fast out the TP from the shotgun side, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get away, but should still be fine anyway, depending on Strongsage's reaction timing. Let's hit the first rail. It's going to go for the rocket. It's going to be a big rocket as well. Oh, he hits another rail. Surely it's going to be the first frag. Oh, one more should do it. At least try and clean up with the shoddy, but he's almost... Oh, in the end, the rocket does clean him up. Mega is up, mind you, and of course we can see Chron going for that straight away as he 180s round straight afterwards.
That was phenomenal by Strongsage. Just that combo, so confident, hitting that first rail, instantly boosting into the room, rockets out, landing on the heavy, perfectly timed, and then just finishing him off with those rails from below. That was absolutely sick. So clever, so insightful, perfectly executed by Strongsage. And now Chron, not in an enviable position. He's got to chase down a slash on Molten Falls. Yes, Scalebearer is, as far as the heavies go, still very fast, highly maneuverable champion, especially with the bull rush, but he's got to find him. He's got to catch Strongsage, and those rockets, those rails, they're definitely going to keep him at bay.
And he could go for this heavy. Why not? Treat yourself. There we go. Finish him off with the rocket straight afterwards. And yeah, in terms of heavy champions with durability, yeah, I think you're definitely right on that one. I'm sure 40 will probably shout out kill instead, but that's more of a 40 flavour, really, isn't it? He'll probably choose kill on every single map if he had the had the opportunity. As we do have 4 minutes left, remember it's still 2-0, but the problem is clawing back 2 frags against the likes of a slash is going to feel like a real burden in terms of time. Let's get away. Does get railed as well in the process. He is railable, but we're too little too late there as he's got all the stack in the world to work with, but can't really do much of it as of yet just due to the speed. Strongsage is playing this slash out.
It's all going to come down to the rail from this point out. Chron doesn't really have anything else that can touch Strongsage. Rockets, nah, not a chance. LG, you've got to stay within range for long enough, and Strong's not going to allow that for more than a second. Railgun, instant hit scan, no matter the damage, or no matter the distance, 90 damage to the face. That is going to be critical if Chron wants to claw this back. And I think he can do it. So far, 69% railgun accuracy from Chron against such a nimble, fast champion. That's impressive. He's just got to keep it up. He can land a few more of those shots. He could tie it up, bring it into overtime, still secure the win.
Yeah, Chron's actually hit 69% rail so far, and that's pretty damn good considering he's against a slash. And it's quite interesting though, Strongsage hasn't picked up a single mega, but kind of makes sense. He hasn't really properly gone for it. He's been at angles and positions to place himself in terms of contesting it, or at least trying to rail Chron for when he goes for that mega, but hasn't actually gone for it once, and he hasn't really been in position either. Like, for the majority of the time, he's just been going for those heavies. It's currently 22 items to the 7 of Strong Sage. And right now, we could just be seeing a rinse and repeat in terms of how Strong Sage is going to play this game.
Yeah.
Of course, the audio cues, going to give it away every single time. Strong Sage is going to reroute rounds every single time as well. So it's like, what do you do next? Do you want to play passive and just wait at a different angle and hope for the best? It's looking like it's more of a likely thing he'll have to do because you're just never going to catch this slash.
Yeah. Strong Sage, his positioning is superb right now. The moment he hears any sound cue, and we all know that Scale is not a quiet champion. No. He's bulldozing around the map. He just leaves. And Strong Sage is always positioning himself around a corner, next to a teleporter, next to a drop down, where he knows that he can just instantly drop and speed away. Kron is really gonna have to make some 200 IQ play to make this one happen. Yeah, see, Strong Sage, he heard the rocket jump faintly, but he knew exactly what Kron was going for there. And just like that, invisible, he's disappearing from the map. Oh, this is an opportunity for Kron. Did some damage, not enough though. Not enough. And I think that that's probably going to end up summarizing this final map. Kron did a lot, secured a lot of items, did a fair amount of damage, but it just wasn't enough.
And the problem is, if he keeps giving Strong Sage enough time to get that trail, it's going to be even more difficult to kind of pursue any kind of assault onto Strong Sage. Yeah, it's been a little bit lackluster in terms of the damage dealt between the two. At the end of the day, Strong Sage is just playing smart. We did say at the very beginning, if Strong Sage does get the first or second frag, or the first couple frags, rather, in terms of lead and performance, and this is something we would probably picture in a perfect world here. Strong Sage just playing smart, doing what needs to be done to win, and fair play to him, as he will get a 3-0 victory in this first series of the day, and wins that third map 2-0. But yeah, these things happen, I'm afraid, when it gets to that certain point where we have, even if it's the smallest of leads, it's you got the speed and the mobility, then of course you're just going to continue on trying to dodge in your opponent.
I feel like I've seen the exact play out like 5 times, just with Strong Sage positioning himself on top of Heavy, dropping down, going down towards the rail, Kron going back up the bounce pad, Strong Sage going underneath towards the armor near Mega every single time. And hey, to his credit, it works perfectly. Kron unable to lay a finger on him. 29 major items. This is just 8 on Strong Sage's end. But ultimately, all the items in the world are meaningless if you also can't secure the frags, and that is what Kron was unable to do. Well played from Strong Sage. I like what I'm seeing from him. Just the flexibility in his play. You know, we've seen him be hyper aggressive, applying constant pressures earlier, but then we also see him completely disappear from the map, making himself scarce and just not giving his opponent a single angle for minutes on end.
It's funny you say that, and it's a very valid point as well, because especially on Molten Force, normally you get the player, if your opponent's going for Mega, then more chance than not your opponent's probably be chilling on LG stairs, and then they'll go back towards Nail or the shotgun, just to like at least give himself a bit of room or breathing room in terms of audio cues to then how and when to get away. And it's like I said, Scale is, you know, not a quiet champion by any means, and even if he knew exactly where he's going to be before he pushes, it's still no way for him to catch him. No way at all. Unless he played extremely quiet and passive, maybe he could have preemptively gone into the LG stairs or, you know, towards Shoddy or Nail. Even then, if he does that, he's giving away the items. So it's kind of like, instead of the decision he's got to make, it's got to be very crucial, but you have to be really creative to try and catch a slash. But we've seen it more times than not. It's so tough.
It sure is, and I think that will then conclude our first matchup of the day. Lethal 3-0 for Strong Sage. You predicted it. I was still thinking that, you know, Kron could pull it out on map 2 at the very least, but yeah, map 1 we really saw his entire game plan just come apart, and after that I kinda saw what was going to happen, just like you did. So well played from Strong Sage. Kron going to remain at that 1 win so far, and I do believe that with this, Strong Sage is likely going to overtake Kron on the leaderboard. So, well played, Strong Sage.
He's still got a couple of matches left in hand, isn't he? So it's not really too bad there from Strong Sage, of course. But guys, home, that was only just a little appetizer before we've got 6 more matches left to come here throughout the course of your day to sink your teeth into. So guys, don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Systems
welcome back to the Quake Pro League. We've just had our first match between Kron and of course Strong Sage, which was a feat in itself, as Strong Sage managed to secure that 3-0 to help him have a more of an increased opportunity to get into that top 8. And now the next matchup here between Zen and Tox, and this should be maybe a close affair in itself, depending on how things pan in this first map.
Absolutely. We've got two players who've really managed to establish themselves within the Quake Pro League and within the broader competitive Quake scene at that, right? On the one hand, you've got Tox, a legend, right? No one is going to dispute any of his accomplishments. Greatest Quake 4 player in history. Absolutely talented when it comes to the tracking, the lightning gun, the crouch sliding, air control. This man can do it all. But on the other hand, Zeniku is no slouch either. Someone who has made his way into the Quake Pro League through challengers and has now put up some really impressive results.
You can see Tox over 2 wins he's had so far as the 3-0s and vital 3-0s for him against Kron and Civ. But he has taken a couple maps here and there from Nosfer and Chain as well. And you can see that, of course, losing looks of Wenger, serious players on that. Not really too much of a surprise at all, considering how strong they've been throughout the course of the season. And be interested to see how Zen's going to play this one as before we go into the picks and bans. As for Tox, we know that he's a very open-ended player with his, and of course, like one of the best aim skills to boot. But with likes of Zen, he's been performing extremely well also. It's been quite hard to topple this man in a lot of ways. As each season has been progressing, he's been trying to micromanage all his decision making and trying to rectify everything, which is key. And he's getting a little bit more creative with his plays over the course of time. And as you can see there, he's got 6 wins and 2 losses. The 2 losses being to Razy and Nosfer, 2-1. But he's had some incredible wins in themselves, defeating Rafa 2-1. I think that might be Rafa's only loss this season so far. Yep. And I'd say even taking down Strong Sage is a big feat in itself, considering Strong Sage's performance so far. And again, Avik. So, the names have been listing up. He has been defeating a few of these top contenders over the course of time, and he's just looking to try and continue to try and keep that top 5 spot. Obviously, top 8 is more important. Top 5 is just something they probably would prefer, of course, higher seed better. But he has been looking very strong so far, and the more he's been showing a bit more creativity in game in terms of how he pursues his opponent in a lot of ways, even if it's for items or securing some of those frags, the better he's been shown in terms of his escapades.
Absolutely. So, I think we probably have the picks and bans ready to go and take a look at. These are some interesting ones. I'll go over them first. Lethal, we're starting off on Awoken, where we've got Ranger versus Strock. Then we've got Molten Falls, Scalebearer once again, but this time facing off against the Sorlek. And then lastly, Ruins, where we're going to get the BJ Blazkowicz versus Visor.
Yeah, this first one, it doesn't surprise me the slightest, because when do you ever see Tox not use Stroke on Awoken? He must use it every single time. But Ranger is a very good answer to the Stroke pick anyway, so I'm glad for him to be able to make use of that. Anakin was banned. Molten Falls. Sorlag, we very rarely see nowadays. If we see the Sorlag creep up, it normally is on Molten Falls, and I think it's obviously a counter in that retrospect, but I think it's a good pick for Tox in terms of that mobility to keep his distance, but also using that spit preemptively for the items as well. And then finally, we will be using the BJ versus the Visor matchup as well, going on to Ruins with the Galena pick, which has been banned, so that's going to be interesting in itself. So at least for Zen, he doesn't need to keep on his toes too much to keep those totems in check, thank goodness. But at least we'll have to see what Tox can do with the piercing sights going on to Ruins later on. But this Awoken pick doesn't surprise me, of course. It doesn't surprise me, but we're going to see the Stroke pick coming up from Tox. But I think the Ranger pick is a good... It's always been quite 50-50, hasn't it, between these two champions? And normally we do see these two champions on Corrupted Keep so many times. I think there was one week where I think we got like 4 or 5 Corrupted Keeps, and I think 4 out of 5 of them was just like Ranger versus Strong every single time without fail. But I suppose now that Corrupted Keep has been banned, they know that now is probably the best chance to whip out these two champions, so to speak. But predictions here, Flea. What are you feeling?
Oof. Based on their just previous performance, I would say that I'm going to go with Zeniku 2-1. And I think that if there's a map that Toxic is going to win, I'd probably say Molten Falls, actually, because I really like the Sorlek counter pick there, because we've seen that Toxic, as of late, has been pretty aggressive in going for the refrags, right? We've seen him actually do that to his detriment quite often, but Sorag is one of the best champions to go for those instant refrags because you've got the mobility, you've got the stack, you've got the spit ability, and I think that that's probably going to be his best shot at taking down Zeneku. Map 3, I'm gonna favor Zeneku. Map 1, I think it's a bit of a throw-up. So honestly, Zeneku 2-1, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm more leaning to that 2-1, long as nothing spirals out of control. It is quite hard because, like I mentioned before, because Tox is quite an open-ended player now, it's sometimes quite hard to... Sometimes he will just do the same thing, but somehow get away with it with his aim skill and the speed he plays at, but there's other times where we do something a little bit different and not something... something out of the ordinary as well.
Right.
I think 2-1, I'm probably going to play it safe and say 2-1 as well, but I think this first map should be... something, again, to give us an indicator of what to expect. Even though Awoken's been played in this Drog versus Ranger matchup, we know that Zen is also very good on Awoken. Both these players have been quite good on Awoken in the past, but we've seen him play extremely well. We know that Zen, many moons ago, used to always favour the heavy champions and the heavy champion matchup, so he gets that for map number 2 as well. I was more looking towards maybe a 3-0, but it's maps 1 and 3 for me, which I'm a little bit undecided on, like who could actually come out on top on this one, especially the BJ versus Isaac pick. It's probably quite an even matchup, depending on what their strategies are going into it. Of course, it's not something we're normally keen to being used to, but we'll find out later on. But let's start with this first map between Zen and Tox. Second series of today in this best of 3, kicking things off from Zen's perspective.
Zeneku getting the rail side spawn. Mega is still up. Toxic looking for an opportunity. Steal it away. But he's got to be careful. He knows that one rail, followed by perhaps an orb to close the distance, could spell disaster right off the bat. Now he does pick up the item scot-free. Takes a rail now though, but here we go. Tox applying some pressure on heavy. Zeneku. Very clever use of the orb right there, forcing Tox to kind of divert his attention from the fight ahead of him, knowing very well that, that orb could be used to teleport aggressively. So, good play from Zeneku. As he is positioning himself for Mega, and Toxic eats that rocket to start off. And that will be Zeneku, representing Australia, getting the first frag. But Toxic still did a fair bit of LG damage at the end there, so... even with the heavy, the stack difference is pretty minor.
Yeah, that direct was so important to telegraph that first frag. LG comes out again, he's using the orb to get away, but also remember the Mega's coming up. This is what he's trying to time for, but he's already rocket jumped up. I'm not too sure if the Mega was taken. I don't think it was. No, it was not.
Nope.
His Tox actually got the position to go for it, and the rockets, which is quite convenient, but he decided to leave it be. I think it makes a lot more sense, obviously, go for that heavy. To add to that additional stack, considering the HP you start with anyway with the Strog. And he's picked up almost all the weapons in his arsenal here. Just needs that rail, but Rockets is running out, so we've got to be keeping an eye on his ammo management. Tox does take him down, ties things up here, Flea. Yeah. Much better here from Tox.
That was a very costly fumble with the orb from Zeneku. It was minor. I'm not sure if everyone caught it, but when he tried to orb out of the room, he kind of got stuck against the corner of the wall. And that allowed Tox to get a lot of free unreturned damage in the back. It ultimately led to his demise. Now, 2-2, Zeneku again, excellent use of the orb. This has really been helping, right? In the previous engagements, we frequently talked about, how is the active ability helping or not helping Kron when he was up against Strong Sage, but this is just a masterclass on how the orb can be beneficial in literally every fight, but those rockets are huge. Good thing Zeneku was playing Ranger there, because that last rocket jump probably would have killed him if he didn't have that passive reduced self-damage.
Yeah, without Ranger's passive, he would have been absolutely done for. So just back away again. And yeah, the Pika just makes a lot more sense this time around, because it's like I mentioned before, the clutch was in his face so much, he couldn't really have the time to use the Pika, but not only that, not really much use for it either in terms of information or for damage either. So this makes a lot more sense to use it against the Ranger, which is why we do see the Strog versus Ranger matchup very, very often, and it's very common here in the Pro League as Mega's up in the next 20 seconds. Items are segregated by about 5.5 seconds, so will be enough to maybe not grab it, but to at least contest each other's items, whoever grabs the Mega first. And both of them are just trying to tease each other with Flea, going into that tri-bolt choke point. 5 seconds for Zen to try and get to position to go for it if he wants to, but looks like he may just go top mid, get a bit of damage done, and then go for that heavy straight afterwards.
I like what I'm seeing out of Tox so far. A lot of discipline. Really reserved in the way he's approaching this, and that's one of like the common criticisms we've seen raised against Tox, at least in recent times, is that he's often too aggressive and he just keeps sinking frags into fights once he gets out of control and once his opponent starts building a lead. Now that could still happen, but this is promising. Just Tox playing very controlled right now. He's only 1 frag behind. All it takes is 1 engagement to go his way. Plus, he's also severely outstacking his opponent right now. In control of the items. Doing more damage than Zeneku as well. I think if Tox can keep this up, should be able to equalize. Those rockets aren't helping though. Peeker does a bit of damage. Mega's about to spawn. That's 150 to the face, and Zeneku stands his ground. Phenomenal rockets helping him secure the kill.
That Tox isn't, I was going to say, isn't playing overly aggressive, but that might have been a misplay there. And that from Tox, sadly, and hasn't really spun out of control. Tox has been playing very well balanced the first 4.5 minutes, but I'm hoping he doesn't keep making this push. And he's got the LG anyway. He could make something happen here. Was tucked in that choke point. Zen's a tiny bit behind in terms of stack, not anymore, but he's in position for this heavy. But Tox is going to, of course, get there perfect timing with a few seconds to spare. But I love that from Tox as well, trying to prioritize the frag just to throw Zen off a little bit. And he's actually still on the pursuit here, as he was able to pick up that heavy earlier. Great rail coming out from Tox, cleans him up with the LG. Great stuff there, and is now only 2 frags behind in terms of deficit.
Tox knows exactly where Zeneku is. Is a little late to trap him down below, but still able to do a lot of damage. Out comes the super shotty into the orb, and it's a trade. That's exactly what Zeneku was hoping for. Faking the runaway, just holding his ground, super shoddy in hand, orb into the shotgun blast at point blank range. Even when you start that fight off with 100 points of stack at a deficit, you can easily turn it around like that. And now Zeneku is the one able to pick up Mega. He's the one coming out on top in this fight. Good flick rail there too. And now Zeneku, 3 points in the lead. Mega 5 seconds out. Toxic. Is he going to contest this? Is he again going to force his way through that choke point? He is, this time with success. We've seen that go wrong multiple times already, but not this time.
LG battle coming out again, but of course, Zen will be getting out of it. He's in position to go sky high if he did come up that jump pad, but not this time. Just repositioning himself and just collecting his thoughts, collecting all the armor and health as well, which now has been pretty much depleted after that last rail. Now Tox is still a little bit tempted. Using the Pika, he's available now, but of course the Mega has been picked up. Now he's available once again, and Tox is very eager, isn't he, to get that 5th frag.
I think this is the 2nd or 3rd time already that Zeneku was at 89 points of health and Toxic missed a rail or couldn't find the angle in this situation. Close encounters indeed. Now Zeneku, how is he going to be playing these final 2.5 minutes? Is he just going to continue applying pressure the same way he has? Or is he going to try and just play more passively, more reserved? Just go on the defensive, run down the clock on a map like this against a champion like Straw? That could be risky. I don't imagine he'll do that. LG on LG, rockets come out, and oh, the turnaround! I think Tox rather felt he had that one in the bag. After dropping down, after Zeneku fired that rail and Tox had like a second to do unreturned damage, probably assumed that was going to be his win. But you can't assume against the orb. As we enter the final 2 minutes.
The orb definitely did its justice there, and Tox is just so eager, isn't he, to continue to create this chaos here. Good use of that Pika though from Tox to get a bit more damage done. Heavy's been up for a while now. Hits that.
Nice.
Oh, goodness, fat rail and then go on, treat yourself to a second. Go on. Oh, he almost misses that, but doesn't matter. He does get the heavy, which of course was the whole point of taking that route earlier on. But now he's got a full stack here, Flea. So as long as he doesn't take too much unreturned damage, he can continue with the aggression of these engagements. And you can see Tox is just doing everything he can to finish things up. Oh, God, that was much closer than I think he wanted it to be.
Absolutely. The Vial is still there. 25 extra points of health to work with. Now Heavy is about to spawn, but it will be going in favor of Xanaku. He's got the better positioning for the armor. Oh, Tox! The jump across, I think he regretted that the moment he jumped and he saw his opponent go through the telly. Now Tox does take away Mega. 50 seconds, 2 frags could be done. Nice bit of rocket damage to open things up with, but he's out of rail. Click, click, again, the Tox click. This is worrisome. Down to 60 points of health. One more rail will seal the deal. Xanaku, can he get the kill shot? Nope. Isn't gonna risk it. He realizes that he can just run down the clock.
He's so weak at that point now, and Zen had a great stack. Maybe he could have just dropped down and just confirmed it, but yeah, does rotate back around, and Tox, you can see, look how quick he's going at this moment in time, trying to hit some absurd shots, which he definitely could do, because we've seen it time and time again. Down to 17 HP, hits the rail, but of course, barely able to survive on 18 HP. That's going to be a done deal. I don't think it would have been enough time to get that last frag, but that was a good first map. I'm not going to lie. I kind of feel like Tox was playing very well balanced. He was a bit of an eager beaver for a couple of those frags halfway through, but it's just trying to, again, as you were mentioning before that series even began, just trying to trade out some of these frags. You see there's 16 items for Zen, and I just missed out exactly what Tox said. I think it might have been a little bit more, but we'll double check that.
I mean, even though it ended up being a loss, I still like what I saw out of Tox. Very controlled, disciplined, at least for the first half of the map. His aim is on point, his control was fine, he made some solid strategic decisions as well. Ultimately, it ended up going in Xanaku's favor. Tox had to kind of throw himself at his opponent, because time was just running out in the final stages on that map. But overall, I think it's a solid performance from Tox, and I think he could secure at least one of the next 2 maps. Probably, if there's gonna be one, it's gonna be this one. Now, one of the things that really did stand out to me, Lethal, was just how good the orb play was by Xanaku, and how often he just stood his ground and turned things around. That was really impressive to me. The amount of times that Toxic managed to get the stack advantage, was chasing down Xanaku, and instead of just running, Xanaku positions himself in the next choke point and just says, no, this is where I make my stand. Rockets, shotgun, orb, and he either gets the frag or he does so much damage that Toxic cannot establish full control or has to retreat. So we've seen Xanaku play really clever even on the defensive.
Yeah, he had to play out his skin in order, and you saw some of the rockets he was able to pull off there, some good reads, good predictions as well. And yeah, Tox did not make it easy for him, did he, Flea? But we've still got 2 more maps left to go in the series. Offers Maestro Man, they take the first. We've got Molten Falls coming up next, Ruin straight afterwards. So some of the bigger maps in the pool here, Flea. And this Molten one should be quite an interesting one. It's not going to be the Scale versus Slash much like we saw before, because Zen, I think Zen might have been the one who banned the Slash and then selected Scale, but we can see Tox come out with that Solag, and I do agree, I do think it's a very good pick. We normally only see Solag on the Molten Falls nowadays, but I do feel like it's still a good pick for Tox in terms of what he wants to do, and kind of in terms of his characteristics, in terms of the traits he has, what he has planned for Zen as well.
I'm pretty sure it was Tox who banned Slash, just because he realized that if I don't ban him, it's almost guaranteed that Xanaku is going to play him on this map. So even though Slash is one of, if not Toxic's favorite champion in the pool, I think that was just really like a defensive ban, realizing that if I don't take this away from you, it's not as if I'm going to get to play her, you will pick her against me, and that is going to be trouble. So I think that was the mindset going into that ban. Now, map 2, loading in, going through the warm-up right now. First map of the day where we get to see 2 heavy champions go up against each other. That's a lot of stack, a lot of weight to be thrown around, so I'm expecting a bit of a brawl.
I hope so, mate. Not like the last Molten Falls one, but Strong Sage was just playing it really smart. So I think anyone in his position to get that W is going to play it smart here. But this is going to be a entirely different ball game here. Starting off from Zen's perspective now. See what he's going to do with his scale. And already Tox coming in with that LG, and Tox is just not letting up today, is he? I say it as though he never does it. He always doesn't.
I mean, if there's one map where he needs to be aggressive, I think it's this one and the next one. Just based on the champion matchups, Toxic needs to apply pressure. Toxic waiting at the teleporter entrance. Zeneku catching sight of him, but at the wrong weapon out to punish it. Very little delay between the items as of this point, and no full committals yet. Both players just kind of getting situated, making sure they've got all the weapons they need, looking for an opening, an opportunity. Zeneku now controlling the corner over at LG side. He heard that rocket, he knows where Toxic is at, and that allows him to get quick position here on the Super Shoddy. This is such a powerful, key, centered position on the map. Zeneku uses it to walk away with heavy.
He's got an inkling there, hasn't he? Hasn't got any damage, but he knows he's there. Hits the 45, hits the 90 straight afterwards, looking to try and clear them up with the LG if he can. Ball rush comes out. Finish him off with a shoddy, and there we have it. Zen does get that crucial third frag. Both items are almost in sync, but of course, in Tox fashion, he's going to be diving straight in to make sure he can try and contest that Mega, and he does. Yeah. Takes him down there, Flea. That was huge for Tox.
It absolutely was. A bit of a risky play. Half a second later, and that probably would have gone entirely differently. Oh, and he connects at the very end. Tox tried to dance just out of reach, but ultimately ended up taking the full force of the bull rush to the face. Max momentum equals max damage. Now Zeneku, once again a frag in the leads. That acid damage started ticking up there. Oh, Toxic. Good read of the spawn. Can he secure it? The base machine gun gets the job done. This is what I was talking about, Lethal. The refrag potential playing Sorlag is gonna be big, because we know that that's kind of how Toxic has been approaching a lot of these fights recently. Having Sorlag is probably the best champion to do it with. He's just gotta find a way to deal with the bull rush, and that's one way. Just shut it down before it can reach you.
I started seeing history repeat itself. I thought it was going to happen again. He's going to hit with the bull rush at the very last few seconds of that bull rush after it's been initiated, but let's get a bit of damage with the speed as well, and it's just going to keep ticking up and in hit with the rail at the same time. This could be would have been a good opportunity for Tox to push on forward, but of course with his lack of stack there's no way he can continue that engagement. But he's done plenty of damage in order to at least try and even it as much as possible, but he's railable and needs to back away once again. But at least he's picked up that Mega. Light won't be up for a little bit, so he's going to rotate all the way back around, and is already principally shooting that TP, and needs to be very careful here. Isn't railable anymore after picking up that last health bubble, but it's the first rail, hasn't it? The second, only on 10 HP. Needs to try and back away if he can, but look at this. Zen is just not letting up at all. He's just going to dive straight on forward, and now he's back out 4-3.
Toxic did land that final rail just before dying, though. He can apply some pressure off the spawn, but I just don't think he had the weapons or the clean route to go and contest off the bat, so he just contents himself with Mega instead, and is now gonna make a play for Heavy. Here he comes, barreling around the corner. Rocket won't connect. LG is decent. Out comes the bull rush, and that will once again favor Zeneku. The bull rush has been so punishing. Zeneku's mastery of these abilities, Lethal. It's been insane. First the orb with Ranger on map 1, Awoken, and now the bull rush. Feels like every time he presses that active ability button, he's getting a lot of value out of it.
Scale. It's that scale bull rush to shotgun combo. I'm sure for a lot of people in chat get a lot of nightmares from that from the past. But Zen, oh, that last tick.
One more, yeah.
Yeah, one more tick. It would have been curtains for him. So luckily for him. Oh, okay, never mind. He's just basically delayed the inevitable. So we've got only one frag behind, and we're just at the halfway stage here. And this is a kind of Molten Falls game I'd love to see here, Flea.
So do I, Lethal. I think Toxic just realized how badly Xanaku was hurting for any health that he figured that he would just loop back around. Nice, finally! The Rodeo, the Olay, dodges the Bull Rush, but still finds himself in trouble. Down to a single point of health. I'm glad to see for Tox at least that he's finally managed to dodge a Bull Rush. So far they have been devastating to his health. Now still only 76 points of health to work with. Make that 100. 0 points of armor to his name. Xanaku is gonna find him. This should be a frag for the Maestro man, but that heavy spawns in time. Tox walks away with the stack. And he finds an angle. Gotta be careful though, if he takes a bad rail himself. Yeah, he's once again so low. Don't know if he should have shown his face right there. He essentially needed to hit 2 rails for every 1 rail from Xanaku, right? Just to make that worth his while. A trade would put him on the back foot, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, Tox just overstepping his mark a little bit, being quite outrageous with his rail players here, and just trying to keep Zen as pressured as much as possible, but he's a bit careful here. Shotgun comes out, so does the Boorish from Zen, but Tox will be taking that one. It was down to 27 HP, Mega is up, but that will be taken by Zen. Now Tox is looking to fall back and go towards another angle. He is available, but of course Zen hasn't got a rail in his hand, so it means that he can feel free to not worry too much, but one more. Oh, he's still trying to finish him off, but Tox is still able to stay alive and was actually still lurking around the area.
Now Toxic of course realizes that he spawns with a massive amount of stacks, so sometimes it really is just better to fully commit, do as much damage as you can, and then respawn, than, you know, stay alive with 5 points of health and burning a minute of time just to get back into the game. Oh, Xanaku! That was a juicy flick straight out of the teleport. And now things are starting to look a little dire for Tox. 3 frags, 3 minutes, doable. But he's got to play one hell of a game to make it happen. And those rockets, they aren't helping. 100 to the face just before Mega spawns. Xanaku will be the one to secure it. Toxic, I don't think he can fully contest this. Rail on rail, who's gonna take it? Oh, Xanaku at point blank range misses the shot. Both players railable, and it will be Xanaku. That was mad from the Australian, Lethal. He just chased Tox down with 60 points of health.
That made it work. We've got another Bull Rush coming out again as well with the Gauntlet 2 to boot. 2 minutes 10 left. And this is where we're just going to see full-on aggression coming out here from Tox, but not really too much he can do, really. 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
Stack is really weak, so he's going to be spending the next 20 seconds recuperating from that last engagement. It's going to be very, very tough, sadly, for him, as he does have the ability to bring this back, but tie this up, it's a big ask, especially with these rockets as well, and now extending it by 6. Looking really tough here, but Zen's been looking very strong over the last couple minutes.
He sure is. Toxic. Oh, I like that too. A little bit of defrag from Xanaku. Just a rocket straight down as he's dropping. You love to see it. Not something you often see. That's what makes it all the more special, of course. But indeed, Lethal Xanaku looking fine, both on cam and in game, of course, for these past few minutes. Midi rocket to boot. Toxic had a good game, but it all just kind of fell apart, I think, around the 6-7 minute mark. That's really when Xanaku managed to get perhaps a surprising killing, where it felt like Tox was in the better position, at least stack-wise. And then he had to chase. And 2 frags of a deficit turn into 3, 4, 5, and then, yeah, what do you do at that point?
Yeah, not too much, sadly, but Tox did put on a good run the first couple of maps. This time, actually, no, it was also a good run, considering like it was very close between the two. Tox had this game plan with Zen, depending on how he's going to trade out a lot of his frags, because we know how eager he is to get some of these trades, and Molten Falls is the perfect map for it. So at least that way, he had that game plan, but just don't go to fruition, sadly. As we've got 10 seconds left, it will be 15-7 in favor of Zen. So the Maestro Man, I think it's the only Maestro Man actually playing today, will get a nice little series win here to add to his collection.
Yep. Zeneku looking good, right? I think he's in 6th place going into this series. A win over Tox, that could propel him into top 5. I don't quite know, and it'll depend on how the other matches of the day go, but it is a possibility that Zeneku really propels himself in those top rankings on the leaderboard, especially if he can secure the 3-0. But that means that he has to win the final map, the Ruins of Sarnath, as well.
Yeah, I remember speaking to him quite a long time ago, a bit before the Pro League started, and he is very eager not just to, achieve the usual placements, which a lot of people may expect or predict, but actually wants to try and win the whole thing this time around. And so far, I feel like I think all of us could agree, he has been getting stronger, as he's strided through each of these seasons, and by a small amount each time, we do witness some of the key things which he's able to rectify over the course of time. But yeah, sometimes it's all about that micromanagement and being able to elaborate on a lot of that creativity in game and to be able to bag that first place position. But, we've seen signs of it already, of course, defeating Rafa once before, now beating Tox 3-0. And he's had an extremely good run so far. I think he was, from the top of my head, 6-2. Now, will be 7-2 now after this series. Yep. But still got one more left to go here. Flea, as we've got the BJ versus the Visor matchup coming up next. And for this one, what's your verdict in terms of this matchup? Of course, it's not the two champions we would normally see on Ruins. We do see the Visor from time to time. We've seen the BJ come up from Sirius, maybe on like Molten Falls, or maybe on a larger map, depending on what the final map is going to be. But what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, BJ is definitely a bit of an off-meta pick on this map, right? Visor, like you said, we still see him relatively frequently just because of how big Ruins is. So many places to hide, so many areas where you can use that piercing sight without your opponent hearing it to line up a rail shot or to plan some strategy around it. So we do still see him play it quite frequently. But BJ, you've got to be a very aim-heavy player, rather, like you said, Sirius, for instance, to really make that work. And otherwise, yeah, you'd expect whoever's playing the BJ to kind of stick around, the choke points, right? The close quarter areas, maybe down below near Heavy, maybe near, the little walkways and the center area leading up to Mega. Those are the areas where he can really shine with the dual wield, but you've got to be proactive in using it. Oftentimes, if you wait to use it as the fight's already started, you're too late. So Zeneku is going to have to be proactive and anticipate where his opponent is going to be.
Kicking off with Zen once again as Tox using that piercing sight straight away. No mucking about here. We'll be greeted by him as Zen a nice little bit of flair on the server already early on, just hanging on the balance with that rail. He's just now collecting all the weapons in his arsenal once again, as the Mega will be up first, only by about a second and a bit. It's up to these guys how they want to go about things. It looks like Zen's very keen to go for this Heavy here, but you can see, I need to take them just a tiny bit, but Tox has been very patient. The problem is, look at his stack as he does back away. Now Zen, how's he going to go about picking up this Mega? He actually also rocket jumped, and look at that. The last rocket on that T-junction has actually kept Zen at bay and will give Tox a little bit of breathing room here.
I really like the counter use of the ability by Toxic right there. He knew exactly where Zeneku was, but he used it just because the dual wield was popped as well, as a kind of warning. Like, I know exactly where you are. Any angle you try to get into this room, I will have a full read on. Just as an extra barrier to prevent Zeneku from just steamrolling him with that dual wield. And now Toxic, low in terms of stack, lands 1, 2, 3, 4 rails in a row, and Zeneku, hello, there goes the control, there goes the stack. Toxic. That's one way to turn it around.
4 rails in a row. That's just unheard of for Tox. Still trying to find a few more to add to the collection here, but of course this time out he needs to try and get the stack. Oh, he just manages to scurry out of that courtyard area, and we know that normally it's where the good players go to die when they pick up that light at the wrong time, but then now it's just trying to get another angle to see if he can pick Tox apart, but it's not affected Zen's confidence at all in the slightest. Heavy up is in the next 7 seconds, so it does have dual wield in hand. Tox does have the piercing sight. 50 HP though, he cannot go for this. He realises that Doesn't want to outstay his welcome, but at least the light is able to keep him alive for a little bit longer. So Mega up. We'll be up in just the next couple of seconds here. Zen's just trying to get a feel for Tox's location, and yep, again, another time to back off.
Zeneku started this math off extremely powerfully, but it's really all coming down to the rail now. Both of these players are doing so much damage with the railgun. Toxic, 630 out of his 700 damage have been with the rail alone. Zeneku, not quite as extreme, but still well over half of his damage with just that one weapon. So it's all gonna come down, or it has all been coming down to the rail rather, and Toxic has been reigning supreme there, aided in part by that piercing side, but now he's gonna go for the LG. He's gotta be careful though, because out comes the dual wield. Zeneku was in the better position now, and there we go. Toxic still secures it. Risky push, I feel like, but still makes it work.
It's unbelievable. It looks like Tox from his positioning and what... Oh my god, that direct. What was that? And now he's going to be pushed on forward, but instead he's going to drop down and go for this heavy, which is perfectly understandable. Kind of like a job well done retreat, isn't it? Picking up that heavy, and we're 3.5 minutes in, and so far Tox does have this 2-0 lead. He's using that piercing sight. Good rocket, good rail to boot. Looking for one more, and what a fantastic rail from Tox, making it 3.
Big combo indeed, and here we go. Toxic, over 1,000 points of damage with just the rail, more than Zeneku with every weapon combined. This is the Tox that we love to see. Confident, hitting his shots, 52% railgun accuracy. But still, he's got to be careful because things can snowball out of control quickly. Good push from Tox. Bit of a shame there, Lethal, because that could have amounted to so much more. Zeneku was still caught out with the wrong weapon in hand, the railgun, as Tox had bridged the gap. But he barely managed to do anything with the LG. And that's now what's allowed Zeneku to get one frag on the board and walk away with the heavy as well.
No rockets to Zen's name as of yet. Quite low in the LG ammo department. It's going around. Just realised this. Misses the first rail. Backing away. Heavy's up in 12. It's got quite a while yet. And does have that dual wield in hand. If Tox does drop, which he does. Misses the first rail. Quite uncharacteristic considering what we've witnessed from Tox so far. And I can't believe it's already gone 5 minutes in this game, but Tox is going to capture his chances down, but we'll be able to take advantage of it in this little LG bounce. No, he will not. His Zen cleans him up with that rail across the nail.
LG looked a little off from Tox, still on his perspective. Just not connecting as much as I would expect him to do. Taking his opponent by surprise like that. That could have absolutely gone in favor of the Swedes. Here we go, LG on LG. Zeneku. Good switch to the rail. Realizing that he had done just enough damage to clean it up with one shot. And now he's rushing Tox again. Toxic slight stack advantage, but of course, weapons. That's what Zeneku has got all of. And Toxic really only has the rail to work with. And now he's caught in a bad position. Lethal does manage to escape. But Zeneku will find him merciless with the LG. Still takes a bad rail. Let's see if Tox can capitalize on this. Very aggressive once again. One more rail will do it. Can he find it? Indeed he can. Piercing sight. He had used his ability. That got him the frag right there. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's like one of the worst people to give it to, isn't it, really? One of the most annoying people, what shall I say, rather. Tox has made good use of that piercing sight. So over the course of this map, we've got 3.5 minutes left. Tox does have that one map lead. Just picks up the heavy. Directly underneath Zen here. Zen's just biding his time, hoping to get a little bit of advantage in terms of damage, getting that first shot in, but has to really requires to decide what path he wants to take going back around. As Mega will be collected. Zen sadly does not get any damage onto Tox, but Tox does have that piercing sight. Exactly where Zen's going to be lurking here, and we know what Tox is like. He's not going to muck around. He's not going to chill on those heavy stairs. He's going to be going straight on forward. to collect that frag. Now up by 2, trying to make it 3 as Zen does manage to back away. As actually saying that, Tox has caught him. Going towards that courtyard and going towards the LG jump pad as well. That was huge here for Tox. And still just being ruthless here with his aggression.
And it's working out for him. Very nicely too. 3 frags of a lead, good LG. That has been going in Tox's favor a lot. That Zeneku is still trying to defend this position with a railgun, but Toxic is already upon him. And so Zeneku is really in a position where he has to land those very difficult rails, and otherwise Tox gets like a second of unreturned damage on him. Oh. I think Zeneku regrets breaking away there so soon. If he had held his ground for a fraction of a second longer, I think Toxic would have ran into a brick wall of dual LG. But now, Toxic powering on through. Very nice offset between the items. Just chaining them together. These rails. 1, 2, can he hit the third? We'll clean it up with the rockets. Just as effective, much more reliable at that distance too. I don't know. Can Zeneku do it, Lethal? Is there still time?
5 frags down. Tox with piercing sight. No, it's not looking like it's going to happen this time, but you can see that Tox is just adding to the tally here. And this is one thing I've always really liked about Tox. It's kind of been like the pros, but also the con as well, depending on like the scenario he plays himself in. As we're seeing back-to-back rails coming up from both players, Tox does with that last little scuffle, but it's his hesitation or the lack of it, which is amazing to see, because there's obviously a lot of players out there who may spend like a split second or half to a second to debate whether they should, I don't know, as an example, drop down to the heavy stairs and then maybe make that initial push straight away. But Tox just goes for it and just knows that as soon as he smells any kind of advantage, he'll push in straight on forward. And sometimes the lack of hesitation from a player can either be the saving grace for him or complete opposite. But obviously that's where you get the balance from, especially with that dueling experience with what needs to be done in that situation. And Tox teetering on the 8 HP, still somehow alive, and looks like he's gonna be able to win that bout with the direct and the previous rocket as well. Still only on 33 HP, but end of the day, 10 seconds left. As Tox will win the 3rd and final map in this series. It will go in favour of Zen 2-1, but at least Tox does claw back a map to help himself just a little bit onto the leaderboard.
I like what I saw out of Tox today. Yes, he didn't win the overall match, but this to me signals perhaps a bit of a return to form. Some of the old Tox, right? Often we've seen him play way too recklessly, finding it very difficult to strike the right balance between being aggressive and defensive, but this was promising. His aim was only getting better as the matches progressed, and also his decision making, I think, was generally fine. I saw almost no just random throws, no major mistakes, very controlled, very calculated, and I think that if Tox keeps this up, he can definitely still rise through the ranks in the remainder of the season.
He really could, and he can create quite a few issues as well. I think the scariest bit about Tox is how he's going to look at QuakeCon. We know how much valuable offline experience he's had over the last countless years. And if he grinds a very solid 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks before QuakeCon, then he's just going to look super strong. And I think a lot of people may be quite surprised with how he is, because I kind of feel like today we've got very good indicators of that in that first map and how balanced he was. What he, in terms of the offensive and defensive purposes and like holding certain angles, he definitely came into this matchup a little bit more chilled, and you saw from there as well when it came to securing frags again, no hesitation, no mucking around. He didn't even have a split second thought, just using that initiative which he's always had done in the past. And yeah, I do agree with you though, he is slowly coming back to form. But as you can see, Zen will win this 2-1 in the end, but I think that was a great series considering what we saw there, and there was a bit of a surprise scoreline coming out from Tox in that final map.
Absolutely. Also, just looking back, 2,300 damage with a rail alone from Tox on the last map. Absolutely obscene. And also, just worth pointing out is that this was actually the very first time that these two players went head-to-head as part of the Quake Pro League. No doubt they've played each other in other circumstances, but Zeniku kind of entered the QPL when Toxic kind of left. So now they're both once again part of just the tournament, and it's so nice to see.
Yeah, of course, both players lacked information on each other, so to speak, but I think both of them probably had a bit of an idea, didn't they, just from watching previous matchups against whoever they've been playing against and got a clear idea of what's been going on. But yeah, it's totally different compared to when you actually play the person yourself. But that's... And again, another match all done and dusted. Still got plenty more to go for you guys at home. I know you guys are very eager to watch these series go on by. But before that, we do have another break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. So stay tuned for more Quake Pro League action. And we're now heading into our third series of the day. We've had 2 bangers already, but now we've got the likes of Avik and Dramas, which should be quite a spicy matchup here. We know Dramas can be a bit of a diamond in the rough, can cause some of his players quite a few issues at times. We'll have to see if Avik's going to be one of them, but we know how strong Avik can be and how flawless he can be as well, considering some really impressive matches he's had in the past so far this season.
Absolutely. Avik currently 5th place in the global leaderboards, top 5. That is a testament to his skill. And if we look at his history, we can see 4 wins, 5 losses. Yeah, but he's taken down the likes of Chain, Strong Sage, and Sirius in the past. So Avik clearly starting to build up some momentum. But today he's up against Dramas.
Yeah, of course, Avik's dueling experience is able to help contend and defeat some of his toughest opponents here. As you can see, he's defeated, as you rightly mentioned, Kron, Sirius, Chain, and Strong Sage. Had a few issues as well against the likes of Kilson, quite a close series against Zen as well, and Razy on top of that. So it's not like he's getting cleanly 3-0'd or anything like that. He's still taking some of his maps away to, of course, as you mentioned, keeping himself in one of those top 8 positions here. But of course, Dramas is going to be absolutely no easy feat in itself. We know how many problems he can create for some of his top contenders here in the Quake Pro League. Always has done, always will do. He can be a real pain in the backside at times and can be a very strong opponent to deal with.
Indeed, so far, Dramas 3 wins, 5 losses. Most recently taken down Maxter and hitting some incredible shots in that series, 2-1. And I think that that's always something that has other players just wary around Dramas, you know, because yeah, overall he's in 9th place on the leaderboards right now, so well behind Avik, but he's got that potential to land the sickest shots imaginable, using the rail like a shotgun more or less, and just completely turning around fights in his favor that he should never have been able to win in the first place.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do get that's one of the many frustrations where there's some disadvantageous plays he makes and just gets away with it, and that's just the creativity behind Dramas. Some people may say it's predictability, but he gets away with it sometimes, but that's why he could be an absolute real nuisance. And you saw from the scorelines as well from his previous opponents where some of the top opponents he may have not been able to defeat them in the series outright, but at least taken quite a few maps, and every map is going to count at this point. And this season is definitely starting to turn out to be one of the closest seasons we've witnessed so far. And even some of the, you know, the new names like such as Sirius coming back into Pro League, and with Strong Sage as well as another added addition, just really creating a lot of chaos here in the Pro League and just really put on a bit of an impact as well. But let's go to the picks and bans shortly, because I think we need to really not just digest but dissect exactly what is going to be occurring upon us. And we can see Corrupt to Keep and Deep Embrace banned outright straight away. The Anarchy has been banned, of course you can see from Drums' side, so we will see the Slash versus the Solag. We've seen, you know, the same 3 champions, obviously the Scale, the Slash and the Solag, but of course it's not going to be anything like the Scale and the Slash matchup before. We've got the Solag in play, and you know, I've said it previously, you know, more times than not, if you do see a Solag, or if you're a Solag enjoyer, then normally more times than not you will witness someone using Solag on Molten Falls. Going into Ruins with the Ranger versus Galena matchup, so of course Avik keeping those totems in check in this to see what routes and what areas Drums is going to defend, of course keeping those totems up. And then lastly we do have Awoken. We're going to have the Athena and the Visor picks actually being made here going into the final part of this series.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely some interesting things here. Map 1, again, we're seeing Slash versus a heavy champion, right? Something we've seen quite often. This time it's against Sorlag, not Scalebearer like we saw before, and that gives Dramas a bit more mobility to try and chase Avik down. But if the Polish Prince does get in the lead, Slash is going to be so difficult to catch. We saw exactly how to play it watching Strong Sage earlier. Now, maps 2 and 3, what stands out to me is that they've kind of taken each other's, well, I wouldn't say main picks, but very popular picks. Avik very often plays Galena. This time around, Dramas is playing Galena. And then finally, on Awoken, Dramas has been playing more and more Athena. Well, this time around, it's Avik who's taken away the Athena. So they're kind of playing picks that the other is known for. Now, on Awoken, what does stand out to me is that Visor pick. Especially when Doom, for example, was still up for picks, right? Doom is a staple pick on Awoken, see him there time and time again, Whereas Visor, most people would say that he has less utility because it's a smaller map, so you should generally have a better idea of where your opponent is. Plus, when you do use the piercing sight, they're almost always going to hear you use it, and they're going to know that it's up. So Visor, not the most common pick on Awoken, so I'm a little surprised and confused by that one, and curious to see how Dramis will approach it.
Yeah, there wasn't, of course, too many champions available. There was the Eisen, which we've seen on rare occurrences on Awoken scale, has been made to good use on Awoken as well by, I think, Strong Sages used the scale a couple of times. And yeah, we'll have to see what he could do with his Visor pick as well against the Athena. We know how strong the Athena can really be on this map. And when we get to that stage, if it does go one apiece, then I'll be quite curious to see how that unfolds later on. And yeah, you're right about the Ruins matchup. I find it quite funny because it's literally a bit of a role reversal, isn't it, with these champions? Yeah. So they're both going to understand how this matchup goes with their own champions if it was the other way around, but they're probably going to see if they're going to use the similar strategies, of course, going into this. But this is going to be a close one. I can't see this being a clean sweep for either player. I would say maybe more on Avic's side, considering what we've seen in the past and what he's been able to do and accomplish against some of his top opponents. But I feel like this could go 2-1 either side, maybe slightly favouring Avic.
I'm going to agree. I would say 2-1 in favor of Avic as well. Also, if we look back at their match history, they've only played twice in the history of the Quake Pro League, but Avic managed to win both of those. So if he continues that trend, it should be another win for him today. But it's going to be hard fought no matter who comes out on top.
That's fine. I'm quite excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. Of course, we know with Avic, he is still quite high up in the leaderboard, don't get me wrong. So he wants to try and keep himself up there, and if he can. Of course, before these matches occurred, as you said, Avic's currently going 4-5, but it's actually 14-13 in terms of map ratio and currently in 5th. And it's all about these maps. Of course, the series wins are important, going forward. But if you've still got a few more maps wins in comparison and you've got a few more points, then it means you will be able to get higher up on that leaderboard. But Dramis, he's still just teetering on that 8th barrier. So he's literally on the borderline here. And of course, he doesn't want to get swept, but a 2-1 victory for him is going to be so crucial for him, considering the opponents he's been playing against and who he's got left to compete against, of course, going to the last portion of this series. So I think an Avic 2-1 is probably the safest bet here, and it's nice to see that we've got some very interesting matchups going forward.
Yeah, indeed. We just went back to lobby, changing the server real quick. We are going to start on a EU server to kick things off. So ping might slightly favor Avic, at least on the first map, as we are restarting the lobby just to get going. So we'll be in-game any moment now for the first match of this series, which I think is going to reveal a lot about the shape and the form that these players are in, right? We've kind of dissected it first. We've got Dramis running the heavy, big body champion Sorleg. She's fast, she's got mobility, she's got a powerful ability that deals damage as well. But Slash is probably, I would say, the single best pick on Molten Falls, simply because of the speed. I think she's an S-tier champion. She's one of the most popular picks. I've heard pros say that if your opponent doesn't pick her, you have to pick her, right? Going into it, you have to either ban her or you have to pick her yourself, because she is just so powerful on this map. And again, Avic will be the one to run her, so he'll be at a significant stack disadvantage rather, but he will have the mobility in his favor.
Makes perfect sense, though, didn't it? You don't want to give your opponent such a massive advantage. And she's always been, like you said, S tier in a lot of these bigger scale maps. But it's quite interesting over the last 18 months how we've seen her be used on, even Awoken the odd couple of times, even on Deep Embrace, which was just a kind of like a mind-blowing thing in the past. But now it's been something which can get used and can get utilized. But I think it's a huge amount of caution on what your opponent selects, because it may make a little bit redundant depending on what your opponent selects as well. So which is why we kind of see it now and again, depending on what gets selected at the very beginning. But as we can see, Molten Falls, we've seen a lot of Molten Falls today here, Flea, but we're going to get a little bit more. We're going to kick things off with Avic and Dramis, third series of the day. And speaking of the man himself, the Polish Punisher, we're going to be kicking things off from his perspective.
Looking at the predictions in chat, sizable majority favors Avic as well, so let's see how he approaches this. Starting off on his perspective, he got the heavy spawn, which is exactly what he was hoping for. When you're playing the light champion, you spawn without any armor to begin with, so it's widely considered better and more advantageous to be in control of heavy than mega. when you are playing the light champion. Now, there is already a bit of a delay between the items. There we go, Avik wins the information game. He sticks around a little longer. He hears the timing at which Heavy has been picked up, but Dramus did not do the same for Mega. So that means that Avik is now fully aware of the exact times that both the major items spawns, whereas Dramus is only really in control of one of them.
Now Avik just biding his time. That's from Avik as well, just reposition himself to hear the timing of the Heavy. Gets the info he requires, picks up the Mega. Both timing's about 3 seconds segregated from each other, and he's going to have the angle. Oh, sadly for him, he weapon selected the wrong time, but at least he had the tri-bolt to do a bit of damage anyway. Or you could say almost guaranteed damage with that 47. Heavy's up in 8. And look at this, Avik's just being quite cautious. He's just going to see if he can find a whereabouts on where he could be lurking near this Heavy. It's the second rail in the end. Hits another. Looking to go for that third, but it's dropping down a few rockets here. But Dramus gets an incredible rocket of his own. It's only left on 9 HP. And straight away, I'm quite eager for that trade. 2 minutes in, and now Dramus with the first frag to his name.
Aggressive push from Avik right there. Just kind of showing his face around the railgun. Knowing that, you know, you're a light champion, you don't have any armor of spawn. Oh, that spit is gonna start hurting. The bubble spawned. That was a convenient bubble respawn for Avik. I think if he had, you know, sprinted out of there down towards Mega, he should, you know, have been able to pick up one of those bubbles down there. So he probably wouldn't have perished, but it sure helped. Let's put it that way.
Avik has a slash in Joy Ace being and is quite calm and quite balanced here with the slash. Great LG coming out. Good rockets coming out from Dramus, and he's going to be able to retain the lead, but the trade comes out. Does burn the Heavy, so we're tied back up to a piece. But burning that Heavy was very important.
Avik just jumped clean over the railgun. There's no way that was intentional. He just jumped over it, didn't pick it up, and then just kind of showed up and probably realized, like, hey, I don't have the rail right now. Dramus, again, securing a frag, 1 point in the lead. Heavy's about to... Okay, Dramus. Dramus was getting ready to start stunting there, but wisely averted his course. Didn't get enough momentum from the rocket jump. Do what he wanted. This is big damage from Dramus. Good use of the acid spit so far. It's really been helping in a lot of these fights.
And of course, Dramus wasn't weak enough for Avik to try and pursue another engagement. Oh, that rocket barely missed Avik there, but Dramus does seem to back away a little bit. So we have to be greeted by Avik straight away being very aggressive. I love that. Picks up the health bubbles and is able to get this Mega too. So was back to a stack he desired. 15 seconds left until this Heavy. Let's see how Dramus is going to approach this. It's going to be greeted by Avik, and Avik just standing his ground gets a lot of damage, but whips out the rocket straight afterwards. 56 HP, and I like this from Dramus as well. He knows that there's a good opportunity for Avik to try and trade this out and not get overzealous for this Heavy. Finally gets picked up, and Dramus now needs to skirt around the map and just try and recover, but it's not going to have any time then. Avik does pick up the Mega as well. This could be a massive difference maker from Avik here. This is huge from him, and now he's back into position to try and bag this Heavy. We'll be up in the next 9 seconds.
Perhaps a little too greedy from Dramus right there. Might not have expected Avik to just make a clean run for it. Now Avik, out of rockets, still gonna commit to the chase, takes one bad rail. Gotta be careful, 2 seconds before Mega. Avik is in position, doesn't quite get the float he was looking for. And this time around, it's Dramus secures the Mega. Dramus has really been using that Heavy stack to his advantage. He's just kind of been bullying Avik in a lot of these engagements, right? Avik will hold his ground with LG and will do more damage than his opponent, will have higher accuracy, But Dramas just knows that he's got the stack to push on through. Just close the gap and then finish it off with rockets and spit.
Not wrong there, and Dramas, as much as he would like to push on towards Avik, Avik's just continuing to keep his distance. All about the chip game now. Or Avik before we can make a crucial play and grab himself that fifth frag and just close this deficit. Good tri-bolt damage here coming for Avik. It's going to drop down for the heavy anyway, considering how weak he currently is. And luckily he didn't take too much damage from the rockets, but the rail is looking good here from Dram. He's looking to get a little bit more. And will he be able to clean up? No, he doesn't. 11 HP. Avik now closing the gap by 1.
Avik making a run for it. Does get the Mega on time. It's going to help him out tremendously. Was pretty weak after that one. He's going to want to secure himself a rocket as well. Now Heavy is about to spawn. I don't think there's anything Avik can do to deny it. It's that he'll just stick around, kind of get the item timing. He wants to wait for a bit more stack. Oh, wow, beautiful.
My goodness.
And again, that's what I'm talking about, Lethal. Avik is really positioning himself nicely. Setting up with the LG, killing a lot of that momentum that Dramas has jumping around the corner. But Dramas just has to stack to keep going. And then Avik is still the one who has to yield in the end. Rocket into Shoddy. 3 frags ahead already. Oh, okay. Beautiful rockets. For a moment, I thought Dramas might end up regretting that decision. He wanted to pick up the small armor as well, turned the corner, realized that there wasn't one, and then Avik was on top of him. Rather than go pick up the heavy right away. But here we go. This is beautiful, gorgeous stuff from Dramas.
Yeah, and I do agree with what you were saying previously. At least Avik gets a nice little frag there, but Avik's been setting up really well. It's like you mentioned that even though he's setting up the LG around that line towards Mega, Dramas isn't going to expect it, so at least he's going to be able to get a huge chunk of damage before Dramas can then decide what weapons actually he wants. Oh, the rocket, but the rocket return coming out from Dramas straight afterwards.
Yeah.
As so far. Oh, he's backing away. Oh my goodness, Flea. Look at that. Look how weak Avik is at this point.
Dramas also got a better spawn out of the two by a mile. Right on top of the Mega, being able to pick up weapons that were dropped there. That's invaluable. Avik still tried to make a move on it. Might not have expected Dramas to get such a charitable spawn right there and ended up really backfiring. But on the other hand, what do you do at this point in the game? You've got to go plus forward. You got to take every fight you can. But if this one doesn't go his way, I think this might have just sealed the deal. 6 frags, a little over a minute. He's gonna have to make magic happen. Does he know where Dramas is, rather? I don't think so. Dramas is right below him. Dramas, the American, just burning time. Oh, he hears the bounce pad. Now Avik will know. But what can he do with just 60 seconds, Lethal? Oh. Yeah, he's done. Taking off his headsets already. Doesn't quite call GG in chat yet, but, you know, might as well. Sends the signal that this is over. As Dramas will walk away with a map 1 victory.
Certainly does, and let's have a look at the things real quick. Yeah, it was an EU, so that's going to be huge for Dramas here. And we did say before, guys at home, that Dramas is currently 8th in the standing, just teetering on the edge from the bottom 8. But this is going to be a very good start. GG comes up from Avik.
Yep.
And yeah, I think we pretty much knew that when there was about a minute and a half left remaining. It was good stuff for both players, and I liked exactly what I was witnessing. We saw like Avik with those great setups, those setups we wouldn't normally expect, and I think it's still good setups to have even if you're quite weak in terms of stack. But it's like you mentioned before, the stacks was way too great. And there we have it. Dramas taking it 14-9, 17 items for Dramas and 19 for Avik.
Yep. Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. Avik did significantly, or not significantly, but he did a decent amount of damage more than his opponent. And he had more of the major items secured as well. But still, Dramas walking away with the win and a sizable lead too. That stack advantage really ended up helping him out so much. And I liked a lot of plays by Avik, but I feel like he was perhaps a bit too eager to just stand and fight against an opponent that massively outstacked him. I think that going into this, he probably would have done better. The way that we saw Strong Sage play earlier, right? Really bide his time until you get a good rail and rocket combo, until you manage to steal away 2 items, put your opponent on the back foot. Whereas Avik this time around seemed really, really eager to just take any fight where he was like, yeah, you know, I could come out on top. So maybe if he had played the strengths of his character a bit more, leaned into just the speed, the maneuverability, dodging, long distance rails, could have ended up differently.
Certainly could. It wasn't really the most rail heavier matchups, but still a decent percentage from both players, especially Dramus against the Slash. 57% you can see from the damage, mainly from the LG from Avik, the rockets from Dramus. That was only the first map here, so Avik is teetering behind the endpoint man, but he's got 2 more maps left to go to bring this back and turn things completely around as we go to Ruins, the Ranger versus that Galena matchup, as you mentioned before, with the role reversal in terms of champion picks they would normally select of each other, and going to Awoken with the Athena versus the Visor. And I still don't know about the Athena versus Visor matchup and how that's going to go, but for Dramus to maybe, of course, secure this series, I think the Ruins will probably be his best opportunity compared to Awoken.
Could be, yeah. I don't know how well the final map's gonna go down, because Avik, not a player who plays Athena very often, and Dramus picking what's very clearly an off-meta pick of his own. But hey, first we've got map 2 ahead of us, right? And it is Ranger versus Galena. You might look at these names and hear the champion picks, but no, it's not what you thought. It is actually Dramus who's running the Galena, and Avik who will counter with the Ranger. So Avik has got more mobility, has got more burst damage, but Galena's got those totems. So Avik is gonna have to be hyper aware of that. Try and look in the corners, clean those up, because before you know it, 3 totems are up. Galena's got that extra mega in her back pocket basically, and can make fights that you thought you would win easily turn out completely differently.
Yeah, if he could play Detective really well for all these totems, then Avik can be looking pretty good here going to the second map. It is going to be on NA this time, so it's going to be maybe it's a little bit different to what we anticipated. We thought we may take the first one, considering we saw from the champion matchup, and we know how, I wouldn't say amazing, but how decent Solad can be in Molten Force. But yeah, Dramus did a great job making that work, and let's see if it can continue and maybe take the series, or if Avik can bring it back here in these next 2 maps. Starting off from Dramus's POV.
Nice rockets, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Sold to the Galena. Excellent opener by Dramus. His rockets were good on map 1. And clearly, he's not letting off for map 2 either. No, Avik's still up there. Didn't drop down. I think Dramus kind of lost track of him now. But he's gonna hear those jumps. Looks like both players are just going to go for their major item. Dramus for heavy, Avik for mega, putting a slight delay on it. Might be setting up something for the next rotation here.
Looks like it could be the case. Items segregated by about 4 seconds. And Dramus is biding his time for now, just waiting to see where Avik could be lurking, and he's going to be directly above him. Misses that first rail, but it all comes in, becoming very aggressive. And this will be a huge kill for Avik, but he doesn't get it. Dramus didn't really take too much damage even. He can just continue the aggression here. Dramus can just ult on through the TP and try and contest that mega, but it's just a little bit too late, sadly, for him. But Heavy is up the next 15 seconds, and whoever's going to grab this Heavy, this is going to be huge for them, because they were full item and full map control.
Avik still has no weapons. All he's got is the heavy machine gun. Finally, he picks up the LG, but he's still lacking rockets. He still doesn't have the rail. He's got to be careful. Close range fights, he can't take. Long range fights, he can't engage in either. He's really got to complete that arsenal of his first. There we go, rockets go his way. But there is Dramus, knocking at the door. Pre-firing some rockets, looking for a way in.
Got the info he needs, for, obviously, from the previous rocket from Avec, but he just made the assumption it's going to be there anyway, which is understandable. Good read. Backing up for that heavy. Find another totem down once again. And this is good for Travis because he's focusing on the heavy anyways, and when he gets the overstack, it's going to be even more beneficial at like time in this map. As Mega's been up for quite a while now. Is Avec just heading towards that direction? It's not too long until he gets his overstack either, and we see this from quite a few players as well. Just keeping their totems in the areas or the paths which they're going to take in order to try and take down Avec here. And again, just good LG, good first row early from Drum is looking to try and do a bit more usage to rocket, clean him up with the LG. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. 13 HP, but again, with this overstack,
yeah,
it's going to be so beneficial for him, as I mentioned before, in the long run. Good first rail, looking for the second, and he gets it. Great stuff from Dramus.
I mean, Dramus has really kind of been ignoring Mega for most of this map. He's only picked up 1 Mega health, but he doesn't need to go for it. He can create his own. That's a very deliberate game plan to prioritize the heavy while knowing that he can kind of create his own health. And there we go. He's got 3 totems up right next to him. He is hoping that Avec takes this fight because he's got so much to fall back on. Now Avec does take away one of them, so there goes the overstack potential, at least for now. Avec looked like he might have wanted to chase. Surely he does now. 65 points of health for Dramus. 1 rail will do it. 90. 1 rail will still do it, but the totem comes out in time. Here we go. Just like that, Lethal. From 60 points of health back to 175 without ever needing to step foot in the Mega Room.
Avec right now clearly knows that he's got so many totems out and he's got this overstack and just needs to break that heavy setup. But what can he do when he's just recovering like this every single time? Just been extremely difficult to contend with, and I'm sure that totem will be a pain if Avec bounces into that later on, but instead he's actually going to go on that side, takes down 1. He's found another one, and there's only 1 more left standing here, so at least he's managed to break this hold which he's had around the heavy jump pad and the heavy area just in general. It's taken a bit of time, but he's got there in the end. His stacks are almost equal. But we're just at the halfway point here. Flea, we're going to hit the 5-minute mark. Still Dramus with a 4-0 lead. I've seen Avec do some crazy comebacks on runes in the past, and he's going to be requiring another one potentially, depending on how much time's left by the end of this.
At the very least, all of the totems have been cleaned up. So that fortress that Dramus had been building for himself, at least for the time being, it's gone. This is an opportunity for Avec to make a move, but these rails are so punishing. Dramus barely missing at all, keeping Avec at bay. And even when Avec lands some damage of his own, it feels like Dramus is retaliating and responding in turn every single time. That's making it tremendously difficult for Avec to find his stride and to apply pressure.
Make that rocket jump, but you know what? Probably done himself a little bit of a favour there, as Dramus was actually already spamming beforehand on that T-junction. Missed rail, but Dramus does have to stack to work with the direct on Avec. Still 1 HP. My God, I didn't even realise until just then. 4 minutes left in play. Avec has time to come back, but he can't afford to let this get traded out. Good little bit of damage, but Dramus is just going to keep pursuing this and trying to make it a 5th. He knows that, of course, this isn't a guaranteed victory. Still needs to do a bit more in order to confirm it. But yeah, look at the stack now, and Avec was maybe looking at a setup, but he just backed off once again. Still 36 HP, finds one of the other totems there. Of course, not going to destroy it as of yet, because he wants to have a bit of time to pick up that light before giving away his position.
A lesser player would have just shot it instantly, but Avec knew that would have just given away his position. Oh, huge orb! Confusion on both sides right there. I think they both just completely lost track of the opponent. It looked to me like Avec was going to clean that up with that orb, but didn't find the damage that he needed. Oh, wow, Dramus. Rocket propels him into the room with the rail perfectly lined up. Avik has to push this. He's got no choice. He will. 5 frags, 3 minutes. Doable. Can he land another rail? Can he clean it up? Nope. Had an opportunity. Could have made it happen. There we go. Little bit of MG maybe. Oh, he's just too late. He's just too late to get it. There we go. We'll find the frag in the end. But these are troubled kills, Lethal. They are far from clean. Avik. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. He sacrificed so much of his stack to clean up the previous frag, and now Dramis retaliates.
Certainly has done, and things could get worse here considering the stack difference. Good amount of damage that last nail, and the rail straight afterwards from Dramis. That's going to be most probably the final nail in the coffin. We do have 2 minutes left, and we've got the overstack, and he can just have the mega as a little treat, can't he, at this point? Let's see what Avik can do here for the remainder of this map, but it looks like it probably will be a done deal. Somehow Avik creates a complete spiral, but the way Dramis is playing at the moment, and I don't know how you feel about Dramis' style and how he's been playing so far, but he seems to be pushing and being quite defensive at the right times here, and it's nice to see as well, like a good amount of balance coming up from Dramis.
Yeah, indeed. He's done a great job at applying pressure. Oh, Avik. Goodness. You can see the defeat on his face. He is not happy with how that panned out. He's taken his headset off. He knows that the series win will have gone in favor of Dramis. Now can he at least secure a win on the final map?
This could have been the next question. It's a done deal for Dramis, but Avik needs to try and get at least this next map back. And we said it before, Dramis needed this victory really just to keep himself in it in terms of his placement on the leaderboard. And already 2-0 up, I think a lot of us has seen this as a little bit of a shock to the system.
I don't disagree. Avik has just gone completely AFK. He's accepted his fate. There's still one more map to go. Lethal, one more chance that Avik has to at least get himself, you know, some of those valuable points. It's all cash matches, right? It's money matches through and through, so he still has something to fight for. Let's see if he can muster it.
Yeah, I hope so for his sake. It's something I just didn't really expect this early on. I knew that Dramis does have a chance to obviously make his own record of a 2-1 victory here. I think a lot of us would have said Avik considering his strong stance to some of the top players here in this league. But the fact that the worrying moment was, of course, him losing on the EU server on Molten Falls and then going to Ruins on NA. I was like, not really too sure how this is going to go, but I've a lot of faith in Avik and what he's going to be able to achieve. But now we've already got a 2-0 lead here for Dramis, and now we're going back to EU. It's going to be the Athena versus the Visor matchup, and I kind of feel like we know how good Athena can be, and you did say yourself that Avik has got a huge amount of experience with the Athena, but it's still an advantage in itself, and I do feel like for him, he can easily claw this map back considering the server, the Athena as well. But the way Dramis is playing at the moment, he's making it quite awkward for Avik at times, but he's had some good aim skill across the board as well.
I do think that Avik has got a solid chance at winning this. Like we've already said, right? Athena, not one of his main picks, obviously. But if he can play, you know, it doesn't even have to be an excellent Athena. If he can play a serviceable, a solid, a good Athena, I think he will be able to secure a win based on champion picks alone, because I'm really just not feeling the Visor pick on Dramis' end. If this would have been Doomslayer right now, I would have been sitting here saying, yeah, 3-0 for Dramis seems very likely, but Visor, you know, you've got so little mobility, it's a relatively small map, so the utility from the piercing sight's already limited. Like, we've seen Visor being used on this map to great effect, absolutely. But, yeah, can that overcome Athena? Even after the nerf, she is still a very powerful pick.
You know, I was going to mention that as well. Very, very few players has made Visor work down to a T. It's very particular to your style and how you want to approach either the items, your opponent, and get some kind of advantage on their whereabouts. And the style of play with the visor on a map like Awoken is crucial, and it's extremely important in how you want to try and progress this. And the way, if it was how Dramus was playing maybe a few weeks ago, wouldn't be too sure about it. It would probably be up for discussion, so to speak, or hour-long podcast. But from what we've seen so far, he's playing very well-rounded. I think it's probably the best word to describe how he's been playing so far. He hasn't been too aggressive for kills, hasn't been playing too passive and getting too defensive towards the later stage of some of his maps, or he may trying to claw that advantage. It's just been very well rounded, and kind of similar to how we saw from Tox. Tox was very well rounded, but loved a good trade, loved a bit of eagerness towards to finish up some of those frags. I understand that that's just his style, but Dramus has been again very well balanced, and Visor, he could make it work. He could be one of the very few people who could change things. But it's like I said before, we don't even need an average Athena. It's just a decent Athena matchup for Avec in order to take this last map away from Dramus.
All right, now let's see. I think that, looking at the player cam, we could clearly see that Avec was not happy with how things went. All right, you could definitely see that he was struggling with his performance, just with what was happening in the game. Let's hope that he's been able to reset. Let's hope that he's been able to just, get his mind back into it, leave all of that behind him, and focus on this final map. Because there's still money, there's still points on the line, and this could absolutely go in his favor.
It certainly could, as we head into our third map of this series. Dramus currently up 2-0, but you're right, though. I do feel like with Avec, he's a player who's very good at mentally resetting before going to the next game. And yeah, he's probably just a little bit frustrated because he knows he could do a lot better. But Dramus has just been playing well. Let's we can't. It's paying off so far. As we arguably start off from Dramus' perspective, it's been quite aggressive with the LG, switching over to the Rockets just to force Avec to keep his distance, and already got that nice little stack advantage in his first 30 seconds.
Absolutely does. Good rail from Avec, though. Another one of those would be huge. Indeed, he gets it, but he eats one of his own. I expect that if Avec did not take a hit there, but just landed his own rail, he would have pushed. He would have shown that Avec aggression. Oh no. Dramus, he hears the teleport. Blind rocket behind him. And it once again stops Avec in his tracks. Avec no armor to his name. Taking chip damage. That all adds up, 2-3 rockets doing 30 points of damage each. Oh, the Mega to the rescue. 11 points of health left, even with the Mega spawning right under his feet. Avic's aim was ridiculous right there.
The worst bit is Avec did actually play that really well. He made Dramus overthink just a little bit when he was hiding in the corner of the right side of the light, just to make him think that he's made a drop, but he didn't. He still reappeared. Avic's tied this up. One apiece, and picks up the Mega. Heavy's up in the next few seconds. He's just going to go for it. Understandable. He may be able to stop him from burning it. He does. Absolutely crucial there from Avec. Just needs a rail now just to be able to deal with some of those other situations. It gets the LG out, and this is much better from Avec.
Absolutely. Wonderful LG aim. Near perfect tracking right there. A little bit of a... I think he didn't mean to get that ramp jump off as Athena on the ledge. So he was late, making his way back to the Mega. Dramus was able to secure it in turn. Oh, piercing side gets used. Avec had already zipped across the room, was unable to turn around. Dramus able to land. Nice rail, assisted by that piercing side.
Oh, lovely rail there from Avec, just increasing his lead once again. And yeah, this is just looking so much better. He's got good reads, good defensive rockets, and what a rail. And he's actually stopped him from picking up that light.
Did Avec see him? He might have. At least he knows his positioning right now. Dramus, good rails though. And a rail's a rail, 90 damage flat, but that 90 hits a lot more, or hurts a lot more, on a light champion that doesn't even spawn with armor to begin with. Oh, Avec. As good as Avic's LG has been, his rockets have been a little lackluster in some of these fights. Perhaps being a little too far away to consistently get rocket damage in, but then just standing his ground with rockets out against his opponent's LG hasn't really worked out for him. He should be able to get this though. Yeah, perfect. Good use of that hook. Avec knew exactly how low Dramus was.
I love that as well. Good LG to rockets to rail combo 7-2. And yeah, it's even him. His rocket's been extremely good. Sometimes they haven't. It's just been a mixed bag. As much as everyone would love the most perfect of rockets, he hasn't got any rockets left actually in the chamber either. Dramus has got a fair few. As Avic's taking a fair amount of damage from these rockets, needs to back away. He was hoping to maybe rail Dramus and be able to pick up that heavy, but oh, you just saw there, barely giving Avic any chance to be able to pick him off as he was rocket jumping himself over towards the rail. Mega's up in the next 2 seconds. His stats almost equal as he does use that hook to back away. Still got one more hook left. He does pick up the lights. Mega's still up, mind you, so this is a great delay coming up from Avic. As Dramus does have the timing, but again, these rails back to back again. They both actually miss. Avic isn't railable anymore. Dramus still a little keen here to try and clean up Avic.
Some pretty risky plays by Avic. Yeah, he's in the leads, but still chasing down a visor when you're at 60 points of health and he's just lining up his crosshair at the doorway. Those were some risky plays. Avic feeling very confident, clearly. Good LG. Honestly, Avic at this point should just be foregoing rockets unless he's at point blank range and just making that LG of his shine. Forget about the rockets unless you're right on top of him. And he should be headed for a win here.
Certainly should. LG coming out, rockets not the best, but the rail from Avic is just that better. Now he's got that 7 frag lead. He's got the Mega and Heavy's calling his name in the next 5 seconds. Great plasma rifle damage as well coming out from Avic. He's just trying to scurry away if he can, and yes, he does. Grabs that Heavy. So now Path of Destruction could continue here. Flea as he's just heading towards that tri-bolt choke point, but it's going to rotate back around to the TP. Will be found around that Mega.
And what do you do when you're Dramus? Avic heard that piercing sight. Still goes for the fight though. Just gotta be careful. 38 points of health. Does get the Heavy. Dramus unable to apply enough pressure right there. Good rail. Avic gets away for now. And now, as Dramus, yeah, what do? You're trying to chase down a champion that is so much faster and more mobile than you are. I think that was perhaps a sigh of relief from Avic. I don't know if you were looking at the player cam, but he just took his hands off the keyboard and just held his head for a moment with a big sigh. Thinking that, you know, maybe it's in the bag, right? Maybe there was a bit of relief that after those two initial losses on map 1 and 2, he's now finally looking in a position where he, with significant certainty, can say that he will win Awoken.
No, I actually didn't see that, I'm afraid. I always go by in-game and not not by the player cams, but...
Me too, but I saw him just stop in-game, so I was like, hang on, what's going on here?
Yeah, I know, I'm an awful, awful human being. I know it's horrendous, but I'm not staring at their beautiful faces whilst we're whilst they're casting their matches. I think that's why, actually, Flea. I think the reason why I actually go in-game is because I'll just get heavily distracted by the cams and how handsome they are. But it's alright. I might do it in the next series. I'll see how I feel as Avic 58 HP. Oh my god, the rocket. It's a little bit too late, sadly, for Dramus. Needs to find 10 frags in the next 2 minutes, but Avic's going to be, of course, not the happiest with how the series went, but at least he played really strong and really well in his third map.
Indeed he did. the champion pick definitely favored him. I feel like when it comes down to the visor, right? Yeah, there were a few situations where Dramis made good use of the ability, where he was able to land a nice rail that he otherwise might not have been able to connect if he had not had the ability up. Overall, I feel like this is difficult to justify. The value he got out of it, I feel like is comparatively minor, put alongside, say, something like a Doom, right? If you would have picked a Doom Slayer, you would have so much more mobility around the center area of the map, around that rail platform, around the LG and the Tribolt. And I just feel like Visor didn't deliver the kind of value that I suspect Dramis was hoping to get out of him. Like, I wish we would have had an interview with Dramis, because that's what I would have asked him.
Not wrong, and even with the Athena having 2 hooks instead of 3, it's still incredible champion to, and a great viable option on majority of maps, especially with the on Woken. But GG's from both these players, 17-3. What a difference in comparison to what we've seen in those first 2 maps. 21 items for Avic, 24 lights, and we've got 12 items for Dramis and 16 lights as well. And so the hit percentage is pretty much exactly equal, apart from Avic firing a lot more, of course, and getting a lot more damage. But his LG was also really good, 42% there, as we can see. But yeah, that was pretty crazy stuff. I do feel like Avic, you can tell from his style of play, just looked a lot more comfortable and just looked a lot better and a lot less frustrated in comparison. But of course, he won't be happy with how the series turned out. But, you know, just grabbing the last map, it's just, you know, it's something you can at least take away from. But I'm sure he'll be looking back at those first 2 maps to see exactly just what went wrong, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Would have been great to have an interview, because I would have loved to hear what these people had to say. But just look at that, 42% LG accuracy, over 2,000 points of damage with just that weapon alone. Good plays by Avic, his accuracy through the roof. And there was even quite a bit of, you know, pre-firing and getting ready, so his real accuracy would be even better. And I'm very happy to see that there was indeed a point where Avic just kind of realized that those mid-range rockets weren't working for him, and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna stick with the LG, reserve rockets for when I'm close enough to see the white of his eyes, and he made it work that way.
Yeah, Dramis just his strafe, not his strafe pattern, but in terms of like his movement around Mega, it just sometimes it made it a little bit awkward for Avic, and sadly didn't hit the rockets he would like to. It happens from time to time. Of course, we're not going to have the most perfect rockets in the world. You can obviously line up the angles from where they're going to come from, but when on a flat path and you're trying to shoot them, we know that some of these top players can make it a little bit annoying. I think that's probably the safest word for me to say right now. As you can see, Avic 17-3, and Avic's always been very, very good with his LG, depending on his situation. But there we have it, though. It doesn't change the fact that Dramis does win the series 2-1 in quite good fashion, but Avic really made his mark and made an impact in that 3rd map, just to basically say to him, look, you may have won the first 2, but I dominated you on this 3rd map, so don't start laughing now.
Yeah, indeed, congratulations to Dramis. Well-deserved victory. He played this so nicely on the first 2 maps, right? Really making good use of Sorlegs, Wade, the mass, the stack to just bully Avic around, take these fights, and just kind of bulldoze him in a lot of those engagements. And then on map 2, very nice plays by Galena, clever placement of the totems, ignoring Mega for a significant portion of the map, because he knew that he could generate his own health. So clever plays from Dramis. He went into this with a clear strategy, and it paid off.
Certainly did indeed. I did always say Dramis is just a diamond in the rough, mate. He just sometimes he will just pull out these W's in the bag, and it is frustrating. It certainly is. We've still got 4 more series left to go here. Our next matchup will be against the likes of Sib versus Sirius. So guys, don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few. Now, going into the fourth series of the day, literally at the halfway point now, it's going to be between the likes of Sib and Sirius. Of course, Sirius, the AIM superstar, which we've witnessed and known and loved coming into this, was put on a very strong performance coming into the Quake Pro League so far. But for Sib, though, you've got to remember, he's been looking pretty good so far. He's taken a map of Wenger, he's taken a map of Kilson as well, so hasn't been too shabby either.
No, he certainly has not. Sib currently ranked 12th on the leaderboard. But even though he has managed to take away a few maps here and there from some of the best players in the world, Kilson, Wenger, Saigib, Zen, still only one overall victory. And that was, as you can see here, in week 1 against Kron. Ever since then, he's come close. Just look at those 4 most recent matches, all 1-2. He's come close to securing overall wins, but has just fallen short of them. So let's see if he can change that up today.
Yeah, you kind of feel like it's been a story of his life so far, just not able to close out a lot of his series. But, you know, taking a map of Zenaku, Wenger, Kilson, Dramas, it's shown some good signs really, because a lot of people would probably make the assumption he'll get 3-0'd by a lot of those players, and it's happened in the past, so probably think the past is just basically going to repeat itself. But no, he's been pretty damn good so far. But Sirius, this is a man you've got to be so careful with, and dueling experience is absolutely key to try and make him as uncomfortable as you can. But Sirius, though, again, just put on a very strong performance in the Quake Pro League so far. Just looking at the series wins, you can see taking down Nosfer and Maxter 2-1, a 3-0 against Kron and Tox as well. Struggled a bit against Dramas, but look at that, though, going 5-2 after a bit of a break from the Pro League. It's a really good start for him so far.
I mean, I think that not a lot of people were expecting Sirius to be doing so well. He's top 8 at this point. 5 wins, 2 losses. Man is on a roll. I think that one of the things that was really holding him back in the past was kind of his mental game. He was very quick to kind of tilt, to start making irrational decisions, rely on his aim perhaps a bit much, but you know, it feels like he's getting a lot better at that. He was in chat earlier and he said something that I thought was pretty relevant. He said that, you know, he's just embraced the tilt. He's been permanently tilted for years now. You know, it's like the Hulk saying, that's my secret, I'm always tilted. And hey, if that's what's working for him, then he needs to keep it up, because this is some of the best series that we've ever seen. Also worth noting, Lethal, he has a staggering 49% LG average throughout his games in the Quake Pro League so far. That's the kind of accuracy that players look at and say, that was an amazing game I just had. For Sirius, that's just normal.
Yeah, this is just standard for him. And you know, it's like with Quake, you know, champions and maps aside, with how he's been playing, it's all about your mental game and style of play. And I like how you said he's just embraced being tilted. But do you know what? He's kind of used to it now, so it's perfectly fine. But he shouldn't really be tilted at all now, considering the staggering performance he's been able to elaborate on us so far. But we'll go to the picks and bans shortly, because we still need to dissect what could be occurring in this matchup. And you can see already the Veil and the Blood Covenant ban coming out straight away, and we'll be kicking things off with Corrupt to Keep. So back into normality, you could say. You know, Corrupt to Keep, Strog and Ranger, we've seen it time and time again, and we're not really getting too many champions in terms of mobility, only the Strog and the Doom at the very end. And you can see the Nyx coming out from Sib on that final map as well. You can see the Anarchy's been banned on Corrupt to Keep, and the Slash was banned straight away from Sib, going on to Ruins here, and the Athena ban. So a lot of the champions you would normally look for very early on being banned out straight away. So this is going to be quite interesting to see. But I think first map, going to be extremely standard. Second one, we've seen the Visor and the Galena pick quite a few times before. And then the Doom versus the Nyx. The Nyx can be so strong on this map, depending on the circumstances. But again, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a light or heavy champion. Sirius's aim is going to heavily back him up. And we've seen no BJ picks either from him. Normally, he does whip out the BJ pick. You know, we've seen him do it on Molten Falls a couple of times. And, you know, it's just however he's feeling on that day. So we haven't seen it this time around, but we'll have to see how this series goes in the end.
This could end up being a very close series. Sib has been playing really well on Ruins. I think that many people would agree that that's one of his better maps. And also, if we look at Awoken, Sip playing Nyx on Awoken, that's the exact combo that he used to take away a map from Kilson, who at this point is the only player left undefeated in this season of the Quake Pro League. So Sirius definitely has to watch out there, because Sip with Nyx on that map can be a deadly combo. Same can be said for Ruins of Sarnath. So looking at these maps, I'm gonna say that Sirius, in my eyes, has the advantage on map 1. I think the Strog could work really well. He's got to be careful of that orb, because we know how versatile it is. And I'd say that Sip has a bit of an angle on map 3 on Awoken, whereas Ruins of Sarnath is going to be a bit more of a toss-up. Yes, it's a map that Sip has performed very well at, but we know what Sirius can do with his aim as is. Add on to that the piercing sight from the visor that works really well on these larger maps. Who knows? Who knows?
I think it's very debatable, that second map, isn't it? It's all about how Sib plays with the Galena, isn't it? It's not about how Sirius performs with the piercing sight and preparing for these items and where his opponent's going to go. It's just those totems and just making sure to hover around the same path and just keep him in play. So that way, we've seen a lot of players at Galena just favouring the heavy every single time and then have to fall back on those totems straight afterwards. So it's all about how Sib is going to perform with that Galena. If he doesn't, then, you know, he could definitely go in the way of Sirius. And it's a big topic up for discussion with a lot of Galena players, especially going on to Ruins as well. It may seem easy in terms of like where the totems are going to be, but if your opponent's going to be hovering around the same path or the same routes every time and also being able to pick up that heavy each and every time, then it makes it really rough, extremely difficult, because you know that in terms of stack, Sib will always have that advantage. You have to see what Sirius can do here. But the amount of times we've seen him quite a semi-decent disadvantage in terms of stack and come out on top in terms of aim skill. We've seen it countless times. You made the good stat as well, the 49% average, not even just like a particular series, just overall in the Quake Pro League. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? As we're going to head into to keep with our standard matchup with the Ranger versus the Strog. And let's see what Sib's going to do early on.
Starting off on Sip's point of view. Out comes the Peeker right away. I feel like that now gives Sip a bit of an advantage at this point, because he still has his ability, he still's got the orb available. Sirius immediately going to apply pressure. I like what Sip's doing here. He's denying access to the LG. He knows that that is Sirius' best weapon, and he wants to shut him out of that part of the map. Now in doing so, Sirius is able to secure the heavy, but still lacks something to deal consistent damage with at medium range. He's got rockets, got heavy machine gun for distance, but to really find it out at mid-distance, he's a bit outclassed in terms of arsenal right now.
Certainly is, and chat have spoken. 81%. They feel Sirius is going to take this to the 19% from Sib. Let's see if it's going to be the correct prediction. A lot of damage coming out there. He does orb over 4 that mega, which is understandable considering the predicament he was in. Has backed up all the way, but he's got the light, he's got the health bubble, but the peak is still there, still alive. Oh, he managed to get the damage. Not a huge amount, but enough to maybe sway the tide here. And Sirius just whips out the Sholly and gets the first frag.
And that's just one of the reasons why Strog is such a powerful pick on this map in particular, right? There is no railgun. On the other map, you would have just twitched the rail and instantly destroyed the Peeker. But on here, you can't. You just kind of have to, you know, go toe-to-toe with it, do damage with machine gun or LG. And in doing so, Sib lost a lot of his stack, allowing Sirius to just drop in and finish it off. Now Sirius has a 2-frag lead. He's also at the better position to take this fight. He's got that cover. He's got the head glitch going on. And Mega's about to spawn. Sirius should just hold this position, drop down just in time. Out comes the orb, and somehow Sib still secures the trade and will be first to dive onto the Mega.
Yeah, spawns on the rocket straight away. He's got 25 rockets, so he can spam all he likes back in the ways. Still on a decent amount of HP, but he's got to be so careful with that shoddy. Backs away towards the light. Mega's up in 15. His orb's also coming up in 10 if things get a little bit dicey for this Mega. So the orb will come up beforehand. Let's see if he uses it preemptively. Damage or for that Mega. Looks like he's going to be saving it as he hears the cue from Sirius backing away, as Sirius actually went straight back for that heavy. So just about a second and a half between the two in terms of segregation for these items. 3 minutes in, and Sirius looking very strong at the moment, but Sib holding his own. Deal with that peek in, knows he's around that corner. Sadly for him, that rocket just barely missed Sirius at that stage. Finds another light to his name. Mega's up in the next few seconds, but you can see Sib is hoping to maybe go towards that heavy, but getting a lot of damage done at the same time. Oh, the rocket coming out from Sirius. That's going to be 3 Mega for him, but looking at just taking his time. Oh, great orb as well, stealing that Mega away.
Sirius now back in the driver's seat, and firmly so. Heavy in his favor. Doesn't have heavy machine gun though, so he doesn't want to stick around for that fight too long, and ouch! Some big rockets from Sib right there. First one just bouncing him up, killing his momentum, denying him exit out of the room. That allowed Sib to follow up some more devastating shots and bring it to a 2-point game. Now Heavy has been taken by Sirius once again. Out comes the Beaker, racing across half the map before ultimately still doing a good amount of damage with the Kamikaze.
With that peek from Sib, it means Sirius was able to secure that 5th frag. His Sib has spawned in Red Room. Of course, LG versus that nail gun, it's just not going to work out for Sib at all. And because Sirius didn't really take too much damage from that previous engagement, it does mean he's got free roam of how he wants to do, how he wants to pursue this next frag on CK. And look at all the damage already done already, and then further with that 75 from the last peeker. Whipping out the shotgun once again, now a 5 frag deficit Sib needs to try and claw back from. And then now at the halfway stage here, with the Mega now being collected soon enough by Sirius.
Sirius managing to dodge most of the rocket damage there. Sib was just raining down some artillery on the Mega. Sirius managed to dodge most of it. This will be the American who takes the Heavy. But all the pressure now is on Sib. And the only thing that Sib really has in terms of mobility is the orb. And sometimes the orb ends up like that. A little too reckless. A little too obvious. Too easy for Sirius to anticipate with a rocket like that. And now Sib is in a bad spot because he's got to chase down a champion that's much faster than him for 6 frags. Now he does have a lot of time to make it work. Corrupted Keep is a very snowball-heavy map, so once he gets going, once he builds that momentum, he could easily turn 1 frag into 2, 3, maybe even 4. But he's got to make it happen. Sirius is going to do everything in his power to stop that.
And he will, as Sirius. Again, this is a flying Sib coming in towards Heavy. Good rocket though, that 94 is going to help a lot. We know he's been taken down, but under enough damage, but the problem is Heavy's been picked up straight away, and you can see Sib playing this extremely aggressive, and why not? He's got the weapons he needs and the stack to contend against. Oh, Sirius, but it manages to take him. Mega's up in the next couple of seconds, and of course with the spawn, not going to get there in time for the trade. Stop him from getting that Mega. It was way too short notice for him. Has picked up the light. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds, and Sib's going to be questioning himself, how am I going to get myself back in this matchup? 3 minutes left in play. Still got to go look for 4 frags if he can. Needs to try and make his best use of that orb as possible, but also not take too much unreturned damage. And good, this is a good start though, but problem is Sirius still stands his ground. Great rockets coming up from Sirius, and now makes it back to 5 frag difference. So he's going to back away and get this Heavy in the next few seconds.
It's also a bit worrying that this is on an American server. So this matchup is favorable to Sib, at least in terms of ping. That is going to make the overall win for Sirius much more likely. Moving on to map 2. Provided, of course, that Sib cannot bring this back. She very well might. Just picked up the Mega. That's a big rocket too. Sib actually has the orb, so he could just go for a rush. But I think he's lost track of where Sirius is at. Now Sirius is just gonna put up an evasive smoke screen, stick to this side of the map, make good use of that crouch slide. He's really just using the peeker, not so much for damage, but just for information. Trying to get an idea of when the Mega has been taken, so he knows the item timing without ever putting himself at risk.
And just looking at the stats so far, 16 items for Sirius, 15, now 16 for Sib, 21 lights, but Sirius only had the 8, but Sib does win that outright with the shoddy in that last engagement. 58% LG coming out from Sirius. I really should stop acting so surprised at this point. Rockets come out between the two. Sib stays alive on 1 HP, and that was crucial. If he lost that last engagement, that would have been the final nail in the coffin. He's just outside of range with the LG. Sirius knows he's probably going to start pushing towards those 2 health bubbles. Pika comes out, stands his ground with that, picks up the lights. Heavy is up, Mega's up in 10. Not too sure about this so far, Flea.
Neither am I. But what do you do when you're Sib and your opponent is hitting 58% LG? 48 is impressive. 58 is insane. That is not normally. Someone should go check him PC right now, because Sirius is on fire.
Sure is, my goodness. And whichever once again, 135 from that last heavy machine gun battle. Oh, Sib comes in with the orb though. They'll stay alive, but again, time is going to be a factor. 10 seconds left, and that is going to be it. Sirius with that victory, 12-7, and you rightly said, you know, turn back the pings. For anyone who watching wants to know, it's actually NA, EU, then NA. So we'll be going to the EU server next, and of course for Sirius, he's going to be darn happy about that. 1,512 more damage for Sirius in comparison there, and overall it was still 58% LG anyway. Both these players were heavily favouring the Rockets, and Sirius nearly had 2,200 damage with the Rockets. Insane.
Also had more items taken as well. 20 versus 17. Sib had a whole lot more of the small armor secured, but that usually is just a testament to him being out of control for most of the map. Because if you're in control, you take the heavies, so you can't use the small armors when you're already overstacked, you're already at that limit in terms of armor. So it makes sense that Sib would have secured a lot more of the small armors, but still, it's nice to see Sirius get so many of the majors as well, because item control hasn't always been his forte, to put it mildly, right? That was one of the things that he struggled with a lot, so watching him really improve on those basics, on the fundamentals, Sirius is shaping up to be a serious threat.
Certainly is indeed. Sirius off to a fantastic start. 12-7 in that first map. Still got, of course, 2 more left to go. Be interesting to see how this series is going to pan out. As Sib has had been a bit of a trend for him, hasn't it, Flea? Scraping a map by here and there against some of these top-ended players, and we'll have to see which one it's going to be if that does happen, of course. But it could still also take the series, depending on how the second and third map is going to go. It will be on Ruins next with the Galena versus the Visor matchup. This is the one which we've been discussing over in terms of it's quite 50-50. It's more in Sib's hands with how he's going to approach the situation with his totems, but of course how Sirius is going to do to put a lot of pressure onto Sib to back away on the possible rotations he's going to have for those totems as well. And then finally, we'll have the Awoken matchup, the Nyx versus the Doom, which I think a lot of us will probably agree that the Nyx on the Awoken is an extremely strong feats for Sirius to try and contend with that Doom. But the Doom, you know, it's a nice safe pick, really, isn't it, for Awoken?
It is, and it's one that, you know, we were wondering why we didn't see Dramas pick him instead of Visor earlier, right? But first of all, focusing on Ruins, we're getting Galena versus Visor. One champion, very defensive with those totems, can lay traps, get information to stack up, to do a bit of damage with as well. And on the other hand, you've got Visor with the piercing sight, temporarily allows him to see his opponents no matter where they are on the map. And with a player like Sirius, who's known for his aim, that could just give him the boost that he needs to just reign supreme on a map as large as Ruins.
Yeah, it should be illegal for the guy to pierce insight in this matchup, but got to contend with the Galen at this point, so we'll have to see how this is going to go. Head into our second map now to see if Sirius is going to add another W to the collection in this series, or if Sib can equalise things going into map 3, because map 3 is looking quite good in terms of champion picks. We'll have to see. Piercing Sight being initiated already on that get-go, but we'll find out how things are going to go shortly. As already, it's just picked up heavy. So circling back around, and we're going to stick with Sirius's perspective.
First totem, immediately spotted, taken care of by Sirius. It's going to be important for him to continue doing that. Now both players just kind of, slowly edging around the center of the map. Sip will be the first to break the silence. He fires the opening rocket. Sirius knows where he is, but Sip does not. There we go. Good push. Oh! Down the stairs he goes! That was such a big rocket. It's too bad for Sirius that he didn't realize what he did. And I think if he's gonna watch the replay, he's going to realize what an opportunity he had. He actually sent Sip straight back down the stairs and could have just walked onto the item himself for a free mega and a very likely kill as well.
Yeah, the problem is, how rare is it that you get such a great rocket ray that's going to beam him off to the side? It's not too often, is it, from what we've witnessed for our experience casting Quake for many years now, and Sirius using that piercing sight will find him on that heavy jump pad and actually forces him away, which is some great stuff there from Sirius, and using that piercing sight to its full potential rather, but does get railed. He does fake that rocket jump, and Sib did expect it just a tad, as Mega will be up in the next 5 seconds. Piercing sights come out soon as well, but they can have a little engagement here around this nail. Is he going to be able to hit him? Yes, he does, but the problem is it's not going to be enough. On 38 HP, picks up the Mega, Heavy's up in 12, and using that piercing sight to either try to confirm the kill or just know that he's safe enough to pick up the light. Now head straight towards Heavy. This is looking very dangerous now for Sib, as Sirius is massively stacked at this 2-minute barrier.
Curious rocket spam from Sirius right there. Through the piercing sight, I thought it was rather clear that Sib was nowhere near the teleporter entrance. And yet Sirius treated it as if he could come through at any moment. But hey, Sirius 1 frag up. In control of the major items as well. However, Sip has 3 totems up on the map. He's got the overstack, doesn't even need the mega for that. It's gonna be critical for Sirius. Chase down those totems. There we go. Nice bit of rail damage to start things off with. Sip, no more armor to his name. I like this. Sirius, slow playing it, not making any sound of his own, realizing exactly where Sib is just by using the audio cues alone. He saw the heal, he saw the little healing sparkle, so he knows that there's a totem there.
And Sib now just playing a good game at the moment, just needs to try and stay alive long enough to pick up that Heavy, which he manages to do, but the fireball could be coming out right now, the corner courtyards, it's going to take him down still. That was disgusting, the amount of damage he's able to output there, considering, I wasn't too sure in terms of stacks before that fight, but Sib was quite heavily stacked considering the overstack he had previously, and the Heavy, and Sirius still had like 110, 112 HP. That was just unreal. Is now up 2-0. Now approaching the 4-minute stage. Both items won't be up for quite a while. Sirius will have that piercing sight before these items respawn here, but this is looking very good for Sirius so far.
Good rail. Sib, railable. One more shot will do it. Luckily for him, he has a totem to fall back on. Sirius should take a closer look at that part of the map that Sip's setting up in. Nice, the LG once again, flawless. Oh, and the rail, nothing to scoff at either. You could see Sip making the calculations in his head, right? I can get to heavy before he can. I'm closer. And then that first rail connected, and then... oh, I don't know about this one. There we go, Rocket adding a little of momentum to that bounce pad. Zip flying sky high. And Sirius taking him down.
Sirius is continuing this rampage here. Oh, sees him, but doesn't get the first rail, sadly. Picks up heavy. And just rails him all the way back down, but uses a rail of his own, goes through one of the totems, but he's just not bothered here. He's just diving straight on in with a shotty. We're just past the halfway point here. 7-0 for Sirius. And Sirius is just not able to find his footing here. He does deny him the mega. 59 isn't going to help him too much, but at least for him, Sirius did miss a couple of those rails to help him pick up this heavy. And does he get it? Yes, he does. The piercing sight is going to confirm that for Sirius, as he's just getting ready to set up with that LG, as Sib has rightly so backed down once again.
Gotta say, I'm a little disappointed though. Sirius only hitting 56% LG this game instead of 58 from the previous match.
Awful.
Sirius clearly washed. What else can he do? What is he still good for with just 56% LG? But seriously, that is nuts. That health bubble, that's gonna give Sirius all the courage he needs. I was still on his point of view. He was railable, health bubble spawned behind him. Put him back over 90, he was like, okay, now I can pick up the heavy. And now Sib is struggling. 22 points of health. One more tickle off LG, finished it off, and now 7 points in the lead. Sirius is. Sib does get away with the mega, but he needs so much more, and he's not gonna get it. Sirius sets a trap. Look at that, Sirius. Just kind of crouching in a corner, trying to force a spawn. This is nice. I love what I'm seeing out of Sirius right now.
3 minutes left, and this looks to be a done deal here for Sirius to take this second map with 3 minutes left in play. Mega is up. He does have that piercing sight. He is greeted by Sib as back to wave. He's just waiting for a time to go for the TP until his back's turned. Just comes out with the LG straight away. Misses the rail, but it did quite a bit of damage with the LG anyway. Heavy is still up. But Sirius this time around doesn't have the piercing sight to check to see if Sib's gone down a little bit earlier for that heavy. He could have got that, but of course the risk isn't worth taking. He's looking to try and waste a little bit of time. Mega's up in 5. Let's find one of the other totems. As you said before, he hasn't been around this map quite a while as Sib whips out the LG to clean the van out. Got 2 minutes left to try and make something happen, or and if he doesn't tie this up to make this matchup as competitive as possible, as Heavy's up and Sib is again heavily stacked.
I like what Sib did there though. The nail gun plasma jump over the wall. Take down Sirius with the LG. Pretty clever. Good execution too. But at this point, it is simply too little, too late into this series. And looking at Sib, I think it's clear. Look at how he's changed his posture, yeah. One hand off the mouse. He knows that this is done. And that Sirius will win at least the first 2 maps. And thus securing the overall series win as well.
Not too shabby at all. Sib is going to basically confirm it for us anyway. We know anyway it's mathematically impossible, but yeah, it was very close to begin with, and then Sirius was just able to let things get out of control here. And you saw there was a good balance of play coming up from Sib with those 3 totems as well, just trying to get a bit of damage done, pull back, and continue progressing further. But that one moment in just outside the courtyard when they had that LG battle, Sib had the advantage, and then Sirius still had like 111, 112 HP left remaining. It was just, yeah, sight to behold, wasn't it? Still got 30 seconds left remaining.
Was, yeah, 30 seconds left, but Sib done playing. Calls the GG in chat. think ultimately the pressure that Sirius just started putting him under prevented him from setting up those totems, stopped him from getting that consistent overstack. There was a time, right, in the first couple, 3-4 minutes where Sip really managed to kind of carve out this corner of the map where he had those totems set up. He always had something to fall back on, but then Sirius just kind of trapped him there. And every single time he stepped out of it, there was so much damage that he had to suffer through. Happy to see that Sirius did push up the LG accuracy a bit, back up to 60. 60, the big 6-0, absolutely insane. And I think that that just massively contributed to Sip's downfall here, because what can you do, right? How do you even approach any sort of engagement when your opponent is hitting that much? It's very easy to look at it and say, oh, well, you know, just don't take LG fights. Yeah, but LG is pretty damn important in high-level Quake, so you can't always get around that. And Sirius is just the dictator when it comes to that.
Yeah, may have contributed just a little bit, Flea, just a little bit. But 60%, it's just unreal, isn't it? Like, you see a lot of these top players as well who try and make Sib feel very uncomfortable with not just his aim, but just not giving him those opportunities. Like with the rail, yeah, sure, fine, you can do that. But the LG is obviously a lot more difficult because it's a very standard weapon which is used at all different times and all different scenarios. And yeah, you can see from there 60%, 1885 with the LG and just 316 there from Sib. That is just absolutely unreal going into this next map now. But this is a map which we feel like maybe Sib has got the strongest opportunity to maybe take this map with the Nyx as well, but it just needs to be very careful of how he uses the Ghost Walk. And we've seen Sirius use his own Nyx, but he just uses it for aggressive purposes. We very rarely see him use it to get out of a bad situation. But yeah, we'll have to see, well, to witness what Sib can do going into this next map. We said it before, but you know, against a lot of top players, he does scrape a map by, and it's gonna pay, you know, a lot towards the leaderboard progression, considering you mentioned he was 12th earlier on. So this might be a time for him to try and deal with that. We'll have to see. We'll have to also witness if Sirius can deal with the Nyx and what he has planned in order to try and pay out a lot of his Ghost Walks and just continue to what he does best.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we said this from the very start, right? Before the series even started. If Sib was going to win a map, this is the most likely one. This is the matchup that favors him the most. We saw him take a map of Kilson, the reigning champ, undefeated this season, just last week, playing Nyx on this map. So we know that Sib understands how to run that champion on Awoken so well. And in many ways, yeah, Nyx does a lot of what Doomslayer does as well in this matchup, right? Because almost all of those Doomslayer jumps you can do with Nyx as well. It's a little more difficult because you've got to make use of the wall, but still, she has a similar degree of mobility, plus she has that Ghost Walk, which can be so powerful both defensively as well as offensively. So let's see what Sib will do.
Yeah, it was Sib making it look easy against Kilson on Awoken before, but obviously styles are going to be a little bit more different this time round, so we're going to start from Sirius's perspective. And Rockets hasn't got the LG in hand, which is going to be extremely beneficial for Sib at the moment, but he's actually denying it with the tri-bolt so far, and may get caught a little bit. 50 from that first rocket. Oh, he's caught in that jump pad just a little bit. Still continuing to use that tri-bolt. Oh, that would have been a great shot as well. If only that wall wasn't there, please. You can see just bouncing away from that last rocket.
Good rocket again. Sirius. Oof. Takes a little bit of unexpected damage right there. And that is putting Sib 1 point in the lead. No major items up yet. It's going to make it difficult for Sib to recover, as they did take a fair bit of damage previously. And as a light champion, he's always a bit more tender. That allows Sirius to kind of bully himself onto the Mega, force Sib away. Lands a good rail here as well. And another one. Oof, doesn't land the third kill shot, I believe it would have been. Interesting to note, Sirius hasn't touched the LG once this game. Hasn't even been in that corner of the map.
Yeah, Sib earlier on was denying the LG pretty hard earlier. Sib now just waiting for the right moment. Use the Ghost Walk. Oh, trying to give it a damage there. You know, just a little bit, but of course, Sirius in that situation gets derailed, gets to heavy. We've got one rocket left, but making use of it. He's just sneaking over to the jump pad. Mega's not for quite a while yet, so now he can. I was going to say be able to hold that angle, but he's actually dropped and sorry, the Mega's up right now, so Sib's going to be able to collect that, and it was desperately required, but comes in from behind with the LG. It was a little bit of a mess there from both players, but in the end, Sib does come out on top.
I think Sirius might have been out of rocket ammo right there. Slow to react. By the time he did turn around, click. Too late.
Shadows hide me.
Oh, 10 points of health. Still 5 seconds before Mega spawns. Both players extremely weak. Sirius stands his ground. Using standard machine gun. One single bullet was all he needed. Oh, Sib pushing in LG on LG once again. Ill-advised, perhaps, against the best aimer in the league.
Ooh. Let's get the light. Tickles him with the LG and just waits for him to peek out with that rail. Oh, the tri-bolt. It was on about 61, I believe, and yeah, that was more than enough for him to be able to secure that. And Sib now makes it 4-3, and he's got the Ghost Walk, so he could get this heavy and burn it if he wants to. I was thinking maybe he'll pick up that heavy, then use the Ghost Walk to get out of there, because it was a very disadvantageous angle, but still somehow alive. Not too sure how long for, though. Let's get away. Isn't available anymore, but he's greeted with the direct to the face. 6 HP. All tied up here, Flea.
Calculated, Sirius says. 6 HP, that leaves me with 5 more than I need to get this frag. And indeed, he tied it all up. He knows that Sib is so weak. Oh, rocket fires. Fraction of a second too early. And Sib does manage to evade Sirius for now, but is in no shape to make a push for Mega. Won't show his face, will instead already be trying to set up for the heavy, if he will even contest. Big difference now though, Sirius doesn't have an LG. And Sib does. So the very push that went so wrong earlier, he actually could have made this time around. Not saying it would have worked, but the odds were favoring him a lot more than last time, at least.
And it was as the Mega is up, but picked up by Sib as he's just wall jumping around the archway here. Energy bell comes out. Good rocket coming out from Sib there as Sirius pulled back to collect his thoughts and also recover from the last engagement. Good rocket, another great rocket again coming out from Sib, but also the rail, don't forget. 42 coming out from that previous rocket, and he hits the rail again, looking for one more. He can, he's just teasing him at this stage, does get away. Good patience coming out from Sib. Then I say that happens. 5th frag coming out from Sirius.
I am really impressed by just the level of control and discipline I'm seeing out of Sirius. That's just things that he was never known for in the past, but that he's clearly been able to work on and improve now. Just looking at his face cam, there's frags where Sirius died, and I'm looking at his face cam to expect, you know, some kind of a reaction, some tilt, some emotion for something to go wrong. But no, he just maintains his focus. And then also just looking at how he takes some of these fights, right? Landing the first rail shot, and then switching to just the normal machine gun, for instance. Not going for the second rail, but just knowing that he has got much better shot of finishing it off by switching to the machine gun. And that's just something that I don't think, quote-unquote, old Sirius would have done.
He's picked up both lights. The only light available now for Sib is going to be underneath rail. Sirius picks up the heavy. But look at this, he's already in that proximity, so he's going to have no armor at all for a little bit of time. Now he's pushed him away from all 3 lights, so it's going to cause a little bit of issue there. Finds him. Good damage coming out there from Sirius once again. He's really And a lot of pressure and a little bit of a stranglehold onto Sib here. It's eating up all these armors and good positioning as well. And the timing of these items. Ghost Walk comes out. Mean it's going to be a free heavy. Of course, he's not going to continue contesting that. Mega's still up. Rocket jumps up just for extra insurance. And Sib once again. And Sib must be thinking, like, everywhere I go, he's in some kind of close proximity. We've got 3 minutes left now. Still, though, just a 3 frag deficit. Sib can somehow claw back control. Or some of these items here, but that's going to be a couple of good rockets to give him a bit of leeway.
Now Sirius also picks up heavy. Probably will have to yield the Mega. Yeah, Sib does walk away, but he pays a heavy price, down to around 60. Now 75 points of health, does get a bit of armor to work with as well, but will it be enough? Ghostwall comes up. Sirius hears the bounce pad right next to him. Sib has been bleeding frags the past 2 minutes. There we go. Some excellent LSG from the American. Bring it to a 3-point game. This is still possible, especially with Mega spawning right there. Sirius powering on through. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get overly confident in his aim. Because we know that Sib, when his aim is on, he can hit like a truck just the same. Try and chase blindly around the corner through a choke point. Rocket waiting for him. Sirius, 2 frags ahead, 2 minutes to go. This could still go wrong.
That rocket, direct rocket earlier, could be the turning point here.
Yep.
And it looks like it is here, Flea. 1.5 minutes left to go. More than capable of to bring this back in the matchup. Needs to not get hit by this rail, but gets one of his own again. Some of these very small plays here just making such a huge difference. 1:15 left, and I like how Sib isn't really getting too overzealous, just consistently changing his angles, knowing that he may not be able to go for the item, but at least he can try and take him down, or at least do enough damage to not make it worth. So this is wild here. Again, hits another rail. One more. We'll be able to do it, but Sirius retaliates with a rail of his own. And if he could get somehow a trade and then keep him on spawn afterwards, could be something a little bit different. And now he's got the info he needs and a tiny bit of damage. And look, he's just diving on in, but the rockets are just way too good. Sirius on 3 HP. This could be a done deal here. I think after that first rail, forcing him to drop and not even pick up the light, this could be it.
Now this will be it. Sib was really starting to build some momentum. I think in part because Sirius really gave him the opportunity to do so by being too aggressive. Just too much trust being placed in his aim, which, as amazing as it is, isn't the end all be all. And then Sib all of a sudden flipped it around. But Sib will now call GG's in chat. And that makes it so that Sirius is going to walk away with a 3-0 victory. Well done.
He certainly does. 17 items for Sib. I think I just briefly missed that. I think that might have been 20 or Sirius. It was. Thank God for that. 45% LG. It's alright, isn't it? It's not bad compared to 36% from Sib. And 55% rail. Of course, we saw that Sib was denying the LG quite often. And it's just how Sirius had the stranglehold on that map. Just how he was able to control the lights so well. And also not being able to pick maybe one of them up in particular. He would just deny it by having that angle or the positioning, so to speak. So everything was just going his way perfectly. Of course, we saw there, there was a one or two very messy fights, which was quite hard for us to kind of dictate how it was going to occur. Sib did keep it very close to the first 3 quarters of the game, but Sirius in the end just did what he does best and was able to escalate things further towards the very end, as you can see. And as I mentioned before, 55% rail for Sirius, 45.5% for the LG, and 36 and 38% respectively there from Sib. So a 3-0 victory for Sirius is going to help him climb quite largely on the leaderboard here. I look forward to see how things will pan out at the very end, and as you can see, the full results for anyone who missed that series.
That is going to make it so that Sirius will now have 6 wins and just 2 losses, which is an excellent track record so far. Whereas Sib still Just one win in week 1, I believe, versus Hron that was. So, yeah, Zip often comes close. He didn't come close to the win today. He almost secured the final map, was really starting to mount a bit of a comeback, but overall, Sirius just had his number with the amazing aim that just makes it so difficult for anyone to really do anything against.
Yeah, it was rough. I think that's the right word for it. It was definitely quite rough in some of those occasions, but these things happen. And like I said, it's a big contributor to how Sirius is so successful and has been so successful over the course of this Pro League so far. And speaking of the devil, we've still got 3 more series left to go, and we've got 2 absolute bangers later on. But right now, and after this break, we will have Psygeek versus Chain. So guys, don't go anywhere once again, as we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back, you beautiful people. We've still got 3 more series left to go, but before we go to the last 2 and bring DJ Wheat on board, we do have one more, which is going to be Chain versus Sidegib. And me and Flea, we're having a little bit of banter before we actually jumped on here, and we're just discussing, just looking at the leaderboard and stuff. Both Chain and Sidegib are currently going 1-7 in series score, but they've also both going 5-19 in map score as well. It's literally picture perfect, identical scorelines at the moment. Of course, they're both hovering around joint 13th so far, so a win for either one of these players is going to be hugely beneficial for them.
It absolutely is, both just in terms of their placement on the scoreboard, but also, towards the end of the season, if it's going to really come down to it, and we might have, some sort of elimination or seeding going into the actual finals, that one win over your, so to say, rival in terms of points, because that's really what they've been, really closely mirroring one another so far, that could prove to be instrumental.
And you can see from the world rankings so far, this isn't, so to speak, before the matches, this is actually updated and what's been carried over from the previous matches here today as well, just to let everyone know at home. So they actually are both joint 15th, so it's a battle of just trying to get out of there, and I think both of them should be able to get above Huron anyway, no matter what happens, even if one of them loses 0-3. But again, this is going to be massively important for them, because obviously much lower seed you're going to be on day 1 at QuakeCon, you're going to play some tough opponents from the Challengers side, and we've already seen some very tough opponents coming up from the qualifiers already. But let's start off with Chain. We know that he's the kind of guy where somehow every year, every finals is able just to really bring the competition, and that gap he has for 4 to 6 weeks leading up to some of these finals, he's just like an entirely different person, is it? So I kind of feel like with these results, you can just scrap them when you go to the Quake World Championships anyway. But just have a look at the results so far. He's taken a map of some of the top dogs, such as Zeneku, Maxter, Kilson as well. He's only defeated Tox so far, and had a few struggles against Avik, Rafa, Wenger and Racy along the way here. So I have to see what he can do. I still think, even though they're par for par in terms of the match win rate and the map win rate as well, but I think a lot of people may actually side more with Chain, depending on if Corrupted Keep has been banned, because this guy has been a bit of a menace on Corrupted Keep as well.
He absolutely has. Now, his opponent is no slouch either. As you mentioned yourself, they are tied perfectly in terms of match and map wins so far. Both have managed to secure 1 win, 7 losses. Sidegib's win has been against Zip. Chain's, we saw earlier, was against Tox 2 weeks ago. Now, most recently, Sidegib played Nasva Huron, suffered a 1-2 loss against those two as well. Now, today, Chain is going to be a major opponent for him, because something that I do think we should briefly talk about, Lethal, is I don't know if you saw Chain's most recent tweet, but after losing to Rafa last week, Chain took to Twitter and he said that was the last loss of the season, period. That was it. Just no context, nothing more. He didn't follow it up. He just said, this was my last loss of the season. From now on out, it's full focus. It's dedication. It's getting ready for QuakeCon. And he's going to revert what has happened, right? Because at one point, he was the only person without a win within the Quake Pro League this season, at least. And that's something that you wouldn't expect from someone as talented and as skilled as Chain.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise, really. We know that at some stage, obviously, everyone's got a lot going on in their lives in terms of like work, etc., their personal life, so it's very hard to train at times. And Chain probably feels like now he's got a bit of time to now be able to grind and be able to practice thoroughly enough to now make these strides forward, getting ready for the Quake World Championships as well. And this is, like I said before, of course, the lower seed you have on a leaderboard, the tougher opponents you can have in challenges, and we've seen some very tough people come out from challenges so far. And just to let people know as well, we do have the APAC qualifier coming up next week, so I think the sign-ups are on May 1st. I'm not 100% confirmed on that, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled on that for anyone in these APAC regions to get yourselves involved and to qualify for the Quake World Championships as well. But let's go to the picks and bans here, Flea. Let's see exactly how things are going to occur. Let's see if Corrupted Keep's going to come up this time. No, it's not. It's not going to come up this time, man. It looks like it it has been banned. And do you know what? It's been quite funny, Flea. This Grab Keep has not been banned by a lot of people. It's been a little bit of a surprise, but it's quite different, really, isn't it? Most people would rather ban their own pick rather than ban someone else's best map, which is understandable. It depends how comfortable you are going into the series. And it looks like we can have Deep Embrace, Ruins, and Veil. And it looks like we can have the usual Ranger and Strog matchup, not on Corrupted Keep or Awoken this time round. It will be on Deep Embrace. Slash versus the Anarchy on Ruins. And then to finish things off, we've got the Galena ban and the Eisen versus BJ picks.
Pretty standard picks, I feel like. Deep Embrace, you know, Ranger works well against anything. Strog, it's got a lot of speed, it's got the Peeker. Perhaps not the most common map that we see Strog being played on. That would probably be Awoken and Corrupted Keep, but still a solid pick nevertheless. Now, Ruins of Sarnath, large map, a lot of open spaces. Fast champions can really shine there, and that's exactly what both of these players had in mind going into this. We're getting Slash versus Anarchy, two of the fastest, most mobile champions in the game. Now, of course, always a big of a risk on Ruins, because picking up those small armors that are so important for the light champions can be very risky, because they're so out in the open, and one bad rail can cripple you. And then lastly, on Veil of Nav, we are getting the BJ, played by Saigib, versus the Eisen by Chain. And Eisen, I feel like, is really only ever played on Veil anymore these days, and it's the first time that we're seeing him in action today.
Yeah, I do agree. We very, very rarely see Eisen played. Normally when we do, it's normally like on the third map, and they're not really too sure in terms of how to go about with champion picks, which is, of course, understandable. BJ picks, nice to see him come up again on Veil. And if it was before this matchup and you didn't mention that tweet, Chain throughout there, I would have said it would have slightly, very slightly favoured Chain. Now that you said that, I probably would be quite convinced to say Chain should take this 2-1, consider what we've seen there. Now that Corrupted Keep is gone as well, and I mentioned it before, I'm surprised not many people banned it previously, but people have their own priorities in terms of what they would like to ban instead, which is completely understandable. And what I do like as well with Chain actually banning that scale, just for an element of caution, really, in case it does get used on Veil, because we've seen it from time again. But a lot of these players now have been able to deal with the scale quite well on Veil anyway, but it's kind of like extra insurance, really, isn't it? But your thoughts, Flea, what's your prediction? What do you think?
I would favor Chain on this. I think we're about to jump in the game anyways, because both players have readied up, but I would generally favor Chain moving forward. Also, just looking back at the match history between these two. Because Lethal, they have played a staggering 10 matches in the history of the Quake Pro League, and Saigib has only won the very first one over 3 years ago. So just looking at that history, at the statistics, I'm gonna have to favor Chain, especially after that confident tweet of his. I'm gonna go ahead and say 2-1 in favor of Chain.
Yeah, it's quite rough, isn't it? I would have slightly favoured Chain anyway, but now the percentile's gone up a little bit more since compared to what you mentioned with the tweet as well. So make sure you follow the man as well. Don't forget that. But yeah, I still think it's going to be a 2-1. I don't know how it's going to go. It could be a 3-0 if Chain performs how we think it's going to perform. Because it's quite a lot to take in to like really get that good again in the space of 1 week. But I could be completely wrong. He might just come out swinging anyway, which I do hope to see, because we know how good Chain is, and we know how capable he is, how much potential he has against a lot of these series. There's a reason why he gets a top placement out of nowhere in the QuakeCon finals or the Quake World Championship finals every single time. But let's start this series off, 5th series of the day, and it's going to be between Chain and Saigib on Deep Embrace with the Ranger versus the Strog pick. We're going to start off from Chain's perspective to see what shenanigans he's going to be up to.
Chain immediately being aggressive, leaving up his major item, the Mega, just to scope out Saigib a bit, bring the fight to him. Oh, I like that. I like that. The idea was there. The shotgun hits, unfortunately not quite damaging enough, but he gets the refrag at the very least. And I think that is one of the reasons why Ranger is actually a pretty solid counter pick to Strog. If Strog uses the Peeker, he is immobile, he's left in place, and you can just close the gap with the orb.
Oh, sadly, Chain doesn't get that frag. Just the timing of the weapon animation, it was just taking way too long to switch across, which is a bit unfortunate. Saigev does have 2 rockets left in his back pocket. Managed to replenish that. Still up 2-1. Chain still very weak. Saigev heavily stacked here in this next bout. A couple of rails would be good, even if he does get cleaned up, just to give a bit of leeway when he comes up on spawn. But you can see there, Saigev finding his time now, waiting to see how and when he's going to go for that rail, as he a little bit too close to the spawn proximity there to spawn near those rockets. Speaking of rockets, some good shots there coming up from Saigev. Good rail to boot, looking for the second, and he manages to bag it and his full frag.
Such a confident play by Saigev as well. Chain was down to literally 1 point of health. Saigev absolutely knew that he was extremely low, but still went for the rail finisher. There, though, a little bit sloppy on the execution by Saigev, and Chain able to get the frag with nothing but that starting shotgun. Now Heavy is about to spawn, just a few seconds. It's Saigev who's got the better positioning with those rockets from below. They're actually hurting a lot. Rocket jump, a moment too late, and Chain, oh, tragic! Didn't have the orb to save himself, unable to recover. And falls to the shallow depths.
Oh no, not a second time round, and the spawn rail may even get a second here, but yeah, he's in a good enough spot now to pick up this mega. Yeah, I think he had about 10 seconds remaining till the orb was gonna be able to use once again, so yeah, that was very unfortunate at the time. Heavy's up though, as Saigev just double checking, just making sure that he's not lurking around to stop him from rocket jumping up, as maybe to catch him with the LG. The info he requires to bounce on up and to try and take him down with his LG. Saigev's still ahead in terms of stack, and is just taking away all the items which Chain requires in order to try and recover from that last engagement, but he's got the light from above anyway. As Saigev's still directly underneath, as Chain's in a better position, but hasn't got the stack, and Chain has to back away. Rocket jumping back up again, grabs it, uses the orb, but it's not going to be beneficial to him in the slightest, and now he needs to again play that recovery process, and he just pixel peeks there from the corner, that rail area, and this is good from Chaino. Just keeping Saigev guessing, but also Saigev's doing a great job, just being very patient, and patience paid off with that direct. Misses the first rail, could cost him, but another direct, and we know how good Saigev's been with his rockets as of late.
I mean, Saigev always has been known as a brawler. Rockets, shoddy, two of his most powerful tools in his kit. And now Chain finally getting himself another frag, 4 minutes in. This is still doable. He's scoping out the rail. Good thing he heard that audio cue, because Chain had absolutely no idea where Saigev was on the map. Good rocket to the face, into the orb. Yeah. Messy in the end. Good rocket, but ultimately not good enough. And then in the confusion, Saigev still walked away with the frag.
Second half, 2 seconds for the segregation of his items. Saigev off to a very good start. No orb Chain at the moment, but we do have the peek for Saigev. Sliding away, going to go around the corner. The orb to him in the nick of time, and then else to take him down with barely any return damage. And look at the stack Chain has at the moment. This is his time to shine now and to really put it to good use. Oh my god, and that was literally one of the worst situations to be in now, because the mega, that was going to be free for Chain after that engagement. Oh, this is going to be tough.
Error is feasting today, Lethal. 3 ring outs on this map already. Man's eating good.
Yeah, definitely not wrong there, as the heavy is being picked up. 5.5 minutes have passed. LG comes out from Chain. He's got to deal with his peeker just a little bit. So there's a nice amount of damage there. All comes out for that Mega as well. Mega's actually still up. He didn't pick it up. It means that Saigev's been able to pick that up and get the first initial rail on spawn.
Now Heavy is about to spawn. Chain's in position, or was in position at least. The Tri-Bolt, deadly. Often a very underestimated weapon. Oh, I like what Chain did there. Good positioning, stopping Saigib dead in his tracks, killing the momentum of the LG. But Saigib, quick on his feet, switching to rail. That saved his life right there.
Saigib with the first rail. Hungry for more. He's going to bounce on up. The man of rocket jumping Saigib's been doing, you'd think he's the one with the passive in Ranger we've seen so far. Circling back around, he's going to catch Chain here, but Chain does get a good setup with the LG. Reacts in perfect sync. Still though, doesn't beat the fact that we've only got 3 minutes and 10 left on the clock as Chain has to do something now. I've wasted too much time here, and the orb comes up. This could be a perfect moment here, but again, stacks a bit too equal when Saigib was in position to hold that angle and to continue to do damage, as Heavy's coming up any second now, and looks like it will be Saigib's for the taking.
Mega about to spawn. 5 seconds left to go. Saigib in control of the high ground. It's exactly where you want to be, Astrog. Mega will be going towards Chain. Neither player connecting those shots. That benefits Saigib. He wants the status quo to remain in place. If he can just keep the score the same, he should walk away with the win. And that's a lot of good damage he did right there. Even though Chain got the frag, he lost a lot of his stack to make that happen. And that has given Saigib a good opportunity right now to just push in with that starting stack off the spawn. And still rival Chain here. Chain, can he find the shot? Can he get the kill? Out comes the peeker. Switches to LG. Walks away with it. 4 frags, 2 minutes. Not impossible. Tricky, yes, but could be done.
You can see Saigib's playing time just a little bit, just the odd 3 or 5 seconds wasting here and there, but also returning a lot of damage back, which is good for him if he needs to trade anything out in a bad situation. Coming in with the orb, the rockets as well, they're looking good and got a huge amount of HP left, but the problem is the Heavy's up for another 10 seconds, so trying to do a fair bit of damage was picking up this Heavy will be huge for him, and it's only a 3 frag deficit now. 1:15 left on the clock, more than doable. He's going to eat that light and pick up the Heavy straight afterwards, and this could be Chain's moment to shine into the chance to tie this up and go to sudden death. But with a minute left remaining and the mobility from the Strog, it's going to be difficult. We may only have 1, potentially 2 orbs left, depending on how many hourglasses he picks up along the way. But you see Saigib already just playing it smart, playing it cool and collective, and just being a real pain. Good rockets coming up from Chain as he drops on down, using the orb straight afterwards, staying alive, but it's just too much damage, and the trade comes out, and that was exactly what Saigib was looking for.
Yeah, not clean enough, ends up being a trade even. And I think it's already clear how Saigib is going to approach this. He's just going to go plus back, defensive, run out the clock. He knows he doesn't have to do much anymore. And that was already clear over a minute ago, when that previous Mega, or 2 Megas ago, now spawned. Saigib just didn't even try to contest it, didn't even try to get extra damage. He just left and maneuvered himself onto Heavy already. So that clearly illustrates how he wanted to play those final moments. A 4th one, absolutely wonderful. As Saigib secures map 1. This is interesting. Saigib on the cusp of potentially taking down Chain for the first time since 2020, at least within the context of the Quake Pro League.
It's a fair amount, 66% rail accuracy from Saigib, and it kind of felt like that as well. 16 items for Chain and 17 for Saigib. So the item count was not really too far off either. Did have just about 900 roughly more damage in comparison to Chain as well. So not the best of starts to Chain. Maybe he meant next week instead of this week. It's going to be no more losses, but we still got 2 more maps to go, of course, and we know that it's in Saigib's nature in every series to at least grab 1 in the bag before each series ends. But Chain, though, looking pretty good in some areas, but Cycle just so strong with his rockets. It was just unreal and just played the Strug down to a T. So I have to see what's going to happen next in this next matchup, because it's going to be a little bit different here, Flea. It will be on Ruins and it will be the Anarchy versus the Slash matchup. But these are the stats and results coming in from the first map. As I already mentioned, nearly 67% with that rail. And the damage across the board is just great.
That's exactly what I was going to comment on as well, because we're focusing a lot on Cygib's railgun accuracy, right? You've mentioned it twice, 66% rail, but look at Chain's, just 26. Chain doing barely 400 points of damage with your railgun alone. That was a big decider for that first map, and rail could be even more impactful on a map as large as Ruins, especially with 2 light champions at play. So Chain needs to step it up with the railgun, because if Cygib can continue the same intensity, land the same amount of shots, without Chain able to retaliate in turn, that is going to make it very tricky for the Canadian.
It certainly is, and especially if you're going to play a Slash as well, it's going to be Ruins back to a little bit of normality in terms of the champion picks here for this map in particular. We've seen a fair amount of Galenas, haven't we, going into Ruins. It's nice to see a more of a slide fast mobility championized matchup here between the likes of Slash and Anarchy. Of course, later on in Vale will be Eisen versus the BJ. Now, don't get me wrong, this would not surprise me if it goes to 1-1 and then goes to a third map decider. That would not surprise me in the slightest. But of course, the accuracy is a bit of a worry, I think, for all of us here to see how Chain is going to do. I'll be interested to see how chat thinks as well. Just trying to get as much rich, varied channel points as possible. Of course, it's best currency you can get, of course, going into Quake. But it is rough. It was a rough start, but I feel like you can definitely change things up. It's an entirely different ball game in terms of the champion picks and the map itself.
Let's see how this turns out. Expecting a lot of fast movement, no doubt, with these 2 champions, but sometimes we see that the faster the champions, the slower the games tend to be, right? Especially at the start, because of how risky one wrong move can end up being. You just have so little stack, no armor to spawn with, so if you end up in a bad position, you're done for. And so as paradoxical as it sounds, often fastest champions can result in some of the slowest games. So let's see how both players are going to approach the second map in the series.
Let's have a wonder as straight away the inject comes out, and he's also picked up this heavy. All the weapons to his back pocket now, but Cygib just keeping it calm, cool and collective, as you rightly said, just playing it smart, just to see exactly what Chain is going to be up to. Just tickled him a tad with the LG. Anything to drop down on that LG jump pad, but not going to happen. Some rockets coming out, but a good first rail there from Cygib already.
Now, of course, the heavy is going to be the big prize for these 2 players. General wisdom goes that if you don't have armor to start with, you want to prioritize the armor on the map. So heavy will be more impactful for these light champions, especially for Cygib, because he's got the injection. He can create his own health. Good rocket from Chain. That was a crucial defensive hit right there. Otherwise, Cygib would have absolutely gone all in, chased him with the LG up the bounce pad.
Yeah, that would have been a second frag, absolutely no doubt. And Cygib a little bit cheeky there. Just a quick drop down on the heavy jump, had to say hello and try and slide in a quick rail, but wasn't to be. And chat have spoken once again, Flea. You never guess what? Exactly 50% between the 2.
Really?
So
Okay.
we can't decide and they can't either. So it's quite difficult. And from what we've seen from that first map, I think it made it a little bit more decisive in terms of how even this match is going to be. Gets the first direct and the second direct is Cygib. His rockets. I used to think he was going CK with his rockets, but it doesn't seem to matter at this point. Very, very good. He's stacked massively, and he's got that inject. Rocket jumping up to see if he can get a little rail shot across. He will not, but we'll be able to get the Mega in a second now. He's just, at the moment, just keeping himself on his toes to find out exactly where Chain is going to be, just to keep active in terms of the pressure. Some good rails coming up there from Chain. A good wait for him to do enough chip to back him away, but the problem is he's still going to pick up that heavy. To see how things are going to go next. Mega in 12 seconds.
Now Saigib. Solid, beautiful movement using the air control. Nice, cheeky rocket from below, 50 points of damage. I do think Chain picked up the Mega just after that rocket connected, so didn't get the full benefit out of it, but still, it's what you want to get. And now Chain, even though he dropped the first frag, is the one who's in full control. Both Mega and Heavy are in his favor. That with two light champions lethal, you can see how quickly that can change, right? Chain, one wrong move, two bad rockets, and all of a sudden Saigib has equalized the stacks. He's able to secure himself another frag.
Certainly has, and he had, sadly for Chain, he had two very good rails, but of course it's not going to be enough. He has been picked up by Chain, so once more giving him a bit of leeway. He's just circling around towards Tribolt onto rockets. I like that from Chain as well. Had a good read, assuming that he's going to be around that T-junction area still. Let's make it up in the next couple of seconds. Of course, Chain is going to be in a much better position as Saigib hasn't got any rockets to use. Managed to find a little bit of ammo. Oh, he should be fine though. Of course, with the inject, he won't be available, but again, it would be a shame to waste it in that kind of situation here. 4 minutes in, Saigib's still up 2-0, and defensively he's been pretty damn good so far.
And as I mentioned, this does end up being a rather slow-paced game. Yes, there's quite a bit of action, but very few full committals. Rarely do either one of these players really go all in and just see things through till the end. It's a lot more about a reserved, disciplined play style, looking to just get the upper hand and then push in, always keeping an escape route available to them. Because both players know just how quickly the tides can turn in a matchup like this. And now Saigib, he wants this fight to go on in this position because he's got Mega behind him and he has the injection. So he wants to bait Chain into a fight. Chain wisely leaves, but does get chased down by the American.
Sure does, and even though Chain didn't spawn there, Saigib was very, very patient earlier on. And and Saigib now just already looking for that fifth frag and still has the inject. Mega's up any second now. This is looking so good, and it's not really too much on Chain's part, but Saigib just been playing very solid.
He absolutely has been. Legs heavy as well. Like, this is scary for Chain. He cannot just take an open one-on-one fight right now. He's got to go for the sneaky angles, the rails, maybe set up a trap. Let's just look at the stack that Saigib has. And he's got the injection too. Chain is just inviting so much damage, it feels like to me. He's just setting himself up perhaps a little too close to Saigib, allowing him to very often close the gap quite easily. And then we've seen how good Saigib's rockets have been so far. And he's just been obliterating Chain.
Saigib, his rockets has been so beneficial this game, both in a defensive and aggressive manner. Looking at the items so far, 14 items for Saigib, 12 for Chain, so not too far off. 9% rail for Saigib, which is quite interesting in itself, but his rockets have done itself justice anyway. And the rockets coming up once again. Going to try and finish up with the LG. Will they be able to? Oh, Chain misses that rail and Saigib still manages to get him. In the end, with the 9%, it's not even the fact that he's fired just like 11 shots or something. He's fired 22. And only at 2. But do you know what? You wouldn't think so considering the scoreline we're witnessing so far, Flea.
Yeah, indeed. Chain faring better but still not good, right? 35, 33% rail. That's just not what you're looking for in a matchup like this. Saigib doing more damage, and also the one securing more of the major item pickups. And I like how patient Saigib has been with his injections. He's only used that ability 6 times so far. So sometimes you have players who, they just kind of pop it as soon as they spawn, right? We saw Kron do that earlier today against Strong Sage. He would just use the injection as soon as he spawned, or to kind of prepare himself before a fight. Saigib is doing the complete opposite. He's really hanging on to it, and then popping it only when there's a real need, when he's on the back foot, when he's about to die, or when he's full-on engaged in a fight and wants that extra burst of health in the middle of it. That's difficult for Chain to play against, because he knows that at any given moment, Saigib could turn a fight around just by using that ability.
Like this from Saigib, he's just doing such a great job looking to stay alive and just making these very awkward rotations here. He's backing away once again. Still got a minute and a half left on the clock. And the Chain has a small window to jump in this back, but these defensive rails is helping him so much, going 2 for 2 just then. Already doubling his shots hit over the last 9 minutes of this game. And Chain now is just going to head straight into him. He finds him, but of course he's not going to have to stack to contend in this bout, and cleans him up beautifully there. Now 6-0.
And that is going to be GG. There's nothing that Chain can do anymore. I think we're well past that point and have been for a couple of minutes now. Because yes, Slash is fast, but a good Anarchy is pretty much just as fast. So if you've got to chase them down for this amount of kills, and even then, even at this stage, Saigib still stands tall, holds his ground, and adds insult to injury. 7-0 already. Chain's tweet, his prophecy of that was the last loss of the season, unfortunately for him, failed to manifest today.
It's like I said, he meant next week, but it's alright. I think that's something he probably forgot to add to the tweet.
I sure do hope so.
Yeah, it does. It's a shame. 7-0 though in favour of Saigib there, and he didn't really make much use of the rail at all, apart from one of the very last engagements where he went 2 for 2 just to keep damage or the stack low on Chain and to back away. But the Rockets were just, it's all his A game there for Saigib. It's literally the most beneficial amount of damage. It's more than half the damage with the Rockets in comparison. Of course, we'll show the stats later on. But yeah, Saigib just playing really solid, really well. I don't think it's anything to do with how Chain's playing too much. It's not, because a lot of people say, is it because Chain's having a bad day and Saigib's like playing standard? No, I think it's because Saigib's actually been playing very solid from what we've seen so far. And yeah, it's this obviously is going to be another series win here for Saigib, but Chain, no, we will be back to the drawing board. Still got one more map left to go, though. It's going to be interesting in itself. But yeah, been very impressed with how Saigib has been playing so far. And as you can see from the stats there, 1,456 damage here with those Rockets. He never missed a beat there with them, sadly, and defensively and both offensively as well. He's just been a real terror with him as well.
I think this should be a bit of a boost in confidence for Saigib, right? He hasn't had the best of seasons, only 1 win versus 7 losses, and that 1 win was against Sip a couple of weeks ago. But this should inspire him. He is playing really well right now. Like you said, there's nothing really that Chain is, doing disastrously wrong. There's nothing that you can point at and just really say, oh, look, and he's making some big mistakes. Yes, his railgun accuracy could and should be better than this, but overall his plays are still solid. And Saigib cleverly working his way around that's just, showing signs of what might be ahead in the coming weeks.
Yeah, it's been nothing about aim skill or anything like that. It's just very good standard map control, which we don't normally see a lot from Saigib. Normally a lot of his opponents will let things spiral out of control and he struggles to kind of dictate the pace of the game, but he's the one who's been dictating it, and he's just been positioning himself really, really well, and the reads he's been making is just kind of complemented that even further. We've seen it every single time, and he's obviously really thoroughly thought about what needs to be done in terms of his gameplay and his style, because he can't just keep on playing how he's playing and then let the remainder of the season just not go his way. And this has been a great example of that. And I do feel like his positioning and his reads have been the key factor, not really the champions, the map picks or aim skill, clearly from the rail accuracy of the previous game, just his all-round standard play on Quake and how he's been progressing so far. And it's just been nothing short of spectacular again. And it's the consistency of it as well. There's times where we may see it from one person, so on one map, and then it may go the other way. But so far, back to back, he's been looking very strong, and it's been kind of the telltale sign, really, hasn't it? So he's not been the only one who's been playing quite well balanced and playing to his advantages in terms of positioning. We saw Tox do that earlier. Even though he didn't win, he was still playing extremely well, and we look forward to seeing how he does as well, obviously, as the month's lead to the Quake World Championships. But Saigib should be pretty damn impressed with himself so far, and I'm sure Chain will perfectly understand that anyway. But like I said before, he means no losses next week.
I hope so for him, because we've seen how good we've seen how good Chain can be, right? There's been times where he was ranked number 2 NA, where he had some really impressive performance on LAN. So I'm hoping that he'll be able to really grind things out and improve some more as we're heading towards the finals. Saigib, dual wield of the machine gun, very patient with picking up the Mega right there. He could have done so way earlier, but he waited until he was certain that he would get the full 100 health boost out of it before jumping on it. So Saigib gets the first frag, Chain immediately rushes him down for the refrag. And this is the first time today we're seeing Ison come into play, so I'm excited to see what Chain can get up with.
Good rockets, but not a huge amount of damage. But Timido is going to be here to play as well. Good rockets again coming up from Chain, basically saying, my rockets can be easily as good as yours. And I like that, but it was interesting as well. Chain was so patient, just trying to line up that rocket perfectly. But then as soon as he went up the stairs, he was like, okay, this is, best if I switch now. But Saigib's still very weak at this stage. Does still the heavy, even if he gets cleaned up. And you can see Chain is extremely weak, so he could, not anymore though, had a small window to try and trade that out. And Chain is just backing away again, gets the health bubble, gets the light. And look and see where Saigib is going to come from. He's going to be directly above him. Has the read. Good first rail from Chain. He's going to bounce all the way up, and will he better finish him? Not really too sure as of yet, as the stacks are really much equal. Chain has picked up the light, won't be available anymore, and now he can take this risk to go for the heavy.
Now Mega will be the next item to spawn. Saigib nowhere in the vicinity to contest. Oh, Chain's gonna hear him. Pushing in aggressively. Good use of the rocket right there. A little bit of LG and then the rocket to finish it off. Correctly predicted the spawn, but was unable to land that rail. And Saigib, good push by him. He saw and he knew that his rocket was still laying on the floor. That he didn't have to go to the normal spawn.
Stuff there from Chain. He's going back through again, as Saigib does trade, but still very weak. Good rocket though, picks up the Mega on top of things. Now picking up those hourglasses just to get Timmy back on track a little bit quicker.
Chain now 3 frags in the lead. Like what he's been doing so far. Now, in my opinion, Vale is one of Chain's best maps. Still remember that incredible comeback of his against Rafa. Mega will be going to Saigib though. He's got a stack advantage. Oh, Chain! So aggressive, perhaps too aggressive even. You've got to respect the dual wields. I don't think he got as much value out of that turret as he was hoping to. Saigib was probably just a little too fast to go on the offensive, and I don't think that he was really ready for it.
Rockets coming up from Saigib. Wouldn't expect anything less. It's down to Timmy once more. Finds Chain, takes that last rail. will manage to get the light to cover just a little bit. He realises that he's probably around that tribal area. Team comes out once again. Good LG coming out there from Saigib. So it gets cleaned up once more, and already he's tied the lead. Is a bit worried for Saigib at the very beginning, going up already 5-1, and now already tied things up so early on. With it's only 4 minutes of play here, Flea picks up the Mega, and now is back on the hunt once more. So we'll find him at the bottom. There's a sprinkle of damage from above, assuming he may be going towards the LG or TP. But this is good there from Saigib. He's just firing at all angles, at all possibilities here, just to make Chain feel a little bit uncomfortable as he hits the first, hits the second, looking for the third, but sadly he would not leave, or will not give any more. Saigib, but look at this though, all that unreturned damage, the stack from Saigib at the moment is just brutal with what Chain's got to contend with.
And Chain so far has been dealing most of the damage, but Saigib has been picking up significantly more items. That is what's making it so difficult for the Canadian. Immediately pressured off the spawn once again. Saigib, is he gonna push in? After that burst of LG, he might just go for it. Oh, wow. Perhaps a bit too predictable by Chain there. Just turning around and keep on running in a straight line with Saigib right at the teleporter, able to shut that down. Those kinds of plays can be costly.
That's right, Saigib is just not missing a beat at the moment, as we're just past the halfway stage. Jewel was up in the next couple of seconds, depending on how Saigib is going to time this, because Mega's also giving up in the next 5. He's now going to push on forward, using that Jewel is going to push on forward, but good rocket coming out from Chain, good rail! And up from Saigib, and then Chain just follows suit straight afterwards. That was definitely one way for Flea to pick up the Mega, and he picks up the Heavy. This is looking so good for Saigib at the moment, as he's had 7 frags back to back, and so far Chain just struggling to answer back in general.
Yeah, Chain doesn't really have much of an answer. He's still doing more damage than Saigib. His rail seems to have recovered. He was sitting 60% rail just a moment ago. But he needs more than just that, and now Saigib has extended his lead up to 3 frags already. Oh, Chain! I don't know if that was intentional or not. Might very well have been, because it worked out nicely, but he is down to just 7 points of health. So even with the Heavy to his name, a quick burst of machine gun damage would have done him in. Saigib was unable to catch up with him though, and now Chain looking to recover. Those health bubbles definitely going to help. And he's got plenty of time left to slowly start mounting the comeback. He's even gonna do a little bit of self-damage just so he can deny his opponent that small armor.
Back and forth, but you can see Chain taking the risk paid off, picking up that Heavy as he was slaying Saigib down. There's a good chance for him to do some additional damage here, but he's gonna retreat and just get a little bit more stack. Mega is up, still trying to deny him the rocket, but and he can't deny it anymore, but did a little bit of damage doing that course directly underneath him. Good rocket, misses the rail sadly, and Saigib still has a chance to pick up that Heavy, which he has done. Even though it gets cleaned up, at least he denies it from Chain from having such a huge stack. Mega's up in 15.
Chain down to just 35 points of health. At least he's managed to bring it back, but he's got to be careful now. This is a critical stage. I fear that if Saigib gets the refrag now and re-establishes control, might just spell GG for Chain. Luckily for him, he's managed to recover a lot of his stack. Still has to be careful. Dual wield has been burned though, and Chain knows this. There's around half a minute, maybe a little less, that Chain now has. He can operate without the threat of that extra stream of damage.
You can see as well, Chain just taking the correct routes just to not put himself in too much danger. Still, Saigib's still got 75, about 65 more HP, so still got a fair amount of damage to kind of deal with, but now it's going to be even larger. Heavy's just been picked up. Mega's in 10. Chain really needs this item. Doesn't need to go, of course, till death to try and grab this Mega, but we have to think about keeping his distance in case he has to retreat straight afterwards. But looks like he should be able to get it, actually. So good bag coming out from Chain. Heavy will be up in 6. So Chain again in position, advantageous position to go for. And even if Saiga does catch up on this Heavy, he's going to take quite a bit of damage. It actually stops him from picking up this Heavy here, Flea. The Tribot is still coming out as he dives on down with the LG. Good pick up there from Chain. Good damage coming out as well. Textbook stuff, as he does see Saiga lurking around that area, but this is looking very good. Chain can maybe stop this from going to sudden death.
Good rail from Chain. That's an opportunity. Out comes the aggressive push. He's gonna drop down on Saigib. Kills him just before he's able to secure that small armor. Oh, and look at the movement. Defrag style. Little bit of extra rocket just to clear the ledge. And now with 20 seconds left to go, this is getting a little bit desperate for Saigib. He's got no stack to work with, but he's got to find the frag. All Chain has to do is play defensive. One rail. And the second one, that is going to be final nail in the coffin. And Chain will at least secure the final map. But the overall victory goes to Saigib, and deservedly so.
Yeah, that was a great series overall. I think it was a lot better than we intended. And I think when we're discussing and what we're talking about in terms of how Chain feels going into this matchup, we thought, oh, okay, so Chain's probably quite feeling quite vicious at the moment to try and get as many dubs on the board in terms of series wins. But clawed a map back at least. He can still overtake Saigib maybe later on in the season, considering we've got so many weeks left to go until QuakeCon does appear before our very eyes. I must say though, Saigib was looking very, very good. So I think, and this is not even including Corrupted Keep in the map pool either in this series. So this is something people need to be quite wary of and not to underestimate him in the future weeks.
Indeed, both of these players, I think, are not to be underestimated. Saigib clearly showing that he's getting into a groove of sorts. We've seen some impressive plays, some good awareness, some good aim. At times, you know, a little shaky. The LG on map 1, for instance, wasn't always there, but overall, good plays by the American. While Chain, his railgun, kind of let him down over the course of map 1 and map 2. But on map 3, Vale kind of found this mojo again and was able to bring home at least one map win.
He sure did, and you can see Saiga with his little grin on the right side. He's going to be happy with that one, with that 2-1 victory. So we'll get him up a little bit more from the, obviously, the bottom side of that leaderboard. If you guys just missed it or missed the series, we've got, before your very eyes once again, 13 to 8 in the first map, 7-0. Consider, I still find that crazy. It was 7-0, and with the hit percentage he had, it's like he did so well just with the rockets in the LG just to keep his distance. But again, it's like I mentioned before, it wasn't about aim skill or anything like that. It was basically his positioning and his denial for a lot of those items as well. Just played a really good game. But Chain managing, of course, scraping that map number 3. So that was just a little bit unreal there. Something we're definitely not used to seeing, especially on a map like Ruins as well.
No, absolutely not. But indeed, in my opinion at least, the most interesting one of the series was the final one, Vale of Nav. I feel like they were matched the most closely. I feel we saw Chain play to the best of his capabilities, while Saigib was still just running consistently at a high level, and it was pretty close towards the end. So overall, good, interesting series. The final map was the best watch of the bunch, at least in my opinion. And once again, congratulations, Saigib.
And there we have it. That's 5 matches down, and we've still got 2 more left to go. Next is going to be the LATAM powerhouses between Maxter and Nosfer. And of course, the naughty one at the end, the last one, the Kilson versus Rafa matchup that we've all been waiting for as well. I'm sure it's going to be extremely spicy in these next 2 series. So guys at home, do not go anywhere, please, as we'll be back in about 5 minutes. 2 more matches left to go, and these two are going to be keeping your eyes peeled here, as our next series is going to be the 2 LATAM powerhouses going head-to-head against each other. And Flea, for these last 2 series, we can't do it alone, can we? We have to get Mr. DJ Wheat on board, as we're going to see how he's getting on and see how things are going. Mate, it's been a while.
It's been a hot minute. Yes, it has, and I'm glad to see that everyone saved these 2 great matches for the end. We've got some amazing matches. Yes, I was traveling, and then I had a wedding, and then I got a little sick. But I was there. I was watching most of the time, sometimes even shit posting in chat. But thanks for holding it down, guys. There were some great matches that I got to watch, but of course, that's previous weeks. You can go to the tournament page to get those results. It's all about these 2 matches right here, and I think we got some good ones.
We certainly do indeed. We were very upset without you being here, but now we're super happy now that you're back. And yeah, what a way to come back to as well. We've got Maxter versus Nosfer coming up next, and it's going to be a really close feat between the two. We know that Maxter, we probably expected him to perform a lot better than he has done currently, but Nosfer's been on a right tear at the moment so far.
He absolutely has been, right? If we take a look at their placements, we see that Maxter is currently in the 10th place overall, whereas Nosfa is in 7th. Nosfa 5 wins, 2 losses. Maxter 3 wins, 4 losses. But we're first going to take a look at Maxter. You can see he started off strong, taking down Hron, also winning against the likes of Toxic, as well as Chain, but also suffering a few losses here and there. 3-0 versus Wenger, 1-2 versus Sirius, and then most recently Kilson and Dramis.
Yeah, there's some rough matchups there, but I got to be honest. Like I think Maxter, clearly a little bit of struggle. I mean, there's some great, losing 0-3 to Wenger. That's that happens. Same thing with Kilson. I was kind of hoping to see a little bit more out of Maxter, but we still have quite a few weeks left to go. I think this represents a pretty critical match for him to potentially, go down to 3 wins, 5 losses, or pop back up to 50-50 batting average. This is one of those matches where I think it's pretty critical for Maxter to kind of start his run to the finals, and then of course we can talk a little bit about his opponent, because I think he's been playing fairly well this season, although he's at only number 9, just 2 losses but 5 wins. So as critical, well, maybe not so much. He could probably still drop a match, but would be a pretty big thing for Nosfa to be sitting 6-2 in the league overall.
Yeah, I think all of us have been extremely impressed with how Nosfer's been playing so far, as you talked about his win record as well, and how he's been competing against a lot of his top players. We weren't really too sure what kind of Nosfer we were going to get this season, but he's answered it for us, and the way he's been performing is, again, nothing short of spectacular overall. Currently in one of those top positions so far, but let's have a look at his win rate so far in terms of the opponents he's been playing against, and there's some pretty big wins from what we can see. The fact that he defeated Avik 3-0 is just a testament in itself. 2-1 against Zen and Dramas, and even having a very close series against Kilson tells the tale pretty much.
Absolutely. Kilson, the reigning champ, undefeated so far during the season, and Nosfa manages to take away a map from him. That is quite telling. And then just last week, he managed to beat Saigip, who we've seen come out swinging and in very good shape earlier today. So Nosfa, he's looking pretty good. Now also, talking briefly about the match history between these two, because these are former teammates, right? They have played each other a lot. Out of the 5 matches they've played, Nosfa has won 4, but Maxter has won the most recent one. So does that mean that Nosfa is going to continue overall being the victor? Or was Maxter winning the previous one a sign of better things to come from Argentina?
Flea, that was at the last year's finals, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that was a win when it counted, but that's really interesting record, because even if you look at the opponents that Nosfa had versus Maxter, there were some similarities, but Nosfa definitely was king of the hill on some of those where Maxter couldn't quite pull it out. So I feel definitely I sort of favor Nosfa in this one. Still put the emphasis on the fact that I think Maxter really needs a win here, at least needs to be pulling out a map and showing us some close games.
Another big talking point as well is that obviously both of them won't be playing on the SA server, of course, with Maxter now based in Spain. So what it does mean is Nosfer has been used to the high or the heavy pings consistently the whole time. As Maxter's actually readjusted into Europe, he's used to the low pings and obviously some of the pings on the NA East side as well. So again, he needs to get used to those high ping games once again. When Nosfer, he hasn't had to worry about that. He's been continuing to play on these pings the whole time anyway, assuming that both of them will be playing on the NA servers. But let's have a look at the picks and bans. It'll probably help tell the tale just a little bit further to see how things will dictate in terms of the pace here, and we can see already Blood Covenant and Deep Embrace have been banned outright straight away. It will be the usual so to speak, not on the same map, but it will be Ranger versus Strog and Awoken / versus the Anarchy going into Molten Falls. That's going to be a very spicy matchup in itself. And finally, to finish things off, the BGA versus the Galena. We've seen a lot of Galena and Ruins so far this week, but I'll start with you, Flea. How do you feel how this matchup's going to go, seeing those picks?
I mean, map 1 couldn't be more standard, right? Awoken, Ranger versus Strog, we've seen it time and time again. Map 2, Molten Falls, Slash versus Anarchy, we've seen it today even, and then Anarchy managed to secure a pretty convincing win, but that was on Ruins. This is Molten Falls, where Slash is, in the eyes of many, the single best champion to play. And then finally, Ruins of Sarnath, we're going to see the BJ versus the Galena, so the burst damage versus the overstack and the hidden totems. So generally speaking, I feel like this is a very, very balanced matchup. There's no clear favorite, at least in my eyes.
You know, it's arguable whether or not Slash is the most. This is coming from someone who can't crouch slide to like save my freaking life. Like, I don't know, but no, I think you're absolutely right about games 1 and 2, and I'd love to see this come down to a game 3 closer. Right, we've had in the past few weeks some real nail biters going into these featured matches. Would love to see that tradition kind of continue a little bit. I still, with the picks and bans, I still think Nosfa has an upper hand here.
Yeah, it's really tough to call, isn't it, considering about the whole ping situation I told you about before, where now Maxter is the person in the EU and was used to these low pings, and Nosfer's continued to play with over 100 ping, depending on his opponent and who he's playing against. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for Maxter this time round. And you've got to remember, in previous seasons, but Nosfer always used to have Maxter's number every single time, apart from last season where he was actually finally able to take him down in convincing fashion. But before I go and before I head off, just thought in terms of prediction, what are you guys thinking in terms of these two battling that out?
Wheat, I'll let you go first. You can do the honors.
Wow. This is what we call passing the buck here in the United States. And that's fine. I've already said it a couple times. I think Nosfa takes this series, but because I want to see something closer and, I think Maxter needs this one, I'm going to make it 2-1 for Nosfa.
Okay. I'm going to say 2-1 Maxter. Even though Nosfa has had the better run so far, I'm on the Argentina train today, so let's see what Maxter can do. Now, Lethal, you don't get to leave before pass your own vote.
He's like, okay, bye.
I was going to pack my bags and say, see you guys later, I'm on my bike. But I'll say Maxter 2-1, just considering the situation. It's still quite hard to tell. It's really, I really think it could go either way. The champion picks, the maps, it's just way too balanced to really give anyone a kind of a decisive matchup. But anyway, I'm going to go and try and put myself into a food coma whilst I let you guys enjoy this next series. So have fun.
All right. Enjoy. Flea, what's up, man? It's been a while.
I've missed you.
I've
missed you. Yeah, it really has been far too long, especially because I was out for a week as well. So I think we've had to miss each other longer than most. I'm very happy to have you back on the show with me.
I'm happy to be here too. Missed you too. So good to be back in some Quake. I mean, the storylines this season have just been phenomenal. We've got newcomers. We've got people improving. We've had others returning. We've had some people not performing the way, and I specifically didn't put names in any of that. You kind of know some of these storylines, but I think this is a good one, as you called out, right? Kind of this 5-4, a little bit of rivalry, considering the former team teammate situation. And I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised that both of you had a pick for Maxter, but he's a player that at the end of last year was showing us he was absolutely capable. I just don't know that we've seen that, fifth gear Maxter quite yet this season. If this is the week, awesome. I'm here. I'm here for it.
I feel like we've seen him come close several times this season, and I'm hoping for his sake and for the many Maxter fans that today will be the day that he breaks on through. So let's see whether it will be Nosfa or Maxter. Nosfa representing Brazil, Maxter, on the other hand, Argentina.
I hate to tell everyone this is like one of those, like everyone's ready and everyone's cheering and the stadium's going nuts, but there's going to be a lobby restart. So stand by just a few seconds. I think we're going to be hopping right back into this one.
Think so too.
But we get to go back. That was a test. You all passed with flying colors. I saw people getting excited. Hype. Well, maybe not so much, but. Yeah, that does mean that all of your channel points are void, however. So, sorry, you're going to have to re-wait. No, I'm just kidding.
I also like that the predictions are pretty close, ultimately. 290,000 points versus 255. That makes for a nice, close, exciting matchup, I feel like.
Yeah, it does. It took a while for Nosfa to catch up, actually. Originally, maybe there was just some big spender out there that was like, yep, all in on Maxter, boom, there it goes. But yeah, Maxter still in the prediction lead at this point. So we'll have to see, but we're at least back in a lobby and getting ready. And then, of course, to sort of tease the palate just a little bit, our second and featured match and final match of the day is going to be Rafa versus Kilson, number 1 versus number 3. We won't get ahead of ourselves, but I've been seeing the chat all day, Flea. They're just like, is it Rafa versus Kilson yet? Is it time yet? I mean, just like, are we there yet in the back seat? And as Quake chat parents, we need to just say we'll let you know when we're getting close, and we are getting close. Yeah. So
I think chat's just being a little contrarian. It's like you start and you say, okay, I put my money on Nosfa, so everyone's all of a sudden voting for Maxter. And then Lethal and I are like, yeah, no, we're in Maxter's train. And then they're like, whoa, okay, everyone back on Nosfa. So maybe chat really doesn't trust us anymore.
Maybe not. Chat should know that I just roll a dice here on my desk, and then whatever comes up. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see. We'll see at the end. But it's remained even, and we're out of the lobby and hopping back into the game. Once again, Maxter sitting at 3-4 this particular season, and Nosfa with a 5-2 record. And this is a big opportunity for both players, for Nosfa to really kind of pull ahead and put himself a little bit higher, potentially like the top 6-7 spot, getting ready for more games. Maxter kind of needs this one to stay above the fold on the rankings.
And it looks like both players have entered the lobby and are readying up as we speak. So here we go. First map of the series. We got that South American pride, Brazil versus Argentina. And we're kicking this one off on the perspective of Maxter, who gets the rail side spawn.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, that's a lot of peaker damage.
Oh, no. Oh, even Maxter with a side eye on that one. That's a big bummer, especially if that first nice rail he hit, Flea.
Did Maxter just get pushed back and kind of floated by the peaker, or did I see that wrong? Never seen that before. Peaker vertically, straight up from down below. Now it's a fight. Oh, what is happening?
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
This Nosfa is literally just typing ha 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 in chat after that one. This is the craziest opening to a game I've seen in a long time. 3 frags in 50 seconds, and every single one of them has been this baffling exchange.
Yeah, and to think that it started with that really beautiful peak rail coming out from Maxter, but then You know, it was great peeker usage there by Nosfa. He hit him, yet there was some kind of a strange interaction there, and peeker definitely got the best of that one. But then, you know, the orb and then the rail and that second frag looked real nice, but with no additional follow-up weapon, that rail was not the best weapon in that situation. So yeah, suddenly Maxter immediately finding himself down by 3. You and I both know, Flea, right? There's a little bit of momentum that's important to every single Quake matchup, and that is just an incredible swing over in Nosfa's favor. Maxter has now at least stopped the train that was Nosfa and is sitting with a nice stack. So there's an opportunity here. He orbs in to the mega room and really doesn't get much of anything out there. In fact, LG's really all he got. A couple rockets out, but he still can't get it done. A trade there at the end, I guess that's the best you could ask for.
I am inclined to agree. Best possible outcome that was. Now Maxter taking a bad rail. And another one. Ouch. Yeah, look at Maxter's reaction. He knows that there's nothing you can do about that. Big smile on his face, but that smile is hiding a lot of pain. Now 3 points down already. Nosfa's use of the peeker has been excellent,
dude.
So far.
Excellent, 100%. It's just been on point every single time. It's usually been when Maxter is on some sort of a ledge and he can move down below, and it would you know, if he protects himself that way, because if he doesn't deal with the peeker's doing damage, but he's not gonna have to worry about a rocket or something peeked over the side. So Nosfa picking up another one, and we went from 3-0 to then the trade, and now 1-5, and we're just hitting that 3-minute mark. So pretty impressive here what Nosfa's been able to put up, but I also have to feel there's a little bit of Quake luck on his side for sure here in game number 1.
It does seem that way, yeah. Nosfa, Maxter exchanging some rails. Nosfa now firmly in control. He can take this fight, no problem. He'll allow himself to take some damage knowing that there's a heavy ride behind him, but Maxter does not have that luxury. Mega not up for another 5 seconds, and Nosfa might be looking to make a play on it. Ultimately, he's going to decide against it. Will give it up to Maxter, but still, Brazil 4 frags in the lead.
And I think nice rocket there. I think that was fine, right? He's got a few frags that he can work with here. Another orb coming out from Maxter, really trying to get in a position. So far, orb has not really done much here for Maxter at all. In fact, I would say it's put him in kind of some worse situations than he would prefer. But he's full stack once again. If there was an opportunity, now is the time. Still 6 minutes left on the clock, so plenty to go. He's going to try to hold down just after picking up that mega. And I'd love to see him just wait up. Nice little trap. Some LG coming out. He misses that rail around the side, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board in this one, but does set himself up nicely here for a potential to grab that heavy. He misses both of those rails while Nosfa hits his, and he does maintain control of that major item, but he's just not really been able to connect with damage, Flea.
So far, indeed, he has not. Nosfa, 700 damage more than his opponent at this point. It's actually Maxter who is controlling the items, significantly so. 6 majors for Nosfa versus 13 for Maxter. Maxter even has more light armors as well, but it's just the damage output. Nosfa, it's really been keeping him at bay. A lot of good rails, rockets as well.
And I like what he's doing here. I mean, I got to give Maxter some credit, right? Like, those first 3 frags, that'll put any great player on it. Full tilt there. Nice work there, as he is going to pick up his 3rd frag, and suddenly this is a 2-point game. So he kept his cool, he's brought it back, but peeker is the real rage here, as another frag picked up by Nosfa, with again just using it at a great time. You know, there's not much that Maxter could do, and he really didn't have the right weapons to deal with it. So we're past the 5-minute mark, halfway through. Like what Maxter's doing to not just let this game run away from him, but Nosfa's not going to make it easy.
Indeed, he is not. Now Nosfa. Oh, Kind of getting caught by surprise there. Maxter definitely pushing in aggressively. Good rockets from Maxter to clean up that frag, but nevertheless, Nosfa did a fair bit of damage. I don't know if Maxter can just push in on the Mega. Good rocket to take down the Peeker, but here we go. Yep, Nosfa did enough in that previous engagement to stay in the fight and to block Maxter off. Oh, I don't know about that one, Weed.
Oh, no. That was... I felt like... Maxter is really setting himself up for potentially the second half of this game, but then suddenly, and now Maxter might bring this one back. All right, it does kind of play in his favor. He's back to that 3 frags, but the orbs have been incredibly aggro, and it just have not been doing what he needs to do. Maybe, sometimes you got to take a risk, and sometimes they don't look so pretty if they don't work out, but Ike's, we get another Tri-Bolt coming out there, and 5-9. So Maxter doing a great job trying to hold on, but Nosfa still kind of inches a little bit further ahead. Another great peak replacement. Oh!
Yeah. These peeker plays, Weed.
Yeah.
Damn.
Really good.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. I don't know if you caught the Kron game where, the Peeker just really wasn't working for him. It was often putting him in trouble and he got very little utility out of it. But Nosfa, this is the complete opposite. This is just absolute sheer efficiency. Every single time he uses his ability, it feels like he's getting a lot of value out of it.
And on the flip side, as we'd mentioned a couple times, oh, hold on, we got a nice couple rockets, but once again, Peeker, as he's rocketed off to the side, he still manages to pick it up. Another orb's going to go out, a quick turnaround, just see, did he actually take it? But yeah, the orb has not yielded any frags, right? For Maxter, right? I think it's yielded at least 2 or 3 frags for Nosfa, but that's not exactly right how it is supposed to work. So, Nosfa kept his cool here, has definitely hit his rails. I mean, no one's hitting anything that's going to earn him necessarily Hall of Fame status here rail-wise, as a 26% on Maxter's side and only 48 on Nosfa. But Nosfa's hit the rails when they've mattered the most. Peeker going to come out yet again, and Peeker's just been doing a ton of damage. So this first game is most certainly going to be going to Nosfa and Maxter. I like that he hung on as much as he could, but maybe I think it was like frag 7 or 8 where the kind of just the orb out of nowhere right off the spawn. I maybe would advise against that. But yeah.
Indeed, I also feel like the moment he went for that, yeah, so risky. The odds were not in his favor there. Maxter still pushing. Now he shows restraint on the orb. 50 seconds left, it's all over, and then he doesn't push with the orb. I feel like that's the wrong decision, or maybe it was the right decision, but the one he should have been making earlier. And indeed, Nosfa, man, is looking solid, and you love to see it. I feel like there's been a lot of players, a lot of viewers who've been watching Nosfa, or, the entirety of the Quake Pro League now, basically, coming close to excellent, but not always being able to live up to those high expectations that people have had of him. And this is a great step in the right direction.
Yep. I would even go so far as to say, as we're about to hit the clock here, but I'd go so far as to say that Nosfa looked like he was warming up during that game. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. Like, the way he was playing at the end felt really solid, even compared to the beginning. I think the beginning threw us all off. It was a little bit of chaos. It happens every once in a while. Right off the spawns, 2 players meet up within 10 seconds, and that did not go Maxter's way. But as Nosfa got more and more comfortable, is hitting those nice combos. At the end there, we had a rail peeker combo like that. And Peeker was MVP here. Controlled by Nosfa. He's got, he's got a career as a drone operator in the future. I don't know, but it was pretty nice, and that is going to be a very clean win for Nosfa there.
Couldn't agree more. Well-deserved victory for Brazil on map 1. I'm hoping we get to see... we don't get to see the first frag. That's the one that I was looking forward to the most. Just wanted to see how that turned out from Nosfa's perspective, but we'd still plenty more left to come, 2 more maps to go. Next one will be Molten Falls, and that is going to be a very different story. Much larger map with 2 light champions, 2 fast champions spawn without armor, very squishy, very vulnerable, but damn, can they move?
Yeah. And how is that going to play into things? And, you know, also, I think it's just going to be really important to see who's kind of on the aggressive. But I think you kind of even mentioned that sometimes these games can be slower than you'd expect. So we'll just have to see where they're coming. I mean, still predictions are pretty close. So people keeping their faith in their players that they were going after, and you know, this is another opportunity for Maxter to try to bring this around. Nosfa sitting on kind of a match point. Obviously, week after week we play all 3 games. But it was a really strong start, and we'll have to, you know, see where it goes after this.
Yeah, even despite Maxter favoring, you know, the items and doing better in terms of items control, it was still Nosfa who reigned supreme. His aim, use of the ability, everything was just so on point. Now on this map, Molten Falls, Anarchy's ability is still plenty impactful, but probably won't be determining as many fights the same way as that Peeker did, right? So I feel like the injection isn't going to be as critical as that little robot was on map 1. On the other hand, you've got the Slash, Plasma Trail. It's useful, right? Sometimes a little bit of AoE damage, shut out a hallway or a teleporter, get somewhere extra fast, but even there, again, less instrumental than Ranger's Orb. So this is going to be even more about just the fundamentals.
Right.
Base movement, base aim, positioning, timing, with less of an ability focus.
Yeah, and I mean, with Trail, like, you get a really limited zoning effect, I think, which can be, there's some spots on Molten where that can be really helpful. There's also a ton of spots on Molten where, like, that it doesn't matter, like, it's not going to make a difference. So I do think that if, you know, the way Nosfa's been playing, definitely Inject kind of gives him a little bit of maybe edge here overall, but I agree with you 100%. Like, this is going to come down to, like, kind of the fundamentals, how they're controlling the map, how they're setting up during our major items. And you know, clearly too, I just think are people hitting their shots. And that goes kind of back to what I was saying at the conclusion of map number 1, in that Nosfa looked really warmed up at the end of that match, right? So I think going into this one, Maxter needs to kind of bring himself up to where Nosfa's at aim-wise to really be keeping up with it.
Now, looking at the predictions in chat, people are favoring Nosfa more than they were the last time, but it's still relatively close. 440,000 versus 570k on Nosfa. So still, chat, not entirely in the Brazilian camp. They are still fearful of what Maxter might do, or they're confident in their Argentinian star. Yeah,
and for those that switched over, welcome to the Fairweather fan club. Like, you know, it's nice to have you here. So, we'll have to see how that one's going to play out. Very, very close, actually. And again, I respect all those that are like, I'm going to double down on my, you know, Maxter prediction. So, it could be rough for this one, but we're getting out of lobby and we're popping into the game now. Nosfa on Anarchy, Maxter on Slash. Are we going to have a quick fire, super agile, fast match, or are things going to slow down a little bit? We see the speed come out in bursts, but this be more of a big brain match. We're going to find out here in just moments.
Yeah, we are indeed loading into the second map of this series, and yeah, what you said, Weed, is entirely true. I think it's also very difficult to predict because these matches are so fundamentally different from one another. Two medium champions on Awoken says absolutely nothing about how two fast champions, two lights on a map like Molten is going to go down. So I feel like we're gonna see a lot in those opening minutes or two and see exactly how the players are going to be approaching it, as they are indeed readying up. We're all loaded up, ready to go. Don't know whose perspective we will be starting on, but we are jumping into the game right now. Good luck, have fun has been called, and let's see.
surprise us. It's going to be Nosfa right off the bat. And he's going to get the Mega Spawn, grab himself an LG, and goes back on over to the Mega, but actually is going to delay it a little bit and trying to get some information here off of the start. Has an idea on where maybe Maxter is, but still no pickup on that Mega, and that makes a ton of sense. Ooh, nice rail coming out from Maxter. All right. All right, I'm liking what we're seeing here. 30 seconds in, we're just seeing some picks, some pot shots. Rocket's coming out now, and Nosfa would like to get his hands on the rail. He does, so this gets interesting from this point.
Rails being exchanged. Maxter struggling the most. There we go. That one will at least equalize the stacks somewhat. Now Heavy and Mega are already significantly offset right now. Heavy up in 5 seconds. Can Maxter hold his ground? Misses the rail. Yeah, that was a costly miss. Nosfa should be able to walk away with it. Maxter 1 point of health. Does escape. But how long can he hold on to this? Rails like that.
Does Maxter have any idea what Mega is? Actually, I'm surprised Nosfa didn't push that a little bit, especially after that rail. Oh, he is going to push it, and the LG comes out. The Mega's picked up, and a slide into the wall. And now Nosfa in the danger zone. Both players disengaging there with almost equal health. Nosfa's going to head back on over, and I feel like Nosfa had sort of a control advantage, big tri-bolt to the face, and that is gone now, right? I don't think Maxter knew when Mega was up. Nosfa had just picked up the Heavy and could be first frag right here. 3 HP left, and Maxter does clean it up. Shotgun for frag number 1. Nicely done. Oh.
And another. There we go. Super shotgun. That's kind of Anarchy's Achilles heel. Oh, 90 damage into the rocket. Maxter. There we go. That's exactly the kind of style that we're hoping to see out of this man. Now 3 frags up. And look at both of them just racing around the map. So fast, so speedy. LG on LG. Ooh, that's a little sketch right there. Wow. Maxter definitely had the stack advantage, but his aim fell short. Wait, that should have been in the bag for him.
It really should have, and this could be bad as he goes on over to the Mega. Mega is picked up by Nosfa, and Nosfa gets the frag. I mean, we almost had a reverse beginning here in game number 2. With Maxter going up by 3, but Nosfa staying in control. I really like what he did, bringing it back. I'm not sure should have gone after that Mega, but Nosfa now, he's hurting bad. And oh my gosh, Maxter with a great rail there, make it 4-2. That's exactly what he needed in that situation. He needed to stop that momentum coming out there from Nosfa, and he's going to get the Mega off there, have the opportunity to make his way over to the Heavy as well. This is a really big moment here for Maxter.
Sure is. Maxter now, huge stack advantage. Dropping down, ballsy. But well played. Maxter, very careful about the angle he picked. Didn't drop down straight on Nosfa, but made it very uncomfortable and awkward for his opponent to get a good read on him right there. Nosfa pushing on through. Good rockets. That first one bounced him up, held him in place. But it will be Nosfa who gets the better spawn. Yeah, Maxter realizes that Mega has been taken.
Yeah, that was actually a super important rocket from Maxter after he got bounced off. I think he knew, like, I'm going to die, but getting that last rocket off allowed him to get that from the grave and trade a little bit there. So, you know, Nosfa now 3 frags down, but is sitting with a decent stack. And you know, I'm not surprised that Maxter did that drop down from the top. You know, I think he knew he had a clear control board and used it quite nicely. So Nosfa's going to pass up that Heavy. Thinks he has an idea where his opponent is up top. Doesn't see him there. He's going to know he's over at the Mega. There's a nice rail. Can he follow up with another one? He's following the trail. It takes a little bit of damage, and oh my God! He makes it work, and Maxter, although limping away, Flea still manages to get the frag, and that did, oh man.
Oh.
Wow.
I like how you started off the series by saying, yeah, well, you know, the plasma trail, it really isn't all that good. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage usually. And then, bam!
Nosfa looked at that plasma trail and treated it like it was a red carpet, like he was walking down, going to the awards show. And that's, you know, that I don't expect players to just run into it on the chase, but that's exactly what he did.
Now Heavy's about to spawn, 5 seconds. Nosfa's in position. Maxter, no way he can drop on this. Nice little rail on the exit though. That's gonna burn most of that armor that was just secured by Nosfa. And now both players trying to get themselves in the best position for Mega. Nosfa was hoping to maybe catch sight of Maxter. But Maxter is just gonna completely disappear to the other side of the map. Doesn't even stick around to try and get, you know, sort of a vague indication of the timing. He's just gonna leave it for his opponent altogether.
Yeah, he definitely. All right, well, he got that Heavy, so he's got a good grasp there. There's a nice little separation between our two majors. How is he gonna play this one out? Maxter gonna stay in that doorway, which means that Mega will be back up for grabs. Nosa's gonna have to turn around and grab. Oh. Or not. And Nosa's going to now make his way over to the Heavy. There's definitely going to be a battle here. Maxter with just a little bit more armor. As the pot shots come out, there's a beautiful direct rocket. Is the chase going to happen? It is. A nice rocket to bring it back 8-5. And this is getting a little scary, Flea, because, you know, Nosa still has the time to bring it back. A big frag here. That could be real big. 2-frag game now. A little bit of momentum. About 3 minutes remaining. Maxter still in the lead, but exactly where Nosa wants to be to try to tie this game back up.
Railgun is going to be very important for Nosfa to make this combat happen. Unless Maxter is going to continue just challenging him at every turn, which might work out for him. Both players low, neither connects with the kill shot. Maxter is taking a lot of risks, Wheat. With a 2-frag lead, still 2.5 minutes left to go. Some people would expect him to be a lot more passive, a more defensive game, but he is just going at it regardless of scoreline.
Yeah, and you know, maybe he just feels like he needs to stay there. He's going to set up top, set up a trap. Nosa now just going to rocket out of that spot. LG out, and Nosa's missed some pretty big rail opportunities here. It's unfortunate in the last couple minutes because that could change a lot. But now we're getting down. He needs at least a frag a minute here as we hit the 2-minute point. Trade of rails. Maxter gets the best one, a second one. And Maxter did indeed get that aim all warmed up to where he needed it to be because those rails are pretty much saving his life right now. Great rocket, but the rail cannot connect. Maxter with another one, 9-4, and he wants to secure victory in this game.
Just about to comment on the same thing, Wheat. Nosfa's rail accuracy, 19%. He needs to be hitting more to make a comeback happen. 90 seconds for 3 kills, not impossible, extremely difficult against the Slash. He needs to start landing those rails. There we go, he lands one. That was close though. One more tickle of LG before that shot, and it would have been Nosfa's frag. But Maxter now escapes. He's got the Mega to fall back on. Should be able to secure this. Oh! Critical time to run out of ammo. Wheat. Click goes the LG.
Yeah, but now the question is can he... Oh, my God. I was going to say, can he pick up 3? And look at this, the speed coming into play as he's got an idea where his opponent is and is just going to go for the full-on chase here. This is Maxter's game to lose. He's up by 2. He's got the speed as well. He's going to drop down onto that Heavy LG battle. Oh, my God, that rail. Are you kidding me? From the front pocket, he manages to hit it. And Nosfa has an opportunity here. But Mega's up. It is picked up. Huge huge rail damage, but both players suffering badly. They're very, very close to even. Nosfa, he will take the risk to try to get this frag, even if it means bringing it back to even. Oh, he just stood behind the side. 15 seconds remaining. Nosfa doesn't know where he's at. He's going to give up the couple of seconds to grab the heavy. He's indecisive, goes back, and Maxter will pull this one out. But oh my gosh, to the final second. 10-9. What? That was
That's
pretty
frustrating.
wild there at the end.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating for Nosfa. He came close, so close within the end. I think he's going to regret not switching to rail a second sooner in that final engagement, right? When he was bouncing his opponent Maxter up on the bounce pad with LG, would have switched to rail earlier and finished it off, but nope. Hang on to the LG just a little too long and allowed Maxter to escape. On the other hand, Maxter, I felt, played a very risky game, Wheat. I don't know about you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, for sure, but I think, you know, we've seen this with Maxter before. He's kind of like, you know, he's ice cold when he plays. He's got this great posture. Like, there's not a whole lot that can kind of throw him off that we've seen historically. I really think Maxter probably got in this spot where he's like, I can feel the momentum. I've just got to keep going, right? And there are times where sometimes you choose to kind of turtle it up a little bit, play safer, and that ends up working against you, right? And hindsight's 2020. We only know the outcome that happened in our universe, but I have to give him credit for kind of sticking to his guns on all of that. There were definitely some very, very close moments there. That last one being that LG up the jump pad. And it's always weird when you're LGing an opponent on top of a mega. Like, we've seen this for so many Quake iterations. It's just a harder fight to kind of think about in your head. And I could see it. Like, I don't blame Nosfa for thinking, I've got this. Like, what, one more tick of the LG and he's going to be down. But you are absolutely right. He did so much damage. If he would have been able to hit that rail at the end, that might have been a tables turn there for Nosfa to bring it back. So that was such a phenomenal game, though, with those 3 frags at the beginning, and then Nosfa's bringing it back. And I really like how Maxter played. I think if Nosfa goes back and is watching this, you know, I think the biggest mistake I saw that whole match is that battle over by Mega, where Nosfa did just chase down Maxter, didn't respect the trail, and that was a big table turner, I think, for Maxter.
Yeah, definitely inclined to agree. Close match in the end. Maxter stands his ground, and that means that we were definitely right in saying that it was going to be a close one, right? No one said 3-0. We either said 2-1 Nosfa, 2-1 Maxter. That's exactly what we're getting. First time of the day that is actually going to come down to the tiebreaker. The final map, Ruins of Sarnet, is going to decide it all. Nosfa will be running Galena, and Maxter will be playing the BJ. Wheat, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
You know, I think if we're just running the simulations, I think there's probably more outcomes where the Galena is a little more useful here on Ruins. But you and I both know there's so many variables that come into play there. How well Maxter is clearing out totems comes down to initial spawns. It comes down to the control of the major items. So I still am holding on to my 2-1 Nosfa, but there, you know, alternatively, we've made some comments about abilities on our champions here, and you know, there could be many situations depending how Nosfa plays where dual wield for Maxter could come in real nicely. And if he's feeling himself now, then this might be the map to do it. But out of the 100-game simulation that we run, you know, using our advanced Quake Champions AI technology, I still got to feel like Galena has a little bit of an edge.
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, I think BJ can work. There's definitely parts of the map where if you can get into position first and then use the ability before a fight unleashes, right? Down at heavy, for example, if you're first on heavy or you're first on mega, it can be so powerful. Laying down twice rocket spam to deny entry, having double the LG ready to go. It can absolutely work, but generally speaking, I do agree that Galena is just going to have a slightly easier time, especially if she can get away with hiding some of those totems around the map and getting that overstack going, right? We've seen several times, even today, how effective that strategy can be.
Yeah. And it's, you know, sometimes that comes down to a player's totem placement, right? Like one nice thing about totem placement on Ruins is that there's a few areas that are not necessarily in your standard rotation, right? You think about LG room, like back by there's a lot of like little hidey holes and little corners. So there's a little bit more work that Maxter has to do on his side, and that's true for anyone up against Galena, I think, on Ruins, right? It's just how you're thinking about that, handling that as well. But we've also seen plenty of games where Galena has not been able to keep those totems up, and then it just comes down to that raw skill where, again, as you mentioned, Maxter could really come in. So the back and forth clearly, I think this could go either way, but I'm glad that we're having a Game 3 decider.
Yeah, me too. First one of the day, and it's always exciting, right? Especially between these two players, right? Both are the only ones hailing from South America. Both are former teammates. They know each other very well, have played plenty of matches together alongside each other in 2v2, but also against one another in duels. So that always makes for some exciting finales, especially if it comes down to the final one. And with that being said, both players have readied up. We're loading in, or we're done loading in, and we're jumping in the key decider of this series. We've got Nosfa, we've got Maxter, and we're starting off on Nosfa's point of view.
Yeah, we are. And it's going to have LG versus a dual machine gun. That is not going to work out too well there for Maxter, and Nosfa is going to get... He also dropped that totem right off of the spawn, so was able to use that to kind of get back, and that just throws him into the fight a little bit better. But as you see there, Maxter with that rail has to force Nosfa back a little bit in terms of what his options are and what he's going to be able to do. I know that he is eagerly wanting to get his hands here on a rail, does manage to get one, but has to give up the heavy in order for that to happen. So 1 minute in, Nosfa did get that initial frag. He's going to throw down some additional totems and just get ready here for the Mega. And here we go.
Also, shout out to Nosfa for that LG at the start. He was hitting 57% LG. That initial engagement. Oh, Nosfa falls down, lands on a little ledge over the door. Not quite intentional, perhaps, but now Maxter returns in kind. 50% LG of his own, and this has now unleashed into an absolute brawl. Just like we were saying earlier, sometimes the fastest champions have the slowest games, as we saw on the previous map for quite a while, and now 4 frags in a minute 30.
Yeah, I nice double rocket there by Maxter. You know, I really just think he should have immediately disengaged when that dual wheel popped, right? That was just not a good fight to take at all. Potentially could have tried to run and juke down below into the heavy room, but yeah, I feel like that was not necessarily well played. But 2 minutes in, and it's only a 1 frag game, like the scoreline did at least get a little bit closer there for Nosfa, but I think that he would have just been so much better having not even attempted that match at all. And there,
Wow.
I don't know what you do in that point, like, but that was really well read and well played by Maxter right there. Like, he forced his opponent into, like, what Maxter's done is he's found 2 scenarios where his opponent has chosen to fight him with a dual wield LG versus LG, and guess what? Like, spoiler alert, that's always going to win, on BJ's side.
I mean, and not just that, Maxter hitting 54% LG of his own so far. So yeah, especially with the dual wield, that is going to be particularly devastating. This is good from Nosfa though. His rail on the previous map was very much lacking, but this time around he's hitting 66% rail. It's gonna come down to the close combat fight. Messy is how I would describe that one, Wheat.
Yeah, that was a pretty actually good pick up there for Nosfa because those last two were that was messy. And bringing that one frag back is huge actually in terms of everything that's happened in the last 3 minutes. So I was going to protect this rail here a little bit, pick it up, but 2 frag game still in Maxter's favor. But Nosfa's he's definitely kind of turned on the aggression just a little bit here, and as such, right, like he's getting his totems down, but he's not really been able to fully utilize them in that situation. And this is where I think he needs to be careful, right? Another drop down, dual wield LG. Let's see if Maxter kind of sets himself up for another opportunity to try to melt and get a frag there.
Indeed. He has gotten some use out of those totems, has been able to use them to heal a few times, but I don't think he's really gotten the overstack going.
Yeah.
Most he's managed to accomplish was 2 totems, and Maxter has been very quick to take them down. And just look at those rails, 3 in a row. And those weren't easy shots, Wheat, especially those final 2. Maxter powering on through, Mega to his name, heavy in his back. Let's see, Mega's about to spawn again, and I don't think Nosfa's in any position to contest this.
No, I mean, Maxter now is sitting real nice with some control. Wished he could have hit that rocket, but close enough, 97 damage rocket. His opponent's down below. He does have dual wield. He pulls it out on top of that heavy, and a little bit of damage there, but will end up getting it done. A couple misses, but the double rocket's right around the corner into the LG to finish it up, and then a conversion frag. That is a big yikes from me. Maxter, you know, Nasser should have known that he picked up that heavy, and it might even be another one here. And there is, with the Mega, Maxter just running away with this one right now. Oh my God, somebody call the police, please. This is an assault. Wow.
Indeed, it is 7 points of a lead for Maxter already. Now, Nosfa does have the greater stack, but okay. Yeah, that's what happens when Stack Advantage finds himself in a bad corner of the map up against the dual rockets. Nothing Nosfa could have done about that one anymore. Maxter so proactive using that ability, so prepared. Good rocket on the drop down too. And Nosfa will drop yet another kill.
Yeah, and so I mean, there's 4 minutes left, right? I'm thinking Maxter's probably got this one, but let's just play hypothetical game where that is in fact true, 100%. We mentioned earlier that this could be a really big turning point for Maxter in sort of this season, and it is, right? He's going to be 4-4 with a victory here. And, you know, needs to bring it back. He still has his fair share of, I think, very difficult opponents ahead of him. But this is going to be a big victory for him and kind of brings Nosfa down just a little bit. Maxter will get a rank bump as a result of this. But, you know, really, I think it's shown again. One of the things that I kind of just love about Maxter is that despite a loss in that game 1, despite that weird chaotic opening that we saw on Awoken, he has played such a solid series, and to see where this game is ending in game 3, it's kind of nuts. Like, this is a really awesome performance here by Maxter. So, you know, congratulations to him. This is going to be a big win this season.
Indeed, it is. So even though we talked about it at the start, right? Nosfa has won 4 out of 5 engagements between the two. This will make Maxter the victor of the 2 most recent ones. So well played, Maxter. Nosfa, he was shining brightly on map 1. Map 2, I feel like his rail failed him a bit. And map 3, I mean, Maxter hitting 51% LG with the dual wield on top. It was just too much for Nosfa, maybe even for anyone to handle.
And a nice rail just to add more injury to the pain, as Nosfa will manage to pick one up here. But with 2 minutes remaining, an 11 frag run would be pretty much impossible at this point. I think we can just say that. So, but very interesting series, and I mean, I kind of wonder how Nuss's got to be feeling about that one. Especially when you also consider, you go back and you replay the entire match in your brain, and that game too is real close, right? So even after a pretty nice and decisive victory in game one on Awoken, that second game might be the haunting game because he was just so close. This one has just been completely run by Maxter. He is the landlord. This is his rental home, and he just is trying to evict Nosfa from the map. Like it has been brutal. And I think it is partially how Maxter played, but I have to be honest, there were a couple of decisions there by Nosfa that I don't agree with. And I think that first fight in the rail room, LG versus dual wield LG, just that was bad for the psyche.
It sure was. So congratulations, Maxter. He's had a bit of a rougher season than Nosfa has so far, but this will be an important win. As you've already pointed out, both players still going at it with gusto. But at this point, it's over and done. It has been for quite a while now. Maxter, 17 frags. On a map like Ruins with 2 medium champions, that's an impressive scoreline. Not the kind of arena that you usually see someone approach near 20 kills.
Yeah, I completely agree. You do not see that too often. And we did have those couple of real fast turnarounds, but there is the GGs as cordially exchanged, but it is Maxter who comes out with an 18-6 victory in game number 3 on Ruins. That is going to bump him up to a 4-4 match record and likely increase his rank. Let's bring back Lethal to see what he thought. As I bow to you both, you were right and I was wrong. Maxter takes it in a convincing way.
I'm not gonna lie, I was siding a bit more towards you when I witnessed the first few frags in that first map. I was like, oh my god, I've just made the worst decision of my life. I definitely did. I was like, yeah, this is not happening. What? And I saw Maxter laughing after the second and third frag. I was like, how dare you? I predicted you to win. What are you doing? But you know what? It's fine. He came out trumps with those 2 back-to-back map victories, map 2 and 3. And yeah, that was incredible. The second map was obviously the one to watch really in terms of the entertainment factor. It was just so close. I wasn't expecting Nosfa to almost bring it back from that. It was just ridiculous, but this is what we expected, wasn't it? You know, very fast-paced action and a lot of using your initiative and your initial strategic aggression. It was great stuff on both players.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely was. Not much to add to that. What about you?
No, I mean, again, I think it goes back to that Molten game. One frag that was. Each player, they got, Nosfa takes that first game and Maxter takes that third game, but that second game, like, we can go back and just reviewing it in my head. There are so many ways where I can see, Nosfa pulls out the extra frag or Maxter, pulls out. So I think that one is going to be the one that really kind of hurts Nosfa a bit when he goes back and reviews it. But that was such an interesting game that I'm still happy it ended up the way it did. I would have loved to seen that one go to overtime. I think it would have made an even more climactic third game. But congratulations to Maxter, man. I'm excited to see him play the way he did today.
Yeah, you could see from Nosfa's webcam, like literally on that second map at the end. And Seafleet, I did actually look at the cams for once. I wasn't actually in game. I saw their faces. It's fine. I saw their reactions. And yeah, literally, Nosfa, he was a bit beat up about it because he knew that very little mistakes could have actually won him that series and put him on a bigger pedestal, so to speak, because he was 5-2, could have gone 6-2, but he's gonna be sitting at 5-3, but still in a pretty spot at the moment. As long as he secures at least minimum top 8 to go and skip it to day 2, then that should be fine. If not, then of course it's just one of those things. But in the end, Maxter does take it. We should have an interview, hopefully shortly, with Maxter to ask him a few questions on how he's been, how he's doing, and how that series gone, and just how he's going on the Pro League as well, because I'm sure there's a lot of questions to be asked. It's been very back and forth for him this season.
It has, yeah. I mean, this is his fourth win, so now he's tied in terms of wins and losses. 4 wins, 4 losses, but it has indeed been a pretty rough road. He's beaten the likes of Toxic and Chain, then lost to Dramas, I think was his most recent one. So indeed, far from easy goings for Maxter.
Yep. And hopefully we'll get a chance to kind of ask him how he's feeling about that and even where he is at this point in the league, right? Still many weeks to go. But right, I recall also coming off the finals of last season, Maxter kind of really wanting to find another level up and potentially bring it in. But he's kind of sitting right in the middle there, and for some that might be totally fine. I have a feeling that maybe Maxter's not going to be super happy where he's at, but I'll be looking forward to asking him.
Yeah, I'm sure we've got plenty to ask him, of course. And yeah, you are right, though. He didn't have the best of starts, but it seems to be the same kind of story, isn't it? Where, the top 2 or 3 players he seems to struggle with quite a lot from time to time. But in terms of the rest of the pack, he seems to be fine. He's in that kind of purgatory kind of position at the moment where you just need to find what fits right, what fits the bill in order to topple some of these juggernauts in the top 3. And don't get me wrong, he played third at the last QuakeCon. There's no reason why he can't do it again, but you could see the difference and the weaknesses clear as day as to what needed to be done. And now he's going to obviously ask himself, after a little bit of a shaky start, what he can do now in order to not only get the best seed possible going into the next Quake World Championships, but of course what needs to be done in order to win the entire thing. Because I think a lot of us here, a lot of people at home as well, probably make the assumption that he's more than capable of being able to. He's obviously won that community event back in October before with the likes of Raising, so many top dogs out there, so should be absolutely no reason for him to have the potential to do that. But we do have Maxter on board, so we're going to see exactly what his thoughts are going to be, and we've got plenty of questions for you, Maxter. Plenty. Congratulations on taking down Nosfer and Maxter. I'm glad you got my prediction right, mate. And first question is going to be from me, is the fact that we've seen this season, you've had, some great moments, some, average moments here and there, and it's been quite up and down for you this season, but you're tied 4 apiece at the moment. How do you feel like you're performing at the moment in this current state compared to how you was at the start of the season?
First of all, hi guys. It's been a while since I talked to you. Answering to your question, unfortunately, due to things that are happening in my life right now, I'm not able to put the best of my performance right now. So I had to just try to be consistent with what I can, with the time I can. And I decided to just start practicing more often towards finals. So since now we are in the second half of the season, I should start having a better performance overall. Like I have really tough opponents coming in the next half of the season, and I will be preparing myself towards the finals. So that will mean that those matches will be like tests for me.
Okay, well, Maxter, first of all, congratulations again. I'm just gonna ask you a very simple, straightforward question about map 1. What happened? How did it go so wrong? In your eyes, how did it end up that way?
What happened is that I knew, due to the context that we are playing in between Nosfa and I, because I'm living in Spain and he's in Brazil, we have to deal with some pink things. And I already knew that some of these things were going to happen, but I wasn't that ready for those kind of things. So I started to laugh so hard, and I lost the focus in the first couple of minutes, and that cost me a lot. And I was like, okay, I just took the last 3 or 4 minutes to just feel a little bit more the game, because Nosfa was hitting all the shots he needed. Like I just saw the scoreboard at the end of the match, and I had plenty of more items, but the damage was on his side. So I just focused a little bit more, try to feel a little bit more the game. And then towards the second map, I felt like it was better. Yeah, the fact that I got a lead and I played a little bit risky, I would say. But due to the context that we were playing, sometimes you need to do some risky moves in order to get a frag. But in the end, I think the refocus that I did after my 1 was the key to actually win the set, because I think the set was decided on map 2.
Okay.
Dang. Maxter, you answered like 5 questions in one question. That was awesome. I'm like, oh yeah, I should ask about. Oh, he just answered. Oh, I should ask about this. What I want to actually, it makes me think back to what we were saying during the matchup, right? Which is that we were all complimenting you on, you're I think a Quake player who has a superpower of composure, right? Like even in that moment, that first couple of matches, you kind of smile, you shook it off, and then you went back to play your game, right? So that's always really impressive. What I'm curious about is that's clearly not enough to win games, right? Even though that might win some games in the future, but just that alone. So you mentioned that you needed to just be practicing more. At that point, is it right? Like, what aspects do you feel like you need to improve, considering that you are the best in terms of composure here, or one of the best in the league? So what are the areas that you feel like that training is going to contribute to that will, put you in a good spot going to the finals?
Well, that's a really good question, and really deep, because I think that towards finals, I remember how my preparation was toward last QuakeCon. And I think that, well, Lethal is the one that knows about this, that I used to have problems with my ammo. Actually, my ammo managing was a thing. Now I am missing the light armors, for example. That's just a focusing thing. Like, I need to start playing a little bit more around the items, because the aim eventually will come back like it does on LAN, but online, beyond the fact that there are a ton of things moving, essentially, you will not win just because of the aim. So I will be practicing towards my fundamentals, beyond the fact that I don't think that those are really weak. But once you are in the finals and you face players like Rafa or Wenger, you know that those little details, we take frags or maps for the opponent. So that's the key that I'm going to be looking for in my practice towards QuakeCon.
Awesome.
Well, we know you're going to be fresh and ready for QuakeCon. I know you will, mate. I know you'll be secretly training during your work hours. Don't you worry about that. But congratulations once again, defeating Nosfer 2-1. It was an incredible series, and we hopefully look forward to seeing you for another interview in the future, mate.
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for the interview. And let me give a big shout out to the Spanish community, because they are celebrating a LAN party right now that I actually was yesterday, and I came here to play, and I will rejoin them. It's really nice to see the community all together playing Quake Champions or any other versions of Quake. Like, when you, Lethal, came here to KingCon, and you feel the atmosphere, and it's really nice to be around people that they love Quake and they support you while you're playing competitively.
Funny enough, I was actually where you were yesterday, so if I stayed for another 12 hours, I probably could have said hello, but it's too late now. I literally just came up from Barcelona yesterday morning. But again, thank you very much, Max, for that win. And enjoy, you and the gang, enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right, guys, see you.
GG, man.
Always love interviewing him. We always get a nice smile on our faces and always full of positivity. Even during that first or second frag, he was still laughing it off, although it was just a casual scrim. But that's the second to last match all done and dusted. We know you guys in chat have been dying, begging for us to bring this match forward. And we have done it. It's going to be the Rafa versus Kilson matchup coming after the break. So stay tuned, as we'll see you in about 5 minutes. And welcome back to the Quake Pro League. It's our final series of the day. Rafa versus Kilson. Joining me, Flea and DJ Wheat, as always. And yeah, this is going to be a real battle between the two, as Kilson has been looking flawless the entire season. And I think I was doing a bit of digging, having a look at the stats department. And Kilson hasn't lost a match in a regular season for an entire year. The only times he's lost twice is actually both times to Wenger in the 2 previous seasons, but he's been an absolute powerhouse in every regular season over the last 2 years.
I mean, I believe Inns made a tweet about this earlier today, that Kilson has won 25 out of his 26 most recent matches, which includes the LAN, and is currently on a 19-win streak. As our reigning champion, that is absolutely incredible.
Wow. I mean, who would have thought that we would be talking about a David versus Goliath story with someone like Rafa and Kilson, right? Kilson, I mean, 19 win streak, that's really impressive. You know, it means that in this situation, like, Rafa is David, maybe, I don't know, right? Like, Kilson is the person that I think a lot of players have their targets set on. And that's weird when you used to be that person that people had the targets set on. So, you know, Rafa sitting at number 1, 8-1. Obviously, you know Rafa as a player too. He definitely doesn't like to lose. He is very hard on himself in terms of like the expectations that he puts out there. But this is just such a treat. We get we get to watch what has the potential to be a finals match during the regular season. The implications, though, are so interesting, right? Kilson potentially taking a loss, not really moving from that number 3. Rafa kind of bringing it back. Like, no matter how you slice this one, it's going to be awesome. Like, we're the winners. Unfortunately, one of these 2 players is going to be a loser.
Yeah, it sucks for one of these players, but yeah, it's just amazing how he's only lost 2 matches in the last 2 years, pretty much. Obviously, once against Wenger last April of 2022, and then previously against Wenger again, I think it was May 2021. So that's just a feat in itself. And as that record you brought out, Flea, which Ince mentioned on Twitter, yeah, it's just incredible, because this is not back when it was region-based with NA and EU, etc. This was actually just a global period at the time, and was still able to pull off such a ridiculous feat in itself. And I think we really need to dig into the picks and bans just to see what these two could be up against each other in terms of champion picking map choices as well, because I'm sure that we're going to be discussing a lot on the potential outcomes. But in terms of predictions, I think it's obviously going to be very tough to call as well, because with a record with what Kilson has right now, it's going to be extremely tough. But I think we put it rightly as well. The fact that we're seeing Rafa as the David in this matchup in comparison to maybe like a couple of years ago, it will be the total opposite end of the spectrum. Is just nuts, Flea.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But of course, we can never underestimate Rafa, right? Yeah, he underperformed in the previous stage finals, right? I think he made it top 6. He got a 5th or 6th place alongside Chain, that was. But for Rafa, that is nowhere near good enough, right? This is a man who has more championship wins in the Quake Pro League than literally anyone else. And so far, he's also the number 1 player on the leaderboards for this season, for Season 4. So talking about Rafa as a David, I feel like it's more Goliath 1 versus Goliath 2 going up against each other. Sure, maybe Kilson is riding this tremendous high, but you can never, ever count Rafa out. And in almost all circumstances, you'd be crazy to bet against him.
Wow. Well, get those predictions in soon here. Let's take a look at picks and bans then. If I'm hoping they're yeah, here we go. I'm just really excited that we're kicking things off with a Deep Embrace matchup, and then Corrupted Keep, which I just love the map pool for this one, guys, right? Deep Embrace, Corrupted Keep, and Awoken. I couldn't be happier. These are, I love a little bit smaller, a little bit faster maps, and it means that we're going to get some like 3 sick games in a row.
Yeah, we certainly are indeed. And just going through the picks and bans at the moment, I think we can all make the assumption of who banned what at the very beginning. I'm going to assume that Kilson banned the Veil and Rafa banned Ruins. We see them both ban the exact same map picks at the very beginning every single time, or the majority of the time anyway. Strog versus Doom, BJ versus the Ranger. Of course, Strog has been selected for Deep Embrace already, so BJ will be one of the next best options here for Rafa. And he's going to be coming out with the DK, and we haven't seen a Death Knight in quite a long time, I believe, Flea.
No, indeed, we have not. There used to be a point where Death Knight was essentially never played, and the only time we'd see him in the Quake Pro League was in the best of 7 grand finals when literally every other pick had been exhausted. But now there's been some changes to his kit. There's been some slight buffs in terms of how the fire strike works and the damage over time. And maybe a lot of people have been sleeping on them, right? I don't know. Maybe Rafa knows something that most others don't. And that he's going into this with a very deliberate game plan to try and take on the Galena.
If I recall, Rafa is also the person who kind of brought CK back into the meta on some maps in previous seasons. He's dabbled a little bit here and there. But right, that's something that I think Rafa has done throughout his career too, is that he has definitely established metas or said, I'm going to figure out how to make this work. And that has worked out for him in the past. I know that chat is absolutely going nuts with a Nyx ban from Kilson. That, it's like, how is this even possible? What world are we living in? But no Nyx on Kilson's side is a character and a champion that we've definitely seen him favor in the past, and I just don't know if it also really made sense. But I don't know. It could have gone either way. Any thoughts on why the Nyx ban came out?
I think it might have been because he had the first ban. I assume that's what Flea was just about to say. So maybe Kilson thought to himself, well, do you know what? If I don't ban the Nyx, Rafa's probably going to select him straight away. And yeah, Flea, we know how strong Nyx can be on Awoken as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Lethal saying exactly what I was going to say. So Kilson was in position to ban first, and he very obviously realized that, hey, if I don't play Nyx, there's a very good chance that Rafa is going to play her, and we know how difficult it can be, right? Kilson, previous week, he dropped a map, Awoken, against Sip. Sip was playing Nyx, so clearly, right, that's a powerful counter pick against him. So I can fully understand why he would ban it. Now, before I say my goodbyes, I just want to remind everyone watching at home that these players have played each other 6 times in the history of the Quake Pro League, and it's perfectly tied. 3 wins for Rafa, 3 wins for Kilson. But the most recent one was a convincing 3-0 win for Kilson. So I don't know if that's going to change the predictions at all, but there you go. Now all the information's out there.
It's definitely going to be a tough one. But before you go, Flea, I'm going to ask for your guys' predictions anyway. So we've already talked about how Kilson has only lost 2 matches in the last 2 years in regular season. It's been to Wenger twice around. But is it going to be someone different this time? Is Rafa going to be able to topple him?
I'll take the lead on this one, Wheat. I'm not going to throw you under the bus again. So I'm going to say 2-1 for Kilson. I think it's going to be a very difficult one. It would be a hard-fought victory for either one of these players, but Kilson has just been looking so fine. He was tweeting about this matchup too. He said, I think I can do it. It's going to take everything out of me, and I'll need like a month to recover, but I think I can do it. So I'm going to say 2-1 in favor of Kilson.
Oh boy, it doesn't seem like there's a right answer for this one, which is weird, right? And I think just to make things interesting, I have to go against Flea. So he pretty much made my prediction. I'm going to go 2-1 Rafa.
Okay, I'm going to say 2-1 Kilson, but the problem is it depends on the servers as well. It could really go either way. I'm struggling at the moment as well, but because it's just with this kind of track record, it's hard not to go against them, so to speak, and it'd probably be rude not to as well, but we'll find out in just a few moments anyway. But Flea, I'm going to send you on your merry way. You've got front row seat. You put your feet up, have a brew, do whatever you want to do, as we'll see you straight after this final series. And you're all mine, Wheat. You're all mine as we get into this last series.
Maybe we should get production to whisper in our ear who they think should win, because there was I don't know if you guys know the fabled legend of the caster's curse, where, sometimes a caster will make a prediction and then the exact opposite happens. So the production said something last time, and they did indeed. The production curse did end up happening. So just for all those out there, production said that Kilson was going to win. So there you go. Production's predictions out there as well. So yeah, Lethal, you and me, buddy. Good to see you again. Excited for this one. As we said, it's like a finals, mid-season finals, if you would. It doesn't. I can't imagine that it actually changes too much, right? Sure, Kilson can just probably pop up. He'd take the number 1 spot. Rafa might drop down one. But overall, I think it's just a preview for what might happen for the remainder of the season, right? There was someone that said if Kilson wins this, there is just unequivocally no way that he will not win the finals. That's a pretty bold statement, right? Because I think there's a lot of great talent out there right now, but that's how strongly people feel about a potential Kilson win for Rafa. I think this is about momentum.
It certainly will be. And you've got to think about the environment we're going to be in at the Quake World Championships and how crazy QuakeCon is. And the fact that we're back in front of an audience again and everything like that is going to be absolutely crazy. So just readjusting to that as well could be a heavy burden on themselves. But these guys got so much LAN experience, they're used to it anyway, especially between these two juggernauts. As we're going to kick things off between Rafa and Kilson. That's the final series of the day. And we're going to start off from Rafa's perspective.
Yeah, he's going to immediately get this rail. I'm just really curious to see how this was going to start off. As a nice rocket into the peaker, doesn't get the job done, but very low. Kilson now coming back over the side. Rafa thinking maybe he'll get that LG kill. He does manage to find it in a different room, but a good start there for Rafa, assisted by peaker.
Both are just teetering around top mid. His skills has got a slight disadvantage in terms of stack, and Rafa just bullying him, just using that rocket, just peeking back out. And he noticed a matter of time before he'd be able to clean this up. Already an early 2-0 lead, and he's got a very favorable position. Misses that first rail, but Kilson does retaliate with one of his own.
Yeah. And a second one. Very, very nicely done. Kilson with those are 2 super critical rails. Wow, what a rocket jump to just reposition. Already low, was screaming, and Rafa does land the rail, but so does Kilson. And that's going to put Kilson on the board with 1. That's unfortunate. Kilson's rail really pulled him out of a rough spot there.
You can see they're debating a lot of the decisions. One needs to be done, but it stops him from going up towards the heavy and using that peeking out, but just takes it down straight away. Rafa's so weak, and that one rail to stop him from going for that heavy was huge. And LG Bout comes out on the light, still going to continue this battle, and Rafa gets taken down. Kilson ties things up to a piece. Is Rafa now, as you're going towards the higher side rather than towards the rail, just not to be as predictable as Kilson might have expected.
Yep, tied back up, and Kilson's had some good LG coming out in this one. Only shows 28%, but it's just hit when it's counted the most. And both players just dishing out a lot of damage, Lethal. Neither of them really getting to a point where one outstacks the other. Kilson with the heavy now, Rafa with the mega. And he could certainly use a light here or there. This Kilson's looking pretty good. But going back up to the top, rail does hit from Kilson. Peaker comes out, but again, the exchanges have absolutely favored Kilson here so far in this match.
Not wrong at all, hits 1, but Rafa's so weak. He can't continue to contest that heavy. Mega's still up though, manages to get it. And that ability being a massive help as so far Rafa's only hit 1 out of his 11 shots with that rail. Hopefully that will change. Still early days as of yet. Good rocket though coming out from Kilson, trying to do a little bit more of the LG as Rafa does back down. And Kilson in a really advantageous angle once again, just getting the reads he needs and the positioning. Oh, misses that initial rail as well. Just 3 minutes in play, I kind of feel like it's already been 10 already.
It does feel that way. There's one finally. He needed that badly. It's just those were not connecting, and could have led to at least a couple of frags. Tribal coming out. LG's now on both sides. Great peeker from behind the column. does mean that Kilson now is in a position where Rafa might be able to do something. But gosh, Kilson just continues to have those great connects with the LG. Some rockets from up above as well. But I mean, such an interesting game right now, Lethal. Just how strategic both players are being. There's the aggression is on the lowest level I think is possible for these two players. Just very, very smart play. I think the big difference is that Kilson's been landing those rails. So Rafa needs to try to pick it up just a little bit. Coming around the side, big shotgun blast. The second one, Peeker to finish it up. Is it gonna happen? Not quite. Kilson very, very low. And Rafa knows it, and he finds it, making it 3-2. Rafa regaining the lead.
Oh, that's a decent rocket, but it's just not going to be enough as both these players very back and forth. Good catch with the LG into the shoddy. Just past the 420 stage. Rail even in switching to the LG. Good rocket as well straight afterwards coming out from Rafa. Looking to try and clean this up if he can. But Kilson manages to get away. But look at that, just lining up the shot. But as he switched back to the LG, could have been a guaranteed kill considering Kilson was actually standing in that location for so long. Has backed away with the heavy, but look at the stack difference again here.
Yeah, and I like exactly what Rafa's doing, where he's playing more the control game rather than the chase game. He probably could have gone after Kilson right now, but he's just trying to deny Kilson everything. There's another light taken away. He's going to grab this Mega, and I have to say, this is like one of, I just feel like I'm watching a very disciplined Rafa, right? I mean, we've definitely seen a few games as of late where he is just kind of gone for broke, but look at this done. He gets the rocket from down below, and a couple of great rockets from Kilson, but Rafa bringing it back 5-2. There a rail lands that he really needs to. And, you know, focus is typically what Kilson is all about. But right now, I feel like Rafa is as focused as we've seen him this season.
Yeah, this has become a very chaotic but methodical Deep Embrace game as I've ever seen one. As we're past the halfway stage, Heavy is up, picked up by Rafa. Now just standing his ground and just trying to lurk around to find Kilson. Finds him.
Oh,
what an LG to rail combo there to solidify his 6th frag.
That was such a nice rail right there. And now Kilson is forced to slow it down. He's got to find some level of control. There he sets up a nice trap for Rafa. Rafa losing all of his armor. Kilson going after, not just ignoring Peeker, going after Strog, and that is going to be another frag there for Kilson. So well played by him. 6 minutes, 24 seconds on the clock. And we are very, very, very close here. 3 frags separating these two. Still anyone's game. Rafa up the jump pad with the LG. Does manage to get the frag. 4:20 left on the clock.
Trailing behind my 4 frags. It could be 5 considering how Rafa's been performing so far. Kilson took a big risk to head towards the Heavy. But in the end, no, 3 minutes left. He does have a bit of time to try and bring this back, but to topple someone like Rafa at this stage, it's going to be extremely difficult, and that first rail is not going to help him at all in the slightest. As Rafa does have that Peeker. Waiting to see if he's going to lurk around using that rocket to pick up that previous light, and it's got the Mega as well to boot, so it's going to make things more beneficial for Rafa. He's now just to stand in his ground, picking up the Heavy. It's looking so good. And in terms of item control, 17 for Rafa and 10 for Kilson.
Yeah, that's been one area he's really excelled at, especially when Kilson needed it most. And their Peeker's going to get in on the action, 9-3. And this game is definitely feeling more like a wave ridden by Rafa. Started off very, very close. And really, I think it came down to the play of both of these players during that 2-2 tie. It was nail-biting, really, how close Kilson was getting to the frag, but how much Rafa was just trying to protect his zone and keep himself alive. There's a great rail coming out by Kilson. 2 minutes remaining, but Rafa, did he seal the deal there with that nice sort of regain of the lead during that 2-2 tie? We'll have to get Flea's thoughts there at the end. And where he even screaming. Kilson does pick up another frag. 8 minutes 23 seconds. I don't think Rafa can, like, he still needs to care here.
He certainly does, and he's just consistently keeping him on spawn, of course, with the lack of weaponry to battle anything else. And my goodness, almost hits that second rail as well. And now it's definitely more than doable with 1:10 left remaining, as Rafa just trying to get away, and Kilson knows at some stage he's going to start having to play a little bit uncomfortable and a little bit over aggressive for his liking, and Rafa's just expecting this. But even just dodging and weaving, just picking up this mega, even though he may not survive coming out of that, but saying that, Rafa comes out 2 for 2, just pixel peeking around that pillar, and that could be the final nail in the coffin here of this first map.
I think there was a little bit of confusion there because that mega definitely saved Rafa right there.
Yeah.
And then Kilson, like, double backed and then got hit with the rail. That was it was unfortunate, but those rails finally really connecting there for Rafa, unlike the beginning. And there it is. GG is called. And the first map will go to Rafa with a 10-6 score. We had that early 2-2 lead and or 2-2 tie, and I really think how well Rafa played in that moment says a lot, right? I mean, we've seen recently some games where Rafa like get in that situation and then just try to brute force the frag. Right, and that is not what happened on any level. It was very meticulous in how he was trying to dish out damage, equalize thing, and then was able to really get control and just keep it away from Kilson. That was the tidal wave that allowed him to kind of take that game. So, you know, well played by both players, but the first map goes to Rafa.
Yeah, and we've seen this before from Nosfo in that previous series. Maxter coming back twice on the trot on maps 2 and 3. We have to see if Kilson can do the exact same thing. But yeah, it was. It felt quite chaotic, but at the same time, it was so methodical from both of these players. You could feel, in terms of their mind games, they were consistently making these quick, well thought out decisions and these mind games, just trying to debate what they could do as a next decisive decision. And some really good clean frags from Rafa we saw, especially towards the 3 to 6 minute area. And then you've seen what Kilson's like though, and Rafa perfectly understands that. As soon as Kilson gets full control of the items and the map, it's such a struggle to be able to recuperate and trying to stabilize the match again. And him pixel peeking for those back-to-back rails around Mega was definitely the turning point, because God knows what could have happened if he didn't get those 2 rails for the frag.
Yeah. I mean, really interesting damage stats there too. Like Kilson's rail, as we saw throughout the whole match, it was definitely on. Rafa brought it back. He raised that percentage quite a bit. But you know, trying to looking at the other areas, it was LG, right? There was this couple of moments that Rafa was able to catch Kilson kind of off guard, do a lot of damage with the LG. Some of that happened on the mid level. Some of that happened just kind of around the wrong corner. But still takes that one 10-6, and we can't discount kind of peeker usage. There was the one time where Kilson, he kind of had a bad angle on it, and Kilson was able to get that frag ignoring peeker. Outside of that, peeker was definitely doing his job for Rafa, and yeah, I'm excited to see where we go here with game 2. Now, we were talking about, you know, DK, which is in game number 3. But I think another interesting point is I was talking about how I felt that in a lot of cases Rafa would define meta, and I think BJ on Corrupted Keep is one of the things, right? Like this was something he was doing back even a couple of seasons ago, and you know, makes a lot of sense given kind of the layout of the map and what's available weapon wise. But this should make for a really interesting match because, like, Orb is incredibly deadly here on Corrupted Keep.
It really is. And normally we see that Strog versus Ranger matchup on CK as well, time and time again. The other week it was just ridiculous how many times we've seen it, but of course now with Strog out of question, BJ is definitely one of the next best picks going into Corrupted Keep, and I think it could favour him in a certain degree considering how good Rafa is at not just holding these angles but gaining such great positional advantage, and I think this is going to complement his play style further going into this one. So we will be switching over to EU this time. Of course, last map's going to be NA as well, and this time around this will be a perfect opportunity for Kilson now to try and bring this back on Corrupted Keep. Definitely one of Rafa's better maps, but we'll have to see if we can prove that against Kilson here to head into map number 2 of this incredible series, as Rafa now just circling around towards the heavy.
That was really impressive. It looked like Rafa stopped and slowed down for a second, heard the rocket over on the mega side, and knew that it was safe to go over to the heavy. It's just, you know, it's the small things. You gotta love it. And look at that right off the bat. Big nail gun damage, but the dual wield machine gun maybe a little too aggressive there, as that certainly did not work out in his favor. However, Rafa knows he's done a lot of damage. He's got potentially an opportunity here to try to get a frag. Doesn't quite get it. Kilson still very, very low. Orb was out. It was seen by Rafa. First frag went to Kilson, and so will number 2. It was close, but Kilson picks up the first pair.
With that orb, he was literally 3 steps ahead in terms of his plan of action and what he wanted to do straight afterwards. Backs away, and it's all about gaining this heavy. Both items are about just barely under 2 seconds segregated. You can hear the dual wield coming out straight away, and Kilson knew straight away, but he was fully committed to taking that heavy no matter what the consequences would have been. Does have the orb, but the problem is Kilson's still on that recovery trail here, and you can hear Rafa coming and lurking around. Rafa's first instinct was, of course, to go to that tri-bolt room to see where Kilson was going to be. Found him, but wasn't in the best position to rotate back around. But we know how difficult that spot is to get your opponent out of it anyway. So it does back away once again, still looking to recover, but you can see Rafa doing a sprinkle of damage here and there. Good rocket orbs up to pick up the health bubbles, but not too sure if that was worth it. But come up with the dual, he's trying to stop him for the rockets here, making it 2 apiece already.
That was so huge. I mean, I don't think Rafa expected that rocket to give him the bounce advantage that he ended up getting there. But then just to be able to convert that frag the way he did, nicely done to tie this back up 2-2. And Kilson with some great plays there at the beginning. Rafa really trying to bring that control over. But both players, a lot of damage. Great rocket from Kilson. Number 2 comes down. And Rafa very low and really loses most of his stack right there. Will we see the shotgun kill? Rafa's looking for it. There, the Mega's up, and he will disengage. So nicely done. I mean, an action-packed game for sure so far here, Lethal, and tied up as well, which is pretty exciting.
This is so good. Even though Kilson did take that Mega previously, what a direct from round the corner, and Rafa's just been denying all these lights in the process as well. That previous 78 damage on the rocket, the heavy machine gun, LG battle comes out again. Rafa does have the better stack. He's going to take this fight. 13 HP.
Wow.
More than worth it for the Mega, and the light comes in perfect timing. 3 minutes in, and Kilson's just dilly-dallying by past him to try and get that other light. And Rafa backs away again, but my goodness, this is coming straight on forward, straight to his face. Trade comes out.
Wow.
My
We might have gotten some aggro there from Rafa if that hadn't have trade right there. I mean, that was I think that was a worthwhile risk, right? To at least try to equalize things for Kilson. He could have gotten the frag, would have resulted in a heavy maybe. But still just 2 frags separating these two. And wow, the LG from Kilson's been really on point as well. That's the thing that Rafa's being really, really careful about, and I do not blame him. Despite the fact that he has gone toe-to-toe with him a couple of times, it's still where the danger can come from, especially if there's a quick conversion frag. So Rafa, though, with the lesser stack, he's had control a lot of this game. But I feel like this game's been going on for 8 minutes now, but we're only hitting a frag or a minute 4, so unbelievable.
He knows what a good read, but the problem is for Rafa, though, don't think he expected him just to still be around lurking in that red room, but it was a good read anyway, but sadly didn't have the weapons in order to continue that bounce. He backs away as he gets to Heavy. Still able to get away. Mega's not for another 7 seconds here. Kilson may just abuse the archway here. Misses up on the rocket jump. Rafa's still directly above him. Looking to come on down. That does mean, though, Rafa has secured the Mega. Still just standing by with that heavy machine gun here. See what he can do and just trying to be a bit decisive depending on range. As Rafa does get away in that red room, but the problem is the heavy Wheat is coming up any second now, and Wheat's in position, but he's not able to get it in time. Using the orb to do a lot of damage, and it's still even in stat kills. And also, Rafa's so weak at this stage, and the Mega's up in the next few seconds, Wheat, as we're looking to see exactly how he's going to try and approach this. Dual Wield does come out, and Rafa does have the better stack, but Kilson, he's leaving it.
Wow, and that, I mean, Kilson needed it bad. Kilson's still super low, is able to get some health down below. But this is not going to fare super great for this Heavy. And he does not want Rafa to have control of these both. And Rafa's going to clearly walk away with this and be able to set up quite nicely for Mega and up through the rocket room. A little bit of damage. 4 seconds. He's going to get into position. He does so from the top and has an opportunity as we're halfway through this game to try to regain the lead here. Kilson not really budging that much. And I think that this is going to represent solid control here for Rafa as Kilson playing, doing the little dance here. But he's got to figure out how he's going to have to break through this ironclad control that Rafa now has here at minute number 6. Ooh.
Oh, that rocket's not going to help, though. It's still going to be about a little bit of heavy machine gun damage here and there, but the defensive rockets is going to be a big factor here for Kilson to do enough chip. Of course, rail's an option, so defensive rockets can definitely be the next best thing. Just trying to force Rafa into some kind of choke point, but also have an element of caution to continue to pick up these lights. And Kilson's doing a great job just keeping himself alive, not letting the spiral out of control. He knows it's just a matter of time until he can get something done, but the tri-bolt damage coming out from Rafa, using the orb to shotgun to orb, does do a lot of damage, but problem is he's going to be pinned in that red room here. Gets away with a Mega, though.
Yeah, and needed that damage versus Rafa. He kind of forced Rafa away, but now he knows exactly where he's at, and he dual wields to go for that Mega. And Heavy is up, but coming out of the teleporter, does a little bit of damage. There it is, the shotgun for the frag, 7-5. And gosh, I think Kilson gambled on that orb for frag number 6, but he's still trying to bring it back in his favor. Getting that Mega is one step in the right direction, Lethal, but these two really just duking it out here.
Really are, and Kilson not in a position to contest that Heavy. He had to back off and pick up those 2 bubbles. And the light but has found him on that jump pad. He's going to be looking to secure his 8th frag and has done. Back in the red room he goes. Needs to circulate around, and Rafa's going to be perfectly fine with that because the Mega is up. And now he's going to be looking towards the Heavy. On top of that, it all comes in straight into his face, and Rafa looking to try and get to the Heavy before Kilson does.
Nice.
Kilson somehow comes back with that shotty. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds, but he's already taken too much damage here. Wait, as he's looking to back away, gets the direct. Rafa's going to finish it with the machine gun and gets the Heavy to boot straight afterwards, and they're literally clobbering into each other as they make contact around top mid.
Yeah, and this next, minute is going to be crucial here. Definitely Kilson needs to try to make something happen here. He's got an opportunity to. Hits a great rocket, follows up with the LG. All right, 9-7. There's 90 seconds remaining. There is not dual wheel for about 20 seconds. Orb is about to come up here in just a moment. Not really in a position quite yet, but should have it here. Could yield a frag. And now it's going to be the fight over that Mega. Rocket jump up to the mid-level. Rafa's not going to fall. He goes in. Dual rockets coming out. Switches on over to the heavy machine gun. And somehow manages to sneak that away. And that's a minute left. Kilson needs to. LG battle on the middle level. So close. Rafa down to 15, but he manages to get the frag 10-7. And with 1 minute remaining, Kilson needs the 3 miracle frags to try to tie this back up.
Kilson had to win that one, but he still could, especially with that orb as well. But he's taken so much damage from those last rockets. If he didn't take as much damage, of course, his chance to tie this up would have been huge. But actually, he's picked up the Mega and he's managed to get that light. It's going to try and pin him down around the rocket area, but he's taking too much damage from those previous rockets. Has he got that stack to work with either? Light's not fair, but he's got a couple of health bubbles. 25 seconds, Light's appeared. Heavy's still not up yet, and he can definitely go for this. He's trying to refrain Rafa from going for this at all. Hits him.
My God.
Now in that 9th frag. 15 seconds to tie this up, Wheat.
Oh my God, does he just hold out at the top of the statue with the LG? Jumps across, the orb comes out, 22 points of health. 7 seconds is what Rafa needs in order to stay alive. He goes to the back hallways immediately. 3, 2, 1. And with 1 frag ahead of his opponent, unbelievable. 10-9, and Rafa will take the series, although we're going to play map 3. That was quite a game, Lethal.
That was. What a comeback from Kilson as well. 16 items for him, but Rafa had 22 items, 43% LG from Kilson, 35% from Rafa, but he did fire almost twice the amount of LG shots in comparison. But yeah, both these players just doing such a great job just staying alive once the opponent's got a massive stack. They know exactly how and when to position themselves when times are looking tough on this map. Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. But Kilson, though, like you said, does lose out on the series, but he's still got a chance to try and get this 3rd map back.
Man, I'll tell you what, those at the end there, I'd said Kilson needs 3 miracle frags. He ends up getting 1. I don't know if you saw it happen there, but after that, Rafa very, very low. He hit 2 rockets that I think basically won him the game, right? It did not award him a frag, but that was the moment that Kilson needed. And those 2 rockets around the corner did such huge damage that he had to, you know, it wasn't worth the risk at that point. Had those not gone out, right, we could still be in sudden death overtime right now. And that was just such a key part to the end of that game. But I have to say, I feel like this is the most disciplined I've seen Rafa in some time. And it's scary. It is, you know, Flea said we got 2 Goliaths. 1,000%. That was not a David Goliath at all. That was 2 Goliaths going head to head. I'm still excited to see what happens here on map 3, considering we got the DK versus the Galena. But wow, Kilson takes that loss and Rafa regains. You know, this is great for the Quake Pro League storylines.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. We barely see Death Knight anymore at all. Of course, Kill is probably the least picked. I'm going to make the assumption now because I don't even remember last time we've seen a Kill pick. But yeah, this is going to be a great one. And I still understand from Kilson's perspective, just, you know, banning the Nyx outright so that Rafa doesn't have the utility to use it for himself. And I'm pretty sure that probably a good chance that Rafa would have gone for that Nyx, no doubt. And even though it may be a large or small possibility for Rafa to go for that, Kilson just played it safe and decided not to anyway. It's way too risky for him to play against it. As much as Kilson loves to play the Nyx, he probably had to swallow his pride a little bit and just have to accept that he's not going to get that champion. But it's just one of those things. But yeah, it's going to be extremely tough to call again. We know that last time on Awoken, Sib played extremely well against Kilson. I'm not sure how Rafa's going to be against Kilson this time round. But yeah, he's been putting on a very, very solid and phenomenal performance so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still sort of shocked over that being, you know, the series win in 2 games. So close and, you know, well played by both players. I'm excited to see we're switching over to Awoken now. We're loading in Rafa on the DK. Is he going to bring something new, you know, to the meta here? We're about to find out. Not a common pick, but we'll see how Kilson on the Galena holds out. And, you know, I hate to even say it, but what would that mean with the 3-0 from Rafa, right? Like, that would be probably the statement of the week for sure. Maybe a statement of the league, but we're about to go in. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. So I'll chill out for a second. And you take us here in our opening moments.
I certainly will indeed. Is Rafa Currently going 8-1, 23-4. But if he gets a 3-0 in this series, it means Wenger will have to win his next 2 series 3-0. And then that way, Wenger and Rafa will be tied for first on the leaderboard. But let's see how this is going to go first before we do a judgment here. 20 seconds in, going to start off with Rafa's perspective. A little bit stack advantage is Mega's going to be up first, but 2 of them are looking quite keen to go for this heavy. Hits the first rail. Flame Strike comes out, but the rocket does a bit of damage there. It actually goes on across. Misses the first rail, but Rafa could clean him up here, and he does. Great stuff here from Rafa to start things off on Awoken.
I mean, there's just another great example of, Rafa not necessarily, he knows the blood is there, but he's not really going after it, right? He played to his strengths right there, kept it, mid-range battle, landed those real nice rails, and follows up with that combo right there, putting 2 frags on the map. I'll tell you what, if there's an opponent that is probably going to really get you hyped up, I'd say it's Kilson, right? Like, Kilson is kind of his own worst enemy in some regards, because when you're at the top, people want to take you down. And I kind of feel that's a little bit of what we're seeing on display here from Rafa.
Certainly are, and I feel like for Rafa, this is going to boost his confidence massively if he gets a 3-0 scoreline here. It's looking good so far, but he's taken quite a bit of damage. Rafa's now going to be able to get this heavy. He's not picked up as of yet because he still wasn't really too sure where Rafa could be lurking, but he now knows it's safe to pick that up. No armor to Rafa's name as of yet. And Caster's Curse, finally the light does appear towards the LG, so it gets a little bit to his name. And now just cleaning up these totems in the process. 8 seconds until this heavy. Rafa's looking to prioritize his first. If you've got the position for it, but Kilson's already down below, literally just charging straight on in.
Oh.
And the miss is the jump for that light to top mid just to keep himself alive and then go straight for that Mega. Picks it up anyway, could pin him into this choke point. Good rocket to rail combo coming out from Kilson.
Kilson just laughing on that one. It was nice. He needed that rail pretty badly. So works out good for him. As now we get to see through the Kilson cam for a little bit. It was seeing a lot of Rafa time, but Kilson now front and center, and that was really unfortunate, that missed rocket jump up to that light. That's pretty much what led to the demise. Great rail coming out from Kilson, and a second one, 3. Oh, hits the very edge of that doorway, but going up the jump pad. Kilson low, but not low enough, and Rafa does turn it around, still down by 2, but does kind of equalize thing on that frag.
Certainly does, but Rafa's in this choke point, which he just can't get out of. The ricochet from the second to last previous rocket just kept him in the corner. Nothing really much he could have done there. Now Kilson's trying to equalize the stack. Mega's up in 7 seconds, but as you may have just noticed, Rafa's actually backing all the way back for that heavy instead, rather than just standing his ground for that Mega. So Kilson's going to be able to grab that anyway with a gentleman's agreement. Still has a totem left in his back pocket. He's finding his time. Gets a great direct.
Nice.
Rafa, sadly for him, walked straight into that. Misses the first rail. They both miss a rail, actually, as he misses the second. And now Rafa's just rotating back around from the rockets to the heavy, as the heavy will be next to go for between these two.
Kilson attacking from down below. Rafa waiting for it. Flame Strike does go out. It's going to follow up with the LG. A lot of damage does go down, but the totem for a little heal. And Rafa now, this is where we're kind of seeing the chase. Some big damage on Kilson as he picks up that Mega. Now in the LG room, still down by 1, but is doing what he needs to chip away here at Rafa and try to tie this game back up. We haven't even hit the halfway point, so there's still a lot of time, but I would say, just like the previous 2 games, we're seeing 2 heavy hitters go at it. Some great play. Aim is on point. And I'm excited to see how this one is going to continue to play out.
Oh, good rail there from Kilson, but the rockets Been very beneficial for here, but 6 HP, that's going to clean it up there from that flame strike. And we're just at the halfway stage again. 5 seconds until the next heavy. Raph is trying to get there as soon as possible, but Kilson is in a good position for it. He's got the higher ground. I was having a little bit of a look around, a bit of a wonder to see where he was, but look at the LG coming out here from Kilson. My goodness, 306. Completely deleting his stack. And now with his free frag, he's still got 4.5 minutes left to play here. As an LG battle comes out, I'm saying that, but LG versus Machine Gun, it's going to make that a 7th frag. This heavy will be up in the next 5 seconds. Kilson's got the spawn for it, but Rafa's going to go for the light, rotate back around, and even if he doesn't get it, he's got the weapons to contest it and hopefully do some damage, which he's making so now.
Oh my goodness, what a rail. Oh, into the corner, bounced him. Oh my gosh, this is just everything that could go wrong for Kilson the last minute has kind of gone wrong. That did not play into his favor at all. And now a 5 frag lead, and Rafa is forcing Kilson to look down the barrel of a 3-0 loss. That would be, uh-oh.
He might have called it a day already, so I did see a GG, but we'll have to make sure to confirm that anyway, as that was quite unusual in itself, because normally we do let it go to the full 10 minutes. But yeah, Rafa just looked unstoppable no matter what Kilson did, but that second map was spicy.
We better bring Flea back, otherwise this is gonna get real awkward.
I think it will. Flea, come back, mate. Come back. We had to get you back a little bit earlier than expected, but how did you think that series went? That second map was a doozy.
Oh, it sure was, man. Rafa, 20 points of health and just gets out of the room. Kilson making the decision to drop down for the small armor first and then ultimately unable to catch up with Rafa anymore. So that was really, really tense. Overall, great series, right? I heard you mention that these are both Goliaths, Titans still. And that was so clear from their performance today as well. Yeah, Rafa ends up walking away with the 3-0, reversing the result that Kilson had against him in the previous season. But still, we saw a lot of excellence come out of Kilson, a lot of close fights, close engagements, and especially that second map, right? If it had gone slightly differently, if Kilson had done a little bit more damage with one of those shotgun blasts, brought it into overtime, maybe won the map, this entire series would have been very different, and we might be sitting here interviewing Kilson next rather than Rafa.
Yeah. I mean, this is really interesting actually, because Kilson, we've talked to Rafa about this, like what it's like to be holding on to whatever 19, 20, wins in a row or whatever that stat was, and I think 19. Right, and how there's a little bit of added pressure as a result of that. Well, I feel like we're at the part of the anime of Kilson where he's been powering up, and finally, right, that villain beats him, but really only so that he can continue powering up, right? So whatever form of Kilson we get beyond this, that's what everyone should be scared of, right? I think it is weird to say a loss can result in a relief, but it's exactly what Rafa talked about in the past after going through an undefeated season and then losing and saying, sometimes it's better, right? Because you don't have that little bit of extra pressure on him. Now, Kilson would probably tell you, Wheat, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, that loss hurt, but once everything is said and done, as Kilson thinks about it and reviews and whatnot, goes back, like the power up that we'll see from Kilson as a result of this loss is what people should keep their eye on.
Yeah, certainly should indeed. We'll get Rafa for an interview shortly to ask about his thoughts and how that series went, because I'm pretty sure he probably felt that series, of course, well, not saying it wouldn't have gone his way, but he didn't expect it to be a 3-0 like that. He probably expected it to be very back and forth and a very difficult charge, and Kilson did make it very difficult for him. And even on that second map was just a fantastic example. We saw signs of life from Kilson on those final few frags, and I kind of feel like in one of those engagements, if those rockets didn't connect as well as they should have done, then of course it could have been an entirely different story, as Flea mentioned, going into map number 3. and it would have been even crazier showing going into that final map. But Rafa just looked so much in control. That third map was definitely a massive deciding factor, and it just felt like Killzone just wasn't able to make room for it at all, Flea.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the end, I think it was still a very well-deserved win for Rafa, right? We've seen him kind of struggle with his performance towards the end of the previous season, the stage finals, finishing top 6. Still, an admirable placement, but definitely not what Rafa was hoping for. And now this season, he's just absolutely taking it by storm. Yes, he lost to Zenecu at one time, but other than that, he's had a basically flawless season 4. And I think that he's only going to get better as we approach the finals.
We had Rafa's mentor in chat who just said embarrassing in all caps. I just that's so funny.
What is going on? What is going on?
Wow. Unbelievable.
How dare you? But we will have him on board shortly anyway, because it's just been absolutely crazy going forward. But yeah, we'll be joining us shortly anyway, because he's been quite busy as well. Of course, we know he's been over to Europe to train at the Liquid House as well, and he's been coming back as well. So I'm sure that must have been quite beneficial for him, not just, of course, ping-wise with some of his European matchups, but just overall. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot to talk about that going into this as well. So we do have an interview with Rafa ready and waiting. As I just finished that, as the man himself. Rafa, congratulations on your 3-0 victory over to Killzone. Not gonna lie, mate, you're looking pretty damn good for what we've just seen over those last few maps. And we know you've been training very hard. You've been, coming over to EU. You trained for a bit, and you've come back. Is that the result you maybe kind of expected?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm having a technical difficulty.
That's all right, no worries.
Do you guys know what the option is for this? Because I'm hearing everybody twice. So on the link to bring me in, for some reason, it's still echoing.
It's because we're in a giant stadium, Ruff. It's supposed to be for effect, right?
Yeah.
It's
I'm not
getting
sure.
you prepped.
I'm not sure.
It's getting you prepped for QuakeCon. But what you could do is, if
Mute
you
your
mute
Chrome.
your Chrome, then you should be able to only hear us once, and hopefully that should be fine from there. It'll be coming through the other thing.
That'd
anyway.
be great if I was using Chrome. 1 second.
Well,
This
like
hasn't
I said,
happened before, so.
No, that's fine.
Rafa,
It's
first
good
question,
training.
what's your browser?
Well, I usually use Chrome, but Microsoft Edge seems to have less hardware acceleration, so I use that for the matches.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Well, being in the next Quake World Championships anyway, it's a good practice for you to get used to the echo anyway. So it'll probably be a little bit more beneficial.
Okay, there. I think it finally fixed. Perfect.
Nice.
So whoever
Fantastic.
backstage, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Lovely production.
Okay, so sorry, Lethal, can you go again?
Yeah, sure, of course I can. So basically, we know how hard you've been training, going over to Europe for a little bit and coming back as well. And you've put on a spectacular showing against Killzone. Probably not the result a lot of us expected. We thought it could be 2-1 either way. Very hard to decide because we know how strong you've both been playing throughout the entire course of the season. Mm-hmm. With that result, is that a result you kind of expected, or are you a little bit surprised?
I'm surprised with the 3-0. But you know me, I'm obviously always trying to do everything that I can to win and go from map to map. And just unfortunately wasn't able to play this match, on EU servers the whole time because I'll be back in EU in a couple weeks. And honestly, I was pretty lucky to play Wenger on EU servers. I just happened to be there for a different reason. And it just worked out to do that. But overall, I'm just really happy that the game felt pretty decent today, I think, in terms of it felt like we both were hitting shots on every single map. Might have been a little different for us here or there with different weapons, but overall, today this is what I love about Quake, is playing at the highest level and playing these guys. There's nothing else like it. So, obviously very happy with the win today because, even though I'm first on the leaderboard right now, I've played more matches than anyone. So there's an asterisk next to it, and I still have some really, really tough games coming up. I have to play, I think, Strong Sage, Razy, Maxter, my next 3 matches. So all going to be very, very difficult. Every win that I get, helps towards going the QuakeCon finals.
Cool.
Okay, Rafa, congratulations. When I was looking through the picks and the bans today, I had to do a bit of a double take when I saw the Death Knight being picked. There used to be a time when DK was easily one of, if not the single worst champions in the map pool or in the champion pool, and we would only see him at the end of a best of 7 when there were absolutely no other possibilities, but that seems to have changed. So what are your thoughts on the champion, and why did you pick him today?
I think when DK was changed for not last QuakeCon finals, but the one before when Wenger won, I think the balance then, he was actually very strong for that tournament. But yeah, you're right, for a long time he has not been good. And then even after last year's finals going into this season, he was kind of nerfed again. But I think in select situations on certain maps, let's say on like the third map pick, or, you know, let's say once we get to the playoffs and we start getting to best of 5, he can actually be kind of decent. Like, you have to play the flow of the game a bit different than other champs. But I felt like with the champs that were left in the pool and just how good Kilson is at certain other champs, I don't know. I just felt like it was the right pick this week. And if I was playing somebody else, I may not, pick Death Knight in that scenario if I had first pick and it was going that way. I just felt, I don't know, because he plays so well defensively. I felt I needed a champion that if I had to come back, since mobility wasn't really going to be, a factor with the champions that were available and the way that Awoken is played, that I needed something with a little bit of extra oomph to maybe get some kills I didn't necessarily deserve. You know what I mean? Like, just give myself an extra chance to do something other than just hitting my shots, create, unique scenarios where he's really pressured into deciding to go for health or not, or if he can win the fight while still being on fire and survive after. It's a really tough decision to have to make, and there are quite a few choke points on Awoken. So I just felt that it was the champ to play this week, and but yeah, we'll see if I bring it out again or not in the future.
All right,
Shane, congratulations. You mentioned just in your last answer that you talked a little bit about Kilson's defensive play, and I made the comment during the matchup that this is actually probably maybe the most disciplined that I'd ever seen you play this season, right? A, do you agree with that? And B, was that more or less an approach to Kilson's more defensive play? I'm specifically thinking about a couple times early in game 1 and game 2 where you were tied, and I felt like you were just being very surgical in terms of what you were doing, very little aggression there. Are those two things correlate with one another or no?
I was put in a very tough situation on the first map, and I think I was out of control for a good 3 minutes with nothing. All I had was 1 light to my name. And Kilson does such a good job of playing the center of the map and trying to bait people out. And sometimes you just have to somehow be more patient than he is. You know what I mean? Or try to force him to be a little over aggressive because things haven't worked out in a while and he needs to forge an opening. That's kind of the approach that I kind of had to go with because of the type of control that he had. I did. I played very solidly today, but I still think, even on maps 1 and 2, more so compared to the third map, there were 1 or 2 situations where if it just went a little bit differently, you could be talking to him right now in a 2-1 victory. So, but yeah, just really happy with how well that I timed today, and just really paid attention when it was important to die to reset the rotation, or absolutely having to survive, because if you die, then it's over for the next 3 to 4 minutes. So
yeah. Awesome. Well, congratulations, man. Big victory.
Thanks. And good to see you back, Wheat. Glad you're healthy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, congratulations once again. I kind of feel like Rafa now, even if you've got 2 matches in hand, maybe compared to Wenger, even if Wenger wins his next 2 series 3-0, you'll both be joint first anyway. So you've technically solidified your first spot anyway, getting onto the future weeks. But yeah, congrats once again. That was a fabulous series as always, and hopefully we'll see you again next time.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Take care, man.
Catch you later. And yeah, it's not a bad way to finish things off here, as it's been just an incredible day overall, and a good series to finish things out anyway. But guys, before we end the show and before we go on our merry way, just a few final thoughts before we head off.
Yeah, I'll start. Thanks. It's great to be back. Thanks to everyone in chat that welcomed me back. Looking forward, we still have so many great weeks of matches left, right? There's 18 weeks total. I believe next week is Challengers. Someone needs to fact check me on that one.
APAC, yeah.
But coming back, we've got some awesome matches. Avic Maxter, Strong Sage versus Rafa, which he mentioned as well. Sirius versus Anaka, right? There's so many still great matches. So hey, if you love today, we will always necessarily get a banger like the final game, but keep coming back because it's going to get even more spicy this season.
Yeah, this was a great day of Quake. No one can deny we've had so many good matches, some clean sweeps, some 3-0s, a lot of players who faced each other for the first time in the history of the Quake Pro League. And then, of course, right, the big one at the end. I do think that Rafa versus Kilson was probably the single most anticipated matchup of this entire season, right? On the one hand, you've got Rafa, man with more victories than anyone else, plus who's currently #1 on the leaderboards. And on the other hand, you've had Kilson, undefeated in this season, plus the reigning champion. So we had arguably the biggest match of the season, and what a hell of a matchup it was. So happy to have casted today with you guys.
Certainly was indeed. And we've got plenty more weeks to come. As we rightly said, next week we do have the APAC qualifiers, so we'll see you guys in 2 weeks' time. Still plenty of weeks leading up to the Quake World Championships at QuakeCon. Still got at least 4 months left to go, but it means we've got plenty more Quake action leading up to that moment. And not only that, thanks to Flea, thanks to Wheat for being by my side and holding my hand for the entire journey today. But not only that, thanks to all the production at PGL, Bethesda, and of course you guys with all the banter in the chat. So thanks all again, and we'll see you guys in 2 weeks.